This nonchalant, no-life gamer is tired of being worthless. One day a light appears. No, don't go to the light. Is sucked into it, pause. He wakes up, and boom, others are with him. The game tells them that there can only be one survivor. Instantly they start killing each other. He has to survive against killers like this and monsters lurking everywhere. But our boy gets a major skill. That with a fork, he can slaughter anything. Naruto 8, the only one who can use shadow clones. And here is how it all started. The moon hung high, casting a cold glow over the fortress, a silent witness to the devastation wrought by the demonic sect. The remnants of a once proud clan clung to survival, their struggles etched into the shadows of the night. A figure moved stealthily through the darkness, his form barely distinguishable from the shadows themselves. His movements were swift and silent, a ghost in the night. A flicker of light caught his eye, a beacon in the otherwise impenetrable gloom. It was a sign, a guide leading him forward. A guard stood in his path, oblivious to the danger lurking in the shadows. The man's presence was a mere obstacle, one that needed to be swiftly dealt with. In a flash, the figure was behind the guard, his hands moving with deadly precision. The guard had no time to react, no chance to call for help. A sickening crack echoed through the night as the guard's neck snapped. The deed was done, swift and merciless. The figure stood over the fallen guard, his eyes cold and determined. He would finish this no matter the cost. The path ahead was clear, and he was ready to see it through to the end. With his path clear and his resolve hardened, the figure stepped forward, leaving the fallen guard behind. But the world outside was chaotic, a stark contrast to the quiet determination within him. An old man nearby muttered about the noise, seemingly unbothered by the turmoil around him. The old man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a calm gaze that seemed to pierce through the chaos. A man stood before the old man, his voice dripping with disdain as he accused the old man of being heartless, meditating while his subordinates were in peril. The old man, unfazed, retorted that the man was no better, running amok without understanding the bigger picture. The old man's words were cold, comparing the lives of subordinates to insects beneath a man's feet as he climbed a mountain. Such was the path to the pinnacle of martial arts, he claimed. A red aura began to emanate from the old man, his focus unwavering. His eyes were fixed on the peak, symbolizing his single-minded pursuit of martial supremacy. The man named Kang Wunshin stepped forward, his presence commanding. He declared that he would kill the old man with his own hands, unleashing his heavenly venom technique. Kang lunged at the old man, his attack swift and precise, aimed to strike down his opponent. With a shout, Kang unleashed his heavenly lightning fist, the power of his strike illuminating the surroundings. He taunted the old man, questioning if that was all he had. Amidst the chaos, a demonic figure stood chillingly, observing the battle with an eerie calm, its intentions unknown. As the demonic figure loomed, a sudden surge of energy erupted. The heavenly warrior unleashed a terrifying technique, blood-tide art, painting the battlefield in a crimson hue. Flames burst from his hands, illuminating the dark atmosphere with a fierce glow. The heat was intense, the air shimmering with raw power. Fire and lightning clashed in a spectacular display of raw energy, the battlefield becoming a chaotic dance of elements. Kang took a brutal hit, the impact sending him flying. A pained cry escaped his lips, echoing through the battlefield. With sheer determination, Kang gripped his sword, his hand trembling but his resolve unwavering. The demon sneered, his voice dripping with malice as he declared he would send him to his father, finishing him off once and for all. But in a twist of fate, the demon was left stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as the tables turned unexpectedly. Kang's power surged, transcending his limits as he unleashed the heavenly divine palm, a technique of immense power. With his fists tempered to be harder than steel, Kang declared that the demon's strength was lost to his bare hands, the battle reaching its climax. Kang's fists, now harder than steel, found their mark, slamming into the demon with a force that sent shockwaves through the air. The demon staggered, the impact echoing like a drumbeat of doom. The demon crashed into the wall, the very foundation of the room trembling under the force. Dust and debris filled the air, painting a grim picture of the battle's intensity. Breathing heavily, Kang struggled to regain composure. The mention of his father struck a nerve, and he lashed out, warning the demon not to dare speak of his father with such disrespect. His eyes burned with fury as he accused the demon of not forgetting the evil deeds committed. This rage, he claimed, was the collective fury of all those wronged by demon's actions. The demon regretted not wiping out the roots of the Cloud Dragon sect when he had the chance, his voice filled with venom and regret. The demon admitted surprise at Kang's newfound strength, struggling to believe that Kong had broken through his heavenly demon blood surge art. The shock in his voice was palpable. With a grim determination, the demon declared that Kong had left him with no other choice, his voice echoing with finality. Suddenly, an elixir appeared, glinting ominously in the dim light. The demon's eyes locked onto it, a sinister plan forming in his mind. The Kong warned that if the demon drank that amount of elixir at once, he would undergo demonic deviation, his voice dripping with malicious intent. The weight of the Kang's warning hung in the air, thick and suffocating. The demon stood there, the elixir in hand, its allure almost hypnotic. But the demon's words echoed, a dark prophecy of what could go wrong. The room seemed to pulse with tension, every shadow whispering caution. The demon's grip on the elixir tightened, his knuckles white with indecision. The promise of power was intoxicating, but the fear of losing himself to demonic deviation gnawed at him. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff, the wind howling warnings in his ears. He could feel the elixir's power calling to him, a siren song of strength and invincibility. But the demon's malicious grin flashed in his mind, a stark reminder of the cost. The room felt smaller, the air heavier, as if the very atmosphere was pressing down on him. The demon's breath hitched, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. The elixir shimmered, its surface rippling with unseen energy. It was now or never, but the stakes had never been higher. Kang's mind raced, the demon's warning a constant echo. The elixir seemed to glow brighter, its light casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Kang's body, a visceral reminder of the danger he was in. He gasped, his body convulsing as the elixir's power began to take hold. It was too late to turn back now. The pain intensified, waves of agony crashing over him. Kang's vision blurred, his body racked with spasms. He could feel something dark and twisted stirring within him, the demonic deviation taking root. A voice echoed in his mind, cold and final. It was time to disappear, to let go of who he was. The elixir's power was consuming him, reshaping him into something else, something darker. Kang's screams filled the room, a harrowing symphony of transformation. The room fell silent. A realization dawned on Kong, a cold, hard truth. He was too late. The elixir had done its work, and there was no going back. The demonic deviation was complete. Kong stood there, his body trembling with newfound power. The room seemed to shrink away from him, the very air recoiling from his presence. He was no longer the man he once was, something else entirely. The weight of his transformation settling over him like a shroud. Kong looked around, his eyes reflecting a darkness that hadn't been there before. The demon's warning had come true, and now he had to live with the consequences. As the weight of his transformation settled, Kang's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden exclamation echoing through the room. This was unexpected, a twist he hadn't seen coming. A voice rang out, casual and unhurried, apologizing for the lateness as if showing up to a random scene was totally normal. The speaker admitted to getting caught up in laziness, which was quite the mood killer. The tension in the room was palpable as someone stammered, recognizing the newcomer as a great mage. The great mage wasn't having the nickname, though, and quickly shut that down. Instead, he got straight to the point, asking if Kong was the nemesis everyone had been talking about. The mage continued, explaining that Kong was someone who claimed to have come from another world. Without him, the mage would have met a helpless end. The room was silent, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, someone shouted, halting the conversation. He was confused, questioning why a high-level mage from a different world had just popped into what was supposed to be a regular Murim story. The mood was killed, and he sighed, expressing his frustration. He had been enjoying the story, but now it seemed like the author had gone off the rails. The confusion continued, with him questioning the logic of another world suddenly appearing. Then, he introduced himself as Seowon, a 23-year-old. A sudden buzz interrupted the introduction. Seowon continued, explaining that he had been discharged 6 months ago and was preparing to go back to college. A casual voice broke through, asking if he was up for a game. The randomness of the question left him confused, wondering if this person had anyone else to play with. Seowon started to explain his situation. Like many others who had completed their service, he had a plan for his life after discharge. He wanted to earn certifications and study all the things he couldn't while he was in the military. As he walked, his mind was racing. He still had a bit of money left, but the question lingered, should he find a part-time job to make ends meet? As a Murim novel fanatic, he had spent countless hours lost in fantasies of being the protagonist of a Murim world. But now, reality called out to him, snapping him back. "Oh, Seowon, is that you?" He found himself in loyal ground, a familiar virtual battleground. A voice echoed, asking if he was going to grind again today. Without hesitation, he replied, "Give me 10 hours for now." He had sunk hours into Loyal Ground, a game he played occasionally during his leaves. Even though it was only a game he played here and there during his leaves, after being discharged, he started grinding seriously and became a top 10 ranker in just 3 months. He logged in, telling his friends to wait for him in the lobby. He had made some spare change from the tournaments they occasionally held in internet cafes, too. The game went as follows. 100 players dropped from a plane, ready to battle it out. They would collect weapons scattered around the map and fight each other until only one person was left standing. 120. He saw 2 people 250 meters from his location. The game was on. The screen flickered as he prepared for the battle ahead. As he logged in, someone was already shot. The virtual world around him was alive with tension and anticipation. One of the remaining contestants groaned in annoyance, clearly irritated by the loud outburst. He snapped back, reminding the other that they had already died once and should probably focus on staying alive this time. With a sigh, he suggested they take a moment to farm and recover before making any big moves, especially since finding the safe zone was their top priority. The other contestant, however, was having none of it. But before they could continue, a thought struck him. Where had that eerie guy with the skull mask from earlier gone? The question lingered, adding a layer of unease to the already tense situation. Silence fell between them as they scanned the area, the weight of the unknown pressing down on their shoulders. Noticing the untouched loot nearby, one of them pointed out that the masked figure hadn't passed through here. It was a small relief, but it didn't ease the tension. The other couldn't help but smirk at the sight of the free loot, a brief moment of levity in their otherwise grim situation. But the silence that followed was short-lived. A sudden notification flashed across the screen, jolting them both. The words were stark and unyielding: "Your teammate has died." The weight of loss settled in, but there was no time to process it. Panic surged through him as he realized the masked figure had been hiding nearby the entire time. There was no time to think. He had to get out of there, and fast. With no time to process the shock of the masked figure's presence, he bolted, heart pounding, as he put as much distance as he could between himself and the lurking danger. His mind raced as he ran, but it was short-lived. Finally, he ducked into a dimly lit alley, pressing himself against the cold wall as he tried to catch his breath. The weight of what just happened started to sink in. The tension from earlier melted away as laughter filled the room. Someone had gotten way too into the game, and their friends were quick to tease them about it. It was time to get back to reality and start preparing for tomorrow. He made a mental note to lock in and start studying tomorrow. No more distractions, no more excuses. It was time to get serious. But as he went to turn off his computer, something unexpected caught his eye. A message from his mom lit up the screen, asking if he was studying well. She mentioned sending academy fees and some extra money, telling him to eat something good. He felt a pang of guilt. He quickly replied, thanking her and saying he was about to sleep. He turned to his friend, announcing he wouldn't be playing anymore starting tomorrow. His friend was shocked, reminding him of their plans for a clan war. But he was firm, explaining he needed to start going to an English academy tomorrow. He confessed that he felt guilty every time he saw his mom's texts. He had been living like this for months now, and it was time for a change. The next day, he woke up with a new determination. He was going to make his mom proud and turn his life around. As he got ready for his day, he couldn't shake off the events of the previous night. The masked figure, the chase, the decision to change his life, it all felt like a whirlwind. He turned on the news, only to be met with a strange headline. People with mysterious powers had been spotted abroad, and they were calling themselves players. Intrigued, he tried to find more information online, but all he found was a dead end. This page doesn't exist. Did the video suddenly get deleted? His curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Still puzzled by the mysterious disappearance of the video, he decided to call it a night and get some rest, hoping that a fresh start in the morning might bring some clarity. As he lay in bed, his mind raced with questions about the strange occurrence, making it difficult for him to fall asleep. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. It was a friend asking for help with preparations for an upcoming clan war. He hesitated, contemplating whether to respond or not. He wondered if he should join in for one last game, feeling a mix of nostalgia and uncertainty about what lay ahead. Just as he was about to make a decision, a sudden and intense light engulfed him, leaving him utterly bewildered. He stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock and confusion, trying to comprehend what was happening. The light grew brighter, and he found himself squinting, raising a hand to shield his eyes as he tried to make sense of the blinding glow. Everything around him seemed to fade away, leaving him in a state of sheer disbelief and wonder. As the light began to dim, He found himself in an unfamiliar place, his surroundings completely transformed. He looked around, trying to get his bearings, but everything seemed foreign and strange. Suddenly, he heard voices speaking in a language he didn't understand, adding to his confusion and disorientation. He muttered to himself, trying to figure out where he was and how he had gotten there. As he looked down at himself, he noticed something was different. His hands, his clothes, everything seemed to have changed, leaving him with a profound sense of unease and questioning his very identity. The protagonist suddenly found himself in a strange place, his mind racing with confusion as he tried to make sense of the blinding light that had engulfed him. He wondered if he had been punished, his thoughts spiraling as he tried to recall what had led him to this point. The noise around him was deafening, and he struggled to comprehend the unfamiliar language that echoed in his ears. As his vision cleared, he saw people fighting around him, their movements a blur of chaos and confusion. He couldn't believe his eyes, his mind racing with questions as he tried to understand what was happening. He wondered why there were so many people dressed in strange costumes, their outfits adding to the surreal atmosphere. He pinched himself, wondering if this was all just a dream, the unfamiliar voices only adding to his disorientation. He tried to gather his thoughts, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and disbelief. As he looked around, he noticed a statue, its stoic presence adding to the eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, informing him that 100 players had been detected, sending a chill down his spine. The statue's eyes began to glow, casting an eerie light that seemed to pierce through the darkness. The voice in his head continued, announcing the initialization of the system, leaving him even more confused and desperate for answers. He was taken aback as the language around him suddenly shifted to Korean, his mind struggling to keep up with the sudden change. A man appeared before him, speaking in a language he could now understand, adding another layer of confusion to his already overwhelmed mind. As he looked around, he saw people fighting, their movements a blur of chaos and confusion, the man's words echoing in his ears as he tried to make sense of it all. As he tried to make sense of the chaos around him, Escrow suddenly appeared, his voice cutting through the noise. He accused Chiron of dragging them into this mess, but Chiron just laughed it off, turning the blame back on Escrow. Escrow wasn't having any of Karen's excuses, calling him out for his shamelessness. He declared he wouldn't be fooled by Karen's words anymore, his frustration palpable. Chiron, unfazed, shot back that it didn't matter whether Escrow believed him or not. After all, everyone was fated to kneel before the Demon King's power, or so he claimed. Escrow wasn't about to back down. As an archmage, he made a promise, his power beginning to charge, the air around him crackling with energy. He vowed to tie Chiron up right there and then, and put an end to the Demon King once and for all. His determination was unwavering, his magic ready to strike. With a sudden flash of lightning, Escrow's spell was cast. The air sizzled with the discharge of his power, aimed straight at Chiron. Chiron took the hit head-on, but to his surprise he didn't feel a thing. It was as if Escrow's magic had no effect on him, leaving him unscathed and unfazed. Escrow, realizing the gravity of the situation, confronted Chiron once more, accusing him of dragging them into this surreal nightmare. The protagonist couldn't help but agree. This was all too real for just a dream. Suddenly, a system voice echoed, declaring the beginning of the game. The words hung in the air, a stark reminder that this was no ordinary situation. The difficulty was set to easy, with the goal of making it into the top 90. The rules were simple, but the stakes were high. The decided map was the King Kingdom's capital, and rewards would be awarded to the top 10 and higher. The game was on, and the players were ready. The tutorial was skipped, and the players found themselves in the waiting room. Here, attacks between players were neutralized, giving them a brief respite before the real challenge began. As they looked around, they realized this was a game map. The rules were explained, and the players were given a brief overview of what to expect. For those accessing Cloyd Survival for the first time, a brief explanation was given. The game would progress for 100 years, and each day the map would get slightly more limited. Players were warned that if they exited the limited map, they might be subjected to great harm. The rules were clear and the consequences were dire. The game would continue until there was only one survivor left. If the game finished or if they were eliminated, they would return to their original world. Players who did not make it to the top 90 would not be able to partake in Cloyd Survival again. Soon, they would descend to the location they desired with the help of Argus's gaze. They could obtain items there and use them to enter the top 90. The players were wished luck, and with that, they were off. The game had begun, and the fight for survival was on. As they descended, the protagonist couldn't help but wonder, "Am I ready for this?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. The game had begun, and the players were ready to face whatever came their way. With determination in their hearts, they stepped forward, ready to take on the challenges that lay ahead. May luck be with them, for they would need it. As they took their first steps, the protagonist couldn't help but question their reality. Am I really in a game, or is this something more? Still reeling from the surreal reality around them, the protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden announcement. Dreaming about loyal ground and rewards for the top 10. This place just kept getting weirder. Silence fell as the words echoed, leaving everyone in a daze. The protagonist could almost hear the gears turning in everyone's heads. Each person lost in their own thoughts, trying to make sense of the situation. Even if this was all a dream, the protagonist couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. Surrounded by these absurd humans, they felt more awake than ever. The weight of the situation started to sink in. This was no ordinary dream, and the stakes felt terrifyingly real. A chill ran down their spine as the thought crossed their mind. If this was real, then the danger was too. Death was a very real possibility. But even in the face of danger, the will to survive burned bright. If this was like loyal ground, then they had a fighting chance. A sudden voice broke the silence, calling out to the protagonist. Messy hair? Were they talking about them? The protagonist looked around, confused. The voice grew more insistent, demanding to know where they were from. The protagonist hesitated, unsure of how to respond. The stranger's patience wore thin, their voice rising in frustration. Being ignored only fueled their anger further. The protagonist stood frozen, the weight of the stranger's gaze heavy upon them. The protagonist's mind raced, searching for an answer. But before they could respond, an unexpected sound filled the air. Laughter? In a situation like this? The stranger's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he insane, laughing at a time like this? But the protagonist couldn't help it. The absurdity of the situation, the surreal reality, it was all too much. Why were they laughing? Because if this was a dream, then why not find the humor in it? Why not embrace the absurdity? With his knowledge of loyal ground abilities, he felt a surge of confidence. He could take on anyone and survive. The laughter echoed, a mix of defiance and amusement. The announcement rang out, marking the start of Cloyd's Survival Day 1. The game was on, and the protagonist was ready to play. With a deep breath, they steeled themselves for whatever came next. This dream was far from over, and they intended to see it through. Determination set in their eyes, they pushed forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The protagonist noticed others descending into crowded areas filled with items, just like in the game. Sure, those crowded spots had more loot, but it was risky. Playing it safe seemed like the smarter move, so they aimed for the outskirts instead. Scanning the area, he spotted a promising location. That should do just fine. With a deep breath, he made the call. Time to descend. The descent was smooth, but the landing was another story. The world spun around him as they touched down. Ugh, motion sickness was hitting hard. Not the best way to start this adventure. Shaking it off, he spotted a house nearby. That looked like a good place to regroup. The nausea was intense, but he pushed through. No time to waste. Focusing on the house, he made a beeline for it. First order of business, find some loot. A rustling sound caught his attention. Someone or something was nearby. The motion sickness had messed with his vision, and now he realized he weren't alone. Someone else had landed with them. Panic set in. He couldn't see clearly, and that was a major problem. Without a weapon, he was a sitting ducks. This was not good. He needed to find a weapon, fast. No way were they going down without a fight. Moving cautiously, he kept an eye out for any threats. The house was close, but danger could be lurking anywhere. A thought crossed his mind: what if that sword-wielding opponent from earlier had followed him? He shouldn't have provoked him. Regret washed over him. Too late for that now. He had to focus on the present and find a way to survive. Regret washed over him. Too late for that now. He had to focus on the present and find a way to survive. The wind howled, making him question if it was just the wind or something more sinister. No more sounds echoed around, a small relief. It was time to look through the area carefully. He recalled the advice to gather items from where he landed. This spot might have something useful. Silence filled the air as he searched, the tension building with each passing moment. A sudden noise made them jump, his heart racing as he tried to identify the source. A heavy crossbow lay before them, a potential tool for survival in this unfamiliar place. Lifting the crossbow, he grimaced at its weight. It was heavier than expected. Despite its weight, it was better than being unarmed. He had to make do with what he had. Equipping the crossbow, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. as if the knowledge of its use was naturally flowing into his mind. For someone with military experience, this might not be as challenging as it seemed. He had to trust his instincts. He aimed the crossbow, trying to visualize how it would shoot. The mechanics seemed to come naturally. A moment of silence passed as he prepared to test his new weapon. The power of the crossbow surprised them. It was more potent than he had anticipated. He took a moment to compose himself, realizing the potential of his new tool. With practice, this crossbow could be incredibly useful. He had to learn to wield it properly. After a thorough search, he found nothing else of use. The area seemed barren of valuable items. The map was vast, offering plenty of space to explore and farm resources safely if he could avoid early encounters. Avoiding enemies at the start would give him a significant advantage. He had to tread carefully and strategize his next moves. With a plan to avoid enemies and gain an advantage, he moved cautiously through the terrain, eyes scanning for any signs of danger or useful items. The path ahead was unclear, but he knew he had to keep moving, every step taken with calculated precision. Suddenly, something caught his eye. What was that thing? It looked like it could be useful. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a healing scroll. A small one, but it could come in handy. He carefully tucked the scroll away, feeling a bit more prepared for whatever lay ahead. The journey continued, each step bringing them deeper into unknown territory, the weight of the scroll a small comfort. The healing scroll was an item that could heal wounds if used correctly. It was a valuable find. Thinking about his current supplies, he realized he needed more recovery items. An item bag would be a game-changer right about now. As he pondered their next move, a sudden noise made him freeze. What was that? The source of the noise remained hidden, but the tension was palpable. Silence returned, but the encounter left him on edge. He needed to find a safer path. Moving cautiously, he scanned the area for any signs of danger or useful items, his senses heightened. A prompt appeared. Would he like to learn the Black Star Chi Palm's martial arts book? This was unexpected. He wondered if he could actually learn this. Would it start a tutorial or something? The possibilities were intriguing. Curiosity piqued. He considered the potential benefits of learning this new skill, his mind racing with possibilities. The decision weighed heavily on him. This could be a turning point in his journey. He took a deep breath, preparing for whatever came next, the weight of the decision pressing on him. Suddenly, it was over. Was that it? The prompt had disappeared as quickly as it had come. He stood there, processing what had just happened. It was all over before he knew it. The silence returned, leaving him with more questions than answers. What did this mean for his journey? He took a moment to collect his thoughts, the weight of the unknown pressing on him. Suddenly, a noise echoed in the distance. What was that? His heart raced as he tried to identify the source. The noise grew louder, and he realized he needed to move fast. The journey was far from over. With a deep breath, he threw the fork with fused purple aura. The fork made a dent in the wall. Who said you can't kill with a fork? And just like that, the protagonist dropped a bombshell. He had learned a martial art, his eyes gleaming with a newfound confidence that promised some serious action ahead. Our protagonist couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Nice. This place was definitely worth checking out. The fact that there were martial arts books lying around had to mean there were magic books too, right? He was pretty sure that Cloyd Survival and Loyal Ground were the same game, so the rules should be similar. After searching high and low with no luck, he decided it was time to move on to greener pastures. The sun had already started to rise while he was busy farming. He needed to find a place to hide, and fast. As he scanned the area, his eyes landed on a house with its lights on. Ziyine's house had its lights on. That was unusual. The fact that the light was on could only mean one of two things. Either there was a rare item hidden inside, or somebody was there. He had to find out which one it was. The tension was palpable as he strained his ears, searching for any sign of life. He had to know if someone else was there, and if they were, he needed to figure out if they were a friend or a foe. He wasn't sure how many people had landed near him, but he knew one thing for sure. If there was someone else here, they could either be a total pro or a complete noob. Silence. He couldn't hear anything on the first floor. It was like a ghost town, but he knew better than to let his guard down. His mind raced as he considered the possibilities. Maybe they were hiding on the second floor, waiting to ambush him. He gripped his weapon tightly, feeling the familiar weight in his hands. If he could ambush them with his Black Star Chi Palms, even if they were a pro, he might just stand a chance. The anticipation was killing him as he prepared himself for whatever was about to come his way. He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. It was faint, but it was definitely something. His heart skipped a beat as he realized that he might not be alone after all. Someone or something was definitely there with him. His heart was still pounding from the realization that he might not be alone. But as he scanned the area, there was no sign of anyone else. Just an eerie silence that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. His eyes locked onto a faint glow in the distance. A lantern? Really? His mind raced. Was this some kind of trap? The vibes were totally off and he wasn't about to fall for some cheap trick. As he cautiously moved closer, the glow revealed a hidden room. His pulse quickened. This could be something big, or it could be a one-way ticket to disaster. The room was empty, but the lantern flickered as if it had been lit recently. The silence was deafening, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He took a deep breath and Spartan kicked the door. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. What was this place? Why was there a lantern? And why did it feel like the air was charged with something unnatural? He cautiously stepped into the room, his eyes darting around, trying to catch any movement. But there was nothing, just the lantern, flickering away like it was waiting for him. The silence was almost oppressive. He could hear his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. This was getting too intense, even for him. He let out a shaky breath, realizing he had been holding it in. Man, he must have looked like a total fool, jumping at shadows like that. But hey, at least no one was around to see his little freak out. A wave of relief washed over him. It was a good thing no one had been there to witness his mini meltdown. He could finally breathe easy, knowing he was alone. But just as he started to relax, a faint sound echoed through the room. His blood ran cold. What was that? The lantern flickered again, and he knew. He wasn't alone after all. The eerie silence was shattered as his eyes landed on a glinting ring amidst the debris. His mind raced. Could this be another item? The description flashed before him, revealing it was a ring of strength, promising a boost of 20 points to the wearer's power. But before he could process it further, a faint sound echoed through the room again. His blood ran cold. What was that? The lantern flickered, casting long shadows that danced ominously on the walls. He swallowed hard, gripping the ring tighter as his eyes darted around the room, searching for the source of the sound. His thoughts raced. Could wearing this ring really make him stronger? The idea seemed almost too good to be true, but the description had been clear. He hesitated, the weight of the unknown pressing down on him. A sudden gust of wind howled through the room, making the lantern flicker violently. His heart pounded in his chest as he quickly slipped the ring onto his finger, bracing himself for whatever came next. The moment the ring touched his skin, a surge of energy coursed through him. His body felt lighter, more agile, as if a weight had been lifted. He gasped, barely feeling the weight of the crossbow in his hands. The increase in strength by 20 points was no joke. He could feel it, his body humming with newfound power. It was almost overwhelming, but in the best way possible. He couldn't help but marvel at the sudden change. The stats, his character info, it had all popped up before him, clear as day. He was getting stronger, and it felt incredible. But as he looked at his stats, a wave of self-doubt crept in. He was pretty pathetic, all things considered. Was he really classified as a martial artist just because he'd learned a few moves? The question gnawed at him. Shaking off the negativity, he focused on the positives. This was pretty cool, after all. Compared to where he started, with nothing to his name, he was making serious progress. A determined smile crossed his face. He decided to explore the first floor properly, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As he ventured deeper, his eyes caught sight of another item, a subspace ring, glinting faintly in the dim light. It promised the ability to store items in a subspace, and his curiosity piqued. He reached out, hesitating for just a moment before slipping it onto his finger. The ring hummed softly, as if welcoming him to a new world of possibilities. With both rings now equipped, he felt a surge of confidence. Whatever lay ahead, he was ready to face it head-on, his newfound strength and abilities guiding him forward. Buzzing with confidence from his new rings, he couldn't help but chuckle at his luck. Rings were just falling into his lap, and he wasn't about to complain. A quick rundown popped up, explaining how to use the rings. To store an item, just grab it and think, subspace. Easy peasy. He took a moment to process the instructions, his mind racing with the possibilities. The concept of subspace storage was wild, but he was ready to give it a try. There was a catch, though. If the subspace was full, no more items could be stored. Bummer, but still pretty cool. He wondered if this was like an inventory system in a game. No bags needed here, just sleek subspace rings. Futuristic much? With a thought, he activated the subspace. Whoosh! Items disappeared into thin air. Mind officially blown. Felt strange, sure, but the convenience was unbeatable. No more lugging around a heavy bag. Score. He couldn't help but imagine how awesome this would be in real life. Groceries? Just subspace them. No more plastic bags. Eco-friendly and magical. But his thoughts quickly turned to the bigger picture. The items, the martial arts. If he could take them back to reality, it'd be a game changer. Curious about the progress, he checked the interface. Were there still 0 eliminations? A quick glance at the kill log would tell him what he needed to know. There it was, the kill log, the moment of truth. Only 1 elimination so far. He had hoped to farm until just 90 people remained, but plans had to change. On the bright side, he'd scored big time. Houses searched, consumable items obtained, and even hidden weapons to complement his Black Star chi palms. Not too shabby. With his loot secured, he pondered his next move. Should he keep pushing forward or play it safe and wait for daylight? Decisions. He figured he could allocate his points wisely, just like he did today. No time to waste, right? Fewer people out at night meant less competition. Perfect for squeezing in one more stop before sunrise. Even after all that movement, he felt oddly energized. That ring of strength was seriously clutch. But despite the boost in strength, his stomach growled loudly, reminding him that even in this world, survival basics stayed the same. His stomach rumbled, and he scanned the area for any sign of food. Surely a city this big had something to eat, right? According to the map, he should be close, but where were the houses? He growled in frustration. Still no sign of those houses. As he stood there, lost in thought, he felt something behind him. He knew he had to make a decision soon, or it would be over. A loud noise echoed through the silence, making him jump. He strained his ears, trying to catch any hint of movement, but there was nothing. Had he imagined it? The silence was deafening, and he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. Then, a low growl rumbled in the distance, sending a chill down his spine. It was close. His eyes widened in horror as he realized what he was up against. A werewolf here now? This wasn't part of the plan. He couldn't believe it. This was supposed to be a PvP game, not a monster hunt. What was going on? The werewolf growled again, closer this time. He could feel its breath on his neck. He was frozen in place, his mind racing. He had to do something, and fast. He had thought this was a PvP game, not some survival horror. If he had known there would be monsters, he would have stayed put. He was still a ranker in name, after all. It would be so embarrassing if he died to a mob. He had to pull himself together. He couldn't let this monster get the best of him. He had a reputation to uphold, after all. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he spotted a house nearby. A house. Maybe he could find shelter or help there. He quickly weighed his options, knowing he needed to act fast. The house seemed like his best bet for now. With a deep breath, he was inside the house, hoping it would provide some safety from the monster. But just as he began to move, he noticed the monster changing its course. Crap! It was coming his way, and fast. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest as the monster drew nearer. What should he do? He couldn't outrun it, and fighting it head-on seemed suicidal. Panicked, he looked around desperately for any advantage or escape route, his mind racing as fast as his pulse. Observing the monster's behavior, he noticed it kept sniffing around, almost as if it was tracking something. A thought struck him. It must be searching for his scent. If so, maybe he could use that to his advantage. With a plan forming in his mind, he decided to take the initiative. He would attack first and worry about the consequences later. It was time to go all in. He moved swiftly and aimed his crossbow through the crack of the door. Silence fell as he paused, gathering his thoughts. As he shot, his heart pounded with anticipation. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. With a burst of energy, the werewolf let out a whimper. Success! The attack landed perfectly. He couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at the result. Thanks to the ring of strength, he could fire with just one hand, making his attacks swift and efficient. But the challenge wasn't over yet. He needed to deal with the last one standing. He grinned, feeling the adrenaline rush. This was it, the final showdown. With a loud growl, the other werewolf attacked. The protagonist barely dodged. He could sense the shift in the atmosphere, the calm before the storm. In that split second, time seemed to slow down. He could hear his own heartbeat echoing in his ears, a steady drumbeat counting down to the inevitable climax. A burst of frustration echoed through the air, a raw exclamation that shattered the silence. It was clear that something had gone terribly wrong. He could feel the pressure mounting, so he let off a shot, but the werewolf blocked. A sense of disbelief washed over him as he processed the situation. Was this really how it was going to end? The thought was almost too much to bear. But just as quickly as the doubt had crept in, it was replaced by a surge of determination. With a sudden burst of energy, he tapped into a hidden power, a subspace that only he could access. It was his ace in the hole, his secret weapon that he had been saving for just this moment. Channeling all of his strength and focus, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Black Star Palm. The air around him crackled with energy as he prepared to make his final stand. The room fell silent, and the werewolf had a huge hole in its chest. The silence stretched on. Who said spoons weren't dangerous? But then, the protagonist's mind raced with determination. He couldn't afford to lose, not here, not now, and certainly not to someone beneath him. The thought alone was laughable, like expecting a goldfish to outswim a shark. Jin Seowon let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was done for this time. He took a moment to process what just happened. Thankfully, he had a throwing dagger stashed away, which saved him from a humiliating defeat at the hands of the mobs. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Could it be a mob drop? He wondered. But his hopes were dashed when he found just water and jerky. He groaned, thinking he could just hunt for better food himself. He decided to check out his surroundings instead. He spotted a piece of armor, wondering if it was like the bulletproof vest from Loyal Ground. Though it seemed a bit too big for him. He pondered what to do next, the armor piece in hand. The advanced orichalcum breastplate was equipped, its power surging through him. Instantly, his resistance to fire and wind magic skyrocketed, making him feel like a walking fortress. He couldn't help but marvel at the sudden boost in his stats. It was like hitting the jackpot in a game of chance. This was not just a minor upgrade, it was a game changer, and he was here for it. He wondered if there were more treasures hidden around. His curiosity piqued. Searching around, he found something unexpected, or rather, nothing at all. It seemed like a hidden item, but it felt like cloth, which was a bit anticlimactic. The night cloak was equipped, and it was not just any ordinary cloak. Once equipped, if he stayed still in the darkness, he would blend in completely, like a ninja in the night. This was next-level stealth, and he was already imagining the possibilities. While hidden, he wouldn't be detected by magic, and the sounds he made would be suppressed completely. This was sick, he thought, feeling like a kid in a candy store. With this, he could avoid anybody he came across at night. It was the ultimate survival tool. This was the best item for staying alive, and he was ready to put it to good use. With this, he could stay alive as long as he needed, and that was a comforting thought. Comforted by the thought of his extended survival, he stumbled upon a house in the middle of nowhere. Confused but intrigued, he figured it might be a farming spot. Feeling a bit more optimistic, he mused that his luck seemed better on the second day. He continued his journey, still processing the strange encounter with the house. As he ventured further, he wondered why he hadn't seen anyone else. Maybe he had dropped into a random location, far from any civilization. Suddenly, he saw someone huffing and puffing, clearly exhausted. He couldn't help but curse his luck, though a small part of him remained curious about the strange house. Frustrated, the running man cursed again, feeling the weight of his situation. He thought about how useful some time to rest and recover would be. An apprentice like him would surely be nothing without it. Breathing heavily, he pushed forward, determined to find a way out of his predicament. To his surprise, the protagonist encountered a mage. This was the last person he expected to meet in such a remote location. Sizing up the mage, he thought the man didn't look particularly strong. If he was right, this might be his chance. Feeling a surge of confidence, he decided he could take care of the mage. With a deep breath, he prepared for the confrontation. He hesitated, questioning the reality of the situation. Was this really just a game? Why couldn't he just pull the trigger? His mind raced, conflicted. The tension hung in the air, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He was frozen, unable to act. Suddenly, fire pierced the silence. The protagonist's hesitation had cost him, and the pain was unbearable. A faint groan escaped the running man's lips, the agony overwhelming. This was not how it was supposed to go. The scream intensified, echoing through the space. The guy was in serious trouble, and it was all going downhill fast. The protagonist was stunned. Had he actually died? A gasp filled the air. The reality of the situation was sinking in, and it wasn't looking good. He pointed out the lack of a corpse, just a chest left behind. It was clear they were in a game, but the fire's origin was still a mystery. What was going on? A voice scoffed, mocking the guy who couldn't even use magic but dared to steal items. The situation was getting more intense by the second. The guy was labeled an unlucky bastard. If he had just died by the sword, he wouldn't have felt the pain of burning to death. Harsh but true. In a twist, someone walked by without noticing him. The guy couldn't believe his luck. That cloak was seriously awesome, blending him into the shadows like a pro. Just as he was feeling pretty good about his cloak, a booming voice echoed around him, declaring that whoever died should feel honored to have fallen by the hands of someone named Chiron. The voice then suggested checking out what the fallen player had dropped, adding a bit of dark humor to the situation. The reality hit hard as MC realized the person who just died was just a player like him. He could be next on Karen's hit list, and that thought sent a chill down his spine. He knew that any hesitation on his part could mean game over. Someone would take him out and climb up the ranks, leaving him in the dust. If he wanted to survive this deadly game, he needed to step up his strategy. Survival was the name of the game, and he was determined to make it out alive. Looking at the loot from the fallen player, the guy couldn't help but think that he had some pretty nice stuff. He realized that the person he had just taken out was just a player like him. He had made too much of a commotion and blamed it all on that bastard Chiron. After realizing the weight of his actions, he stood there with his crossbow, the silence almost deafening. He could feel the tension in the air, his barrier weakening with each passing moment. The pressure was getting to him, and he knew he couldn't keep this up for much longer. His thoughts raced as he realized his barrier was about to break. He was in trouble, and he knew it. This wasn't looking good for him at all. He tried to focus to sense any presence around him. He called out, his voice echoing in the empty space. Was someone there? He couldn't be sure, but he wasn't about to let his guard down. The silence continued, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Where was everyone? Why wasn't anyone responding? Frustration got the better of him. He shouted, demanding whoever was hiding to show themselves. He wasn't about to play these games anymore. He waited, his breath held, for any sign of life, but all there was an arrow. Still, there was no response. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why was he being ignored like this? A faint sound reached his ears. It was barely a whisper, but it was something. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to make out what it was. He strained to listen, but the sound was gone as quickly as it had come. He was left standing there, alone and confused, wondering what was going to happen next. S voice echoed through the silence, yelling about a barrier. Another voice, filled with frustration, shouted, demanding to know where someone was hiding. The silence returned, heavy and full of anticipation. Then, a stuttering voice broke the silence, trying to say something about escrow. A single word, flame, was uttered with a sense of urgency. But the knife stopped all that. As he tried to cast his flame, he started falling. With the finishing touch, the protagonist made his head disappear. Poof! Then, filled with triumph, exclaimed that he had won. It was a moment of victory, but the tension was still there, lingering in the air. Then a chest materializes. He thought about how annoying it would be if others saw the fire and followed him. He decided it was best to farm as fast as possible and leave. It was like he had a plan and he was sticking to it no matter what. He checked the mage's chest first, finding a good healing item. Then he obtained Escrow's necklace. It was like hitting the jackpot, and he was ready to take on whatever came next. The pure gold necklace glinted, signifying membership in Escrow's magic society. It was a badge of honor, a symbol of power. But alas, it turned out to be a trash item with no properties. A total bummer, so he decided to stash it away. Suddenly, something caught his eye. What was that glinting over there? He had obtained a circle stone. It looked mysterious and powerful. The stone seemed to hum with energy, waiting to be used. It enabled the user to engrave a circle around their heart, allowing them to use mana. This was the real deal. Once used, he could learn the magic of that circle. It was like finding a cheat code for magic. He couldn't believe it. Becoming a mage just like that? It seemed too good to be true. If only he had the time to use this. An apprentice bastard like that would be nothing. So that's why he said that. He felt a pang of guilt but pushed it aside. He was sorry, but he would put it to good use in his stead. He decided to put the rest in his inventory and check it out in a safer spot. It was time to move. He needed to find a place where he could use the circle stone. The hunt was on. Suddenly, he spotted a place that looked good. It was secluded and safe, perfect for what he needed to do. He wondered if he should use the circle stone in this secluded spot he found. Deciding to go for it, he confirmed his choice with enthusiasm. But then a warning popped up, saying that using the circle stone would leave him motionless for 3 whole hours. Not only that, but he wouldn't be able to do anything else or use any other items during that time. And as if that wasn't enough, he might even feel some pain as the circle formed. Talk about a package deal. The pain hit like a truck, and all he could do was groan in agony. He tried to tough it out, suppressing the screams that wanted to escape, and spent the next 3 hours in intense pain. Definitely not the slight pain he was promised. After what felt like an eternity, he thought it was finally over. A slight pain, yeah right? He felt like he had been through the ringer. Learning a martial art was one thing, but magic? That was a whole different beast. He couldn't help but check his status after that ordeal. Turns out, he could now have 2 jobs at once. And to top it off, he even had a mana stat now. Silver linings, right? He realized that since 2 of their companions didn't make it, the number of survivors should have gone down too. The word survivors hit him hard. Was it even possible for the number to drop that much? He couldn't wrap his head around it. He were shocked to see the number had dropped by that much. It was a harsh reality check. Just as he were processing the shock, a name echoed through the air, Nam Sagwang. The atmosphere shifted as desperate pleas filled the space. Someone was being chased and they were not having a good time. The chase continued, the sound of heavy breathing and frantic footsteps filling the air. The pursuer was relentless, and the poor soul being chased was clearly running out of steam. A frustrated groan escaped the fleeing figure. Their energy was clearly waning. The chased individual let out a sigh of resignation, desperately pleading to just make it into the top 90. The stakes were high, and they were not ready to give up just yet. The plea became more desperate. The individual was begging not to be eliminated, his voice echoing with raw emotion. The chase reached a fever pitch, the individual's pleas becoming more frantic, his voice cracking with desperation. A brief moment of silence fell, and blood splattered. Then, a voice rang out, declaring that all the participants would now know something, leaving everyone in suspense. What was about to be revealed? The suspense hung heavy in the air. Like a group chat on read, everyone was waiting for the next big reveal. Silence stretched on, the kind that makes you check your phone to see if time has actually stopped. But the moment of truth was just around the corner. As the silence broke, a new day dawned on Cloyd's survival challenge, day 3 to be exact. The kind of day that makes you wonder if Monday could actually feel worse. The air was thick with tension, the kind that makes you question every rustle in the bushes. A wave of disbelief crashed over the scene. 54 people gone in a single night, like a bad episode of a reality show gone wrong. The name Nam Sagwang echoed in the air, sending a chill down spines. The last person anyone wanted to bump into, like running into your ex at a coffee shop. A glimmer of hope sparked as the realization hit. If this pace kept up, cracking the top 10 just might be possible, like finding the last slice of pizza at a party. The mind wandered to the rewards announced before the start. Money and items were a given, but the real dream was taking those hard-earned skills and loot back to the real world, like leveling up in a video game and keeping the perks. A sigh escaped, the kind that comes with the realization that a killer was on the loose. Meanwhile, there they were, getting ahead of themselves like planning a vacation during finals week. The urgency kicked in. It was time to finish up and start moving, like realizing you've been binge-watching a show and it's already past midnight. A surge of power coursed through, the kind that makes you wonder if you've just discovered superpowers. Could this be mana, like finding out you've been a wizard all along? A memory surfaced, the magic book found while looting the day before, like finding a cheat code in the most unexpected place. The magic book revealed its secret, a spell called Wind Ball. It was like unlocking a new skill in a game, except this one could create wind spheres, and the more power one had, the more spheres they could summon. Talk about leveling up. A sense of confirmation washed over, as if everything was falling into place. This was the upgrade needed, the power-up that would change the game. But then, a sudden shift. Something was happening, something unexpected. Confusion set in as the magic book started doing its thing, directly implanting the spell into the mind. No tutorials, no loading screens, just straight-up brain download. Wild. The incantation began to form, words taking shape as the magic took hold. It was like the spell was writing itself. With a sudden burst of energy, the spell was cast. Wind Ball was unleashed, like executing a perfect combo move for the first time. There was a moment of silence, a pause as the dust settled. The aftermath of the spell was almost anticlimactic. A thought crept in, wondering if that was all there was to it. Maybe the spell was more of a basic attack than a special move. But then, a realization began to dawn. There was more to this spell than initially met the eye. The power of the Wind Ball was subtle but undeniable. It was like discovering a hidden mechanic in a game, one that could turn the tide of battle. As the wind swirled around, it became clear that this spell was more than just a simple trick. It had potential, real potential. The Wind Ball was stronger than it looked, a hidden gem in the arsenal. It was going to come in handy, no doubt about it. The Wind Ball was stronger than it looked, a hidden gem in the arsenal. It was going to come in handy, no doubt about it. But suddenly, a wave of exhaustion hit like a truck out of nowhere, leaving him wondering why he felt so drained all of a sudden. Time ticked by, and the restricted zone started showing up on the map, slowly but surely shrinking in size. Sticking to the edges of the boundary seemed like the best plan for farming, at least for now. With half the players gone, the odds of running into someone else had to be lower, right? Either way, farming needed to happen fast before the restricted zone shrank even more. Something about this situation was intriguing, almost like a plot twist no one saw coming. Half a day later, memories of houses spotted on the map around this area started to resurface. Half a day later, memories of houses spotted on the map around this area started to resurface. But the silence was almost eerie, like that awkward pause when you think someone's about to jump out and yell, "Surprise!" But nothing happens. Then, a faint sound broke the quiet. It was so subtle, almost like a whisper of the wind, but it was enough to make the hairs on the back of the neck stand up. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed through the area, like nature itself was shouting "wind ball," and everyone was just supposed to know what that meant. The wind struck with such force, it felt like a battle cry echoing through the empty space. It was dramatic, to say the least. In the aftermath, there was a moment of confusion. Was it just the wind playing tricks? Or was there something more to it? The uncertainty hung in the air like a suspenseful cliffhanger. The feeling of an unseen presence lingered. Like when you swear someone's watching you but you turn around and there's nothing there. Spooky, right? The silence returned, but it was different now. It was heavier, filled with unanswered questions and a sense of anticipation. Moments ticked by, each one stretching longer than the last. Then, out of nowhere, a realization hit. There was an injured person nearby, and they needed help. The urgency of the situation snapped everything into focus. The discovery of an injured person shifted the mood instantly. It was like going from a suspenseful horror flick to an intense medical drama in the blink of an eye. The mood shifted again as he considered the injured person's strength, noting that survival in such a place meant they were no pushover. A dark thought crossed his mind about taking advantage of the situation, maybe even looting some good items. Yikes, talk about a moral dilemma. But just as quickly, survival instincts kicked in. Nah, it wasn't worth the risk. Better to leave and live to fight another day. With that, the protagonist vanished, leaving the injured person alone and vulnerable. The injured person cautiously emerged from hiding, wondering if the threat had truly passed. The tension was palpable, like waiting for the final jump scare in a horror movie. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. Phew, that was close. Quick thinking had saved the day, or at least the moment. But the injured person couldn't help but think about what could have been. If not for his injuries, he would have taken care of the threat easily. Talk about a plot twist. Shaking off the what-ifs, the injured person decided to focus on the task at hand. Loot quickly and leave. No time to waste. But as he searched, disappointment set in. God damn it. It seemed luck wasn't on his side today. Just as disappointment began to sink in, a voice called out, thanking them for arriving so quickly. Maybe his luck was about to change. The MC continued, explaining that he would farm quickly and head to the edges of the restricted zone. It seemed like a plan was already in motion. A compliment followed, noting his apparent skill. It was a small boost of confidence in an otherwise tense situation. A guard was mentioned, and the atmosphere shifted. Who was this person and what did they want? The voice reassured him, saying there was no need to be scared. He just wanted to ask a few questions. But who was this mysterious figure? The figure asked if he would know who he was, hinting at a shared past. They all came from different lives, after all. The protagonist pondered this, realizing that this person was different from everyone else he had met so far. The figure asked if he had participated in this kind of play before. What did he mean by that? Confusion set in as the protagonist wondered what was meant by play. The figure explained that they had been watching them for a while and noticed how quickly they adapted. He was sure the protagonist already knew that this wasn't real. The protagonist was taken aback. How long had he been watched? It was his first time being brought here, but he had played a similar game in the world he came from. The protagonist wondered if the game they mentioned was similar to what they knew. It was clear that the person he was talking to wasn't from the same world, which made the whole situation even more intriguing. As the sky darkened, the MC realized it was already the third day in this strange place. Time seemed to be flying, or maybe it was just the weirdness of the situation making it feel that way. Their gaze shifted to the moon, which seemed unusually large. They wondered if the moon in their world was as big as the one they were seeing now, realizing they had never paid much attention to it before. The other person confirmed that the moon here was indeed bigger. It was smaller in their world as well, which made the protagonist ponder the differences between their worlds even more. Curiosity got the better of them, and they asked about the game mentioned earlier. However, they quickly realized that their current location might not be the safest place for a lengthy conversation, given the potential for ambushes. Suggesting a change of scenery for their chat, the protagonist hesitated, voicing concerns about trusting someone they barely knew. The other person reassured them, but the tension was palpable. The other person reminded them of the importance of staying quiet, a crucial tip for survival in this unfamiliar world. He added that making a sound could easily turn them into a target, emphasizing the need for stealth and caution in their current environment. Just as they tried to stay quiet, MC groan echoed through the space, breaking the silence and probably announcing their presence to anyone nearby. The groan seemed to have caught someone's attention, but the source remained unseen, leaving an eerie tension in the air. Silence lingered for a moment longer, the anticipation building up like a buffering cymbal. A voice broke through, teasing about playing with dolls in a virtual space and calling their world magical. It was clear this mysterious figure had been watching them, even mentioning being brought to the top of a tree. The person stammered, trying to explain that their world was one of advanced civilization. The voice found it impressive how quickly he had adapted to this new environment. Meanwhile, the MC was internally freaking out, wondering just how long they had been under surveillance. The voice revealed it had been with them from the start, casually dropping a "my mind," as if it was the most normal thing to say, which, spoiler alert, it wasn't. It went on to explain that it had planned to enjoy some fresh air on the high mountains for the next 100 days but got curious about their actions. It assured him it meant no harm and was just there to satisfy its curiosity about why he was brought to this place. The MC admitted he didn't know why he were there either, but pointed out that the voice had mentioned something similar existing in their world. The conversation was getting weirder by the second, and it was clear this was going to be a long day. The conversation took a turn as the MC explained that this was all just a game, meant for fun and not real death. It then started rambling about the motives of supernatural beings abducting people from other worlds. The voice declared there was only one way to find out more, leaving MC to ponder silently. The voice suggested that this game could be a huge opportunity for someone, sparking curiosity about what kind of opportunity it could be. The elder reassured that dying in this game didn't mean real death. Instead, players would be ranked and rewarded with items they obtained in the game. The person wondered if the voice meant the items on their body. The voice clarified that it included skills and martial arts learned in the game, though there was no evidence yet. The voice found magic interesting and suggested that all of this could be an opportunity. It mentioned that while the person might not need these abilities, others struggling in life could greatly benefit from them. The person questioned why the voice thought their life was without struggles. The MC assumed the person was a martial arts master with followers in their world. It compared this to someone like itself who had no real use in the world, emphasizing the opportunity for struggling people. The voice laughed loudly, finding the MC words interesting. The MC shushed the voice, telling it not to be so loud. The voice noticed the person hovering their fingers in the air and asked what that was about. It then realized the MC didn't know how to turn on the map. Sharing tips and tricks about this world and listening to stories about his world, the night flew by faster than a TikTok scroll. Before they knew it, the first light of dawn was already peeking through. Morning had arrived, and it was time to face the day. The sun was up and so were they, ready or not. Feeling like that chatty elder sibling who just wouldn't let you get a word in, he worried he might have taken up too much of the other's time. But the other person quickly waved off the concern, insisting it was no bother at all. Sticking with this person seemed like the best survival strategy, and honestly the stories were pretty lit. He had genuinely enjoyed hearing about this world. Having learned so much, he felt a bit indebted. He wondered if there was anything he could do to return the favor, and the other person seemed intrigued by the offer. Popping the question, he asked if it was possible to learn some martial arts. Survival was the goal, and he needed all the help he could get to make it to the end. The request hung in the air, a moment of silence as the other person considered it. The weight of the question lingered, the anticipation building. Finally, the response came. It wasn't impossible, but there was a catch. He had to be prepared for the worst. And by the worst, he meant the absolute worst. The Grim Reaper kind of worst. Death was on the table, and the question was he ready to risk it all? The ball was in his court, and the choice was his to make. Death was literally on the line, and the choice was his to make. To succeed outside the traditional means would come at a cost, a hefty price that could change everything. Was he prepared for that? The elder's words echoed in his mind, but doubts still lingered. People don't just die here, he thought, a glimmer of hope sparking in his mind. If that was the case, then maybe, just maybe, there was a way for him to get stronger. It was worth a shot, right? But what should he do first? The elder suggested checking his inner energy, whatever that meant. As he tried to understand what was going on, the elder told him to check his inner energy. What in the world was that supposed to mean? The results were in, and let's just say they weren't great. His inner energy was apparently lacking, like a lot. It was even less than the elder's house dog, which, ouch. He tried to explain that in his world, There was no such thing as martial arts or inner energy. But the elder wasn't having any of that. For now, he just needed to sit in the lotus position and figure this whole mess out. As he settled into the lotus position, the elder braced himself for whatever was coming next. Little did he know, the universe had a whole new level of chaos ready to drop in his lap. Elder echoed in his mind, warning him of unbearable pain that would leave him paralyzed. The MC couldn't help but wonder, what kind of cosmic joke was this? The elder was back with another gem. Endure it, or else. Failure wasn't an option, apparently, because the alternative was, well, permanent timeout. Great, just great. Silence fell again, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He couldn't move, couldn't escape, and now he had to endure pain like never before. This was so not how he planned his day to go. He took a deep breath, trying to center himself. Maybe this was some kind of test, a trial by fire, or in this case by excruciating pain. Either way, he had to hold on. The MC steeled his resolve. If this was what it took, then so be it. He'd endured worse, right? At least, that's what he told himself as he prepared for the agony ahead. The MC braced himself, knowing the pain was coming. He had made his choice, and now he had to live with it. Easy peasy, right? The room was silent, the air thick with anticipation. The elder waited, his heart pounding in his chest. Every second felt like an eternity. The MC mind raced, wondering what was happening to his body. Then suddenly it was over. The MC let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. His body felt different, lighter somehow. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something had changed. He tried to stand, his legs wobbling beneath him. It was like he was learning to walk all over again. Elder voice echoed in his mind, stating that it was done. The elder couldn't help but let out a groan, the pain subsiding but the memory still fresh. He continued, explaining that his body wasn't bad, and that he had an innate disposition. The MC couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yeah, he got it. Elder went on, saying that since it had fixed the flow of the chi, his body would be different from before. The MC couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. This was what he wanted, right? He asked what he should do now. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. He wanted to get strong as quickly as possible, and he was ready to do whatever it took. Elder explained that it had pushed his soul a bit away and created an inspiratory gate in that space. The elder couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was really happening. The MC was told that humans naturally absorb the world's energy just by breathing. But now, thanks to this new gate, he could take in extra energy not just through breathing. The MC wondered what this really changed. He explained that people are made up of body, mind, and soul, all held together by life energy. The MC listened intently, trying to grasp the significance. Curious, the MC asked what happens to that life energy when someone dies. It would just disappear, right? He thought he had it all figured out. Wrong. The elder corrected him, leaving the MC taken aback. He clarified that life energy doesn't just vanish, it scatters. The MC was starting to realize how much he didn't know. The scattered life energy gets absorbed by nature, keeping the life cycle going. But some people see this natural process as a total waste. Some even go as far as murdering to absorb others' life energy. But those who fill their bodies with others' life energy end up in an unstable state. The technique passed on to the elder lets him absorb scattered life energy like them, boosting his inner energy. The elder was starting to see the bigger picture. The MC panicked, thinking he might really die then. But the elder reassured him that he was different. Unlike others who reconstruct their veins to create a gate, he had used his soul for it. The MC felt a mix of relief and apprehension. The elder explained that the MC had no inner energy, like a blank sheet. It had tweaked his veins to absorb life chi harmoniously. The elder asked if he understood why it had given him a mind technique that was forbidden in Zhongyuan. The MC caught on quickly, realizing it was because of the game's setting. The elder appreciated his quick understanding. He mentioned it had felt something the day before. In places where people died, there was life chi left behind. He pointed out that the biggest issue with this mind technique was that one could only greatly succeed through murder. But in this game, that was not an issue. To survive, the MC could eliminate others. By the end of 100 days, he would have reached quite a level. The elder said it was time for them to part ways but expressed a desire to see the elder again. The MC panicked and called out for the voice to wait. He pleaded, asking for the elder's name as a token of gratitude for all the help he had received. Elder revealed his name was Jang Ochin, also known as the Deep Valley Standing King. He was the master of the mind called the White Martial Physique Arts. The MC thanked Jang, vowing never to forget this grace. Jang reminded him to get used to breathing deeply, accumulating inner energy through concentrating on his dantian to slowly get stronger. A map was mentioned, and the convenience of it all was noted with a hint of sarcasm. Zhang promised to return when the time was right, and the MC acknowledged it with a sense of anticipation. Silence fell as the MC pondered the encounter, the weight of the moment lingering in the air. Just like that, the elder vanished, leaving the MC alone with his thoughts and a newfound determination. He mused about the benefits of mastering Qigong, imagining the ease of movement it would bring. He decided to stick to the plan and head towards the outskirts of the limited area, one step at a time. Recalling how swiftly he was abducted to the center of the limited area, the elder couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Yet, the journey back on foot was anything but swift, taking what felt like forever, half a day to be exact. As night fell, a lantern caught his eye, its light piercing the darkness. He wondered if the house was empty or if it was just a newbie who didn't know how to turn the lights off. Either way, he was determined to find out that very night. He cautiously approached the house, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious darkness inside. The anticipation was killing him as he wondered what he might find. As he stepped closer, he noticed the front door slightly ajar, which only added to his intrigue. This was getting juicier by the second. With a deep breath, he pushed the door open, revealing a dimly lit interior. His eyes scanned the room, taking in every detail. His heart raced as he spotted something glinting in the corner. Could this be the jackpot he was hoping for? His instincts were spot on. It was indeed time to farm. He couldn't believe his luck as he prepared to gather the loot. But as he rummaged through the items, his excitement quickly turned to disappointment. This was total bull. He groaned in frustration, finding only useless items like a small healing scroll and some jerky. This was a complete waste of time. He couldn't help but feel a bit salty about the whole situation. All that build-up for nothing. To add to his misery, he realized he hadn't slept at all the previous night. He had spent the entire night talking to the elder, and now he was feeling the consequences. With a heavy sigh, he decided it was time to call it a day. He needed some serious shut-eye to recover from this roller coaster of emotions. As he trudged back home, he couldn't shake off the feeling of disappointment. This adventure had been a total bust. But he knew that every failure was a lesson learned. He would come back stronger and more prepared next time. As he finally lay down to sleep, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the day. At least he had a good story to tell. Morning light crept in, and with it, the promise of a new day. But sleep still clung to him, heavy and sweet. Stretching out, he couldn't help but feel like he was missing something. The house felt different, almost alive. Something was off. The air hummed with an energy that didn't belong in an empty house. His instincts were tingling, and he knew he had to check it out. He shook off the last bits of sleep, his curiosity now fully piqued. No way was he going back to bed with a mystery to solve. Glancing at the window, he realized the sun was already high. He had slept in way past his usual wake-up time, like a total sloth. But hey, he had earned it. The day before had been a wild ride, and he was still riding the wave of exhaustion. With a deep sigh, he flopped back onto the bed. Finally, a moment of peace, or so he thought. But the nagging feeling wouldn't leave him alone. His gut was screaming that something wasn't right. He sat up and pointed his crossbow. He fired his crossbow. Little did he know, the man sliced the arrow into two. Just as he thought things couldn't get any wilder, a martial artist showed up. Seriously, what were the odds? He couldn't help but groan at the sheer annoyance of it all. The protagonist uses star chi palm and throws knives. One of the knives hits the man. The atmosphere was so tense, it was like waiting for a pot of water to boil. You just knew something was about to go down. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was all over. The martial artist was down for the count, and our guy was left standing there trying to process what just happened. He let out a groan, realizing that this was far from over. It seemed like the universe had a sick sense of humor today. Out of nowhere, MC piped up, complaining about a ruined nap. And then, in a sudden shift, the man begged for mercy, promising to do anything. The pleading continued, with the man offering everything it had. The desperation was real, and you couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. But hey, at least it wasn't boring. Our guy stood there, taking it all in, ready for whatever crazy thing would happen next. Just when he thought things couldn't get any wilder, an arrow came flying out of nowhere, heading straight for him. Classic, right? But plot twist, he couldn't dodge it. Like, at all. The arrow had his name on it, and there was zero escaping this one. The moment hung heavy, like that awkward pause when you realize you've just sent a text to the wrong group chat. Silence stretched on, but something was brewing beneath the surface, like a meme waiting to go viral. Then it hit him, the thing Elder Jang Dokian had been going on about. You know, that one thing everyone ignores until it's suddenly relevant. The pieces were starting to click. like when you finally understand a meme after seeing it for the 100th time. Life Chi, it was like discovering a hidden stat in a video game, something that had been there all along but you never noticed. The air was thick with anticipation, like waiting for the Wi-Fi to reconnect during an intense gaming session. His body was buzzing with strength, like he'd just chugged 3 energy drinks in a row. Was this what they called inner energy? Felt like unlocking a new level in life. Even though he had absorbed only one person's life chi, his body felt lighter than ever, like he had just switched from a brick-like school laptop to a sleek ultrabook. Strength surged through him, and he was ready to take on whatever came next. A status window popped up, like when you finally check your phone after ignoring it for hours. It was time to see what was really going on. There it was, a separate stat regarding life chi. It was like finding a hidden Easter egg in a game, something that changes everything. The elder had truly outdone himself this time, handing over something incredible. It wasn't just about racking up kills to gather life chi anymore. There were other ways to explore now. Curiosity struck about how many were still in the game, and there it was, the player count. 0. That was unexpected. Wait, that couldn't be right. Only 24 players left, and it was just day 5? That was rough. The numbers were not adding up. Something was off. A notification popped up. Someone had just died. That was not good. Silence fell, the weight of the situation sinking in. A name started to appear, but it was cut off. Nam Sagwang, the name echoed in the mind, but it was too late. The realization hit hard, another one gone. There was a moment of frustration, thinking about the strength of the opponent and the mess that was made for nothing. The question lingered, how many had been taken down already, and when would this end? The player count was checked again, hoping for a different outcome. The count was checked again and disbelief set in. 22 players still remained, a number that seemed way too high. The frustration was palpable, almost like a glitch in the system. Scanning through the names, one stood out. Jin Seowon, a name that had been noticed earlier. It seemed like he was someone to keep an eye on. Nam Sagwang's name sent a chill down the spine. He was clearly dominating with the highest kills. The strategy was clear: avoid him at all costs. Even beating a small fry was a struggle. Comparing oneself to Nam Sagwang's impressive 73 kills out of 37 matches seemed like a distant dream. Time was ticking, and the restricted zone was shrinking. Farming needed to be finished before it was too late. Looting Orong's chest. The only valuable item was a refined troll's potion. The rest were just trash items. But then again, if Orong had something truly valuable, he wouldn't have been taken down so easily. The plan was set: hide, survive, and wait until the number of players dropped significantly. 1 week later, the game had changed dramatically. A sense of luck washed over, realizing how fortunate the early game had been. It was a mix of relief and gratitude, knowing that things could have gone much differently. But let's be real, the loot game was weak. Mostly hiding, and the gear scored was total trash. Just as the thought of being someone's meal for the day crossed the mind, a sigh of relief came. At least staying near the forest borders kept enemies at bay. Day 12 of survival, and the jerk diet was getting old fast. Silence fell, the weight of the situation sinking in. Only 20 players left, the competition was getting real. A sharp pain shot through, a reminder that survival wasn't going to be easy. Movement seemed impossible, and the kill log was just a highlight reel of one player, Nam Sagwang, dominating everyone. Everyone else was playing it safe, just like our protagonist. Suddenly, a noise broke the silence, a sign that something was about to go down. A fight was happening nearby, the tension rising with each passing second. A voice rang out, demanding to know who the heck was there. The confrontation was inevitable. A chorus of voices declared their united goal to take him down, warning Nam Sagwang that there was no way for him to win and that he should just die quietly. Nam Sagwang seemed unfazed, even thankful, as he realized that all of them had teamed up just to take down one kid, saving him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. He challenged them, asking if they were prepared to suffer the same fate they intended for him, vowing to make them realize the true meaning of their actions. A tense silence filled the air as both sides prepared for the inevitable clash. Suddenly, the opponents charged, determined not to let Nam Sagwang escape. In a flash, Nam Sagwang struck, landing the first hit. The battle had begun, and the tension was palpable as both sides clashed with everything they had. The battle took a sudden turn, leaving everyone in shock. One fighter's unexpected move had everyone questioning how it even happened. The countdown had begun, and the tension was rising. 2. The crowd held their breath, waiting for what would come next. Silence fell over the battlefield, a brief moment of calm before the storm that was about to unleash. This wasn't just a battle. It was something far more intense, far more brutal than anyone could have anticipated. It was a one-sided massacre. The sheer dominance on display left everyone in awe and disbelief. The kill log told the story perfectly. Nam Sagwang was on a roll, seemingly bound to win the game unless something unexpected happened. The crowd was silent, the weight of the moment hanging heavy in the air as they processed the sheer dominance on display. This fighter was on another level. The MC couldn't help but wonder if he was insane, pulling off 9 kills at once. Was he even human, or was he hacking the game? Breathing heavily, the victor stood amidst the chaos, brushing off the competition as if they were nothing. The sheer power on display left everyone in awe. Despite the victory, the stench of blood lingering in the air was far from pleasant. The victor couldn't help but wonder why the defeated screamed so much, as if resisting was an option. Shaking off the thought, the focus shifted to finding a place to wash up because blood is not a good look. The scene changed, and the atmosphere grew tense with anticipation. A mysterious object caught the eye, and curiosity piqued as the gaze locked onto it. It was Elizabeth's staff, a relic of power and memories, sparking a mix of emotions. A vow was made, swearing in the name of something sacred, to avenge whatever had transpired. The focus shifted again, and the reality of the situation set in. 11 people left, and the stakes were higher than ever. Hanging in there a bit longer meant securing a spot in the top 10, a goal within reach if determination held strong. But after witnessing the chaos earlier, it was clear that surviving against a raid boss of that caliber would require some seriously good items. Time to gear up. But here's the catch, by tomorrow morning, that mansion would probably be outside the safe zone. It was the last spot for a proper farming run, and they weren't about to miss out on that. The place was a total mess. But hey, beggars can't be choosers, right? Wow, the mansion was extravagant, like seriously over the top. They stumbled upon a royal guard's armor, but it required 110 strength. Nope, not happening. Jin Seowon's strength was only 30. Picking it up would just weigh them down, and ain't nobody got time for that. They felt like there should be more stuff, like where was the good loot at? Then, bam, an elixir. Could this really give inner energy without absorbing life chi? This mansion was turning out to be the stash for the good stuff after all. Haha. A prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to use the item. But he was already hyped about something else. Turns out, he had also snagged a martial arts manual. Score. Though, just like with that circle stone skill, using the elixir meant he had to sit tight for 3 whole hours to absorb it. Ugh, the grind never ends. With a sigh, he braces himself for the wait. 3 hours, here we go. After what felt like forever, he spots a cellar. Probably hiding something good inside, right? No time to waste, let's check it out. He steps closer, and a massive explosion. He looks back, and the explosion heading towards him. Ah, what was that? What in the world? His eyes widen as he takes in the sight before him. This was not what he expected. Oh, something was off, and he could feel it. He had been so sure that no one had followed him. Yet here he was, questioning everything. The confusion was real, and the plot was thickening. A sudden realization hit him like a ton of bricks. His eyes widened as the pieces started to fall into place. It was that guy from the waiting room, the one he thought he had left behind. Talk about an unwanted reunion. Escrow seemed impressed, acknowledging his survival against all odds. It wasn't just luck that had kept him alive through all the chaos. The tension spiked as Escrow mentioned Nam Sagwang. Confusion and frustration were evident as he tried to make sense of the situation. The threat was clear. If he could just silence him, it would all be over. But was it really that simple? The challenge was laid down. If he had a problem, he should come at him directly instead of wasting time. The chase was on. It was a test of endurance now, seeing how long he could keep running. Spoiler alert, he wasn't planning on stopping anytime soon. With a defiant glare, he shot back the challenge. Right back at you, buddy. This was far from over. The tension spiked as the revelation hit. Nam Sagwang, the one on a rampage, was just a kid? No way. The mind struggled to process that curveball. The atmosphere shifted as the reality of the situation set in. Abrat. Really? The tension was already thick. But now it was getting personal. Someone wasn't happy about the whole situation and made sure to let it be known, challenging the kid to back up his words with actions. Suddenly, a voice boomed, commanding attention. Escrow, master of spells, was about to show what he was made of. With a dramatic flair, he unleashed his signature move, Escrow-style lightning, setting the stage for a showdown. What a corny guy. The air crackled with energy as the lightning strike illuminated the scene. A brief pause hung in the air, the calm before the storm. Escrow wasn't letting up, pushing for a direct confrontation. He wanted to see if the kid could face him head-on, just like he did against Elizabeth. Whispers of admiration spread through the crowd. This kid wasn't all talk, he had skills that even impressed those from Zhongyuan. Some of his moves were truly spine-chilling, leaving everyone in awe and wondering what he would do next. Just as the crowd was hyped up, a sudden outburst of rage echoed through the room. Someone clearly wasn't happy about the turn of events. The anger escalated quickly, with a threat to end the kid's winning streak with a move. Drama alert, things just got real. The lightning storm shot from all sides. A gasp filled the air, the lightning almost hitting him. The kid's victory seemed to hang in the balance, dodging effortlessly, leaving everyone wondering if the tide was about to turn. Nam launches into the air, avoiding any hit. The tension was real, but so was the confusion. The kid's victory was still up in the air, literally. His voice boomed out, claiming that whatever had just happened wasn't enough to break his barrier. Drama alert. Escrow wasn't having it and shouted back, telling him to just die already. Yikes, someone's got a short fuse. The tension was through the roof and Nam was cut into two. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Huh? Everything went quiet again. The calm before the storm, maybe? People were exchanging glances, trying to figure out what was going on. It was like a really intense game of telepathic telephone. Escrow spoke up, accusing Nam of casting an illusion. Plot twist. Anyone? A hint of confusion hanging in the air as everyone processed the accusation. Suddenly, chaos erupted as MC noticed the rain pouring outside. Was this the mage's doing? The crowd buzzed with fear and awe. Realizing his power went beyond combat, he could apparently control the weather too. Talk about overpowered. Meanwhile, the mage himself seemed unfazed, calmly noting that his target had fled far out of his detection range. Back in the fray, Escrow was fuming, vowing loudly to catch and kill Nam, no matter what. Breathing heavily, Nam pushed himself to keep going, the sheer determination keeping him on his feet. He admitted, the mage had gotten the best of him this time, but he wasn't about to let that slide. Next time, he swore it would be different. The mage's fate was already sealed in his mind. For now, though, he had to retreat and recover. The battle might be over, but the war was far from it. Escrow scanned the area for any sign of Nam Sagwang, but the guy was a ghost. Thanks to some next-level ninja gear, he stayed hidden and lived to fight another day. Plot twist, sometimes the best hiding spots are right under your nose. Escrow and Nam Sagwang wouldn't think to look here, giving him the perfect chance to catch his breath. And then, eureka! He stumbled upon something that looked way too interesting to ignore. Was it a high-security safe guarding something priceless? Or maybe a full-on dungeon hiding treasure? Either way, this was about to get exciting. The entrance stretched deep into the darkness, and he couldn't help but wonder what was waiting for him down there. No footprints, no signs of life, just an untouched mystery. Time to make a move and step inside. Glow-up time. Snagging that lantern from the farmhouse yesterday was a total win. Now he could actually see where he was going. The light flickered, casting long shadows as he ventured deeper into the unknown. But then reality hit. Was this just a glorified pantry? The suspense was killing him. The place was a total letdown, with barely any spots to farm anything useful. He couldn't believe his luck. If this was just a food stash, it was a complete waste of time. What was he supposed to do now? Then it hit him. He had been surviving on nothing but bland jerky since he arrived. Maybe this food stash wasn't so bad after all. An hour later, with a satisfied sigh, he leaned back, feeling much better. That meal was exactly what he needed. Though he couldn't help but think how perfect it would have been with a side of white rice. Still, it was a solid meal. Maybe now was the time to start on that elixir he had been holding on to. Wait, there was something else, an old martial arts manual. It was called The Unrestrained Fist, developed by some guy named Manpeja in his later years. The manual claimed it was an unbeatable martial art, crafted with a lifetime of combat experience. But then he read the fine print. The guy had a record of 1,429 matches and 1,429 losses. Yeah, no surprise this art was lost to time with no disciples to carry it on. Of course, he would end up with something like this. Typical. Well, it was probably still better than knowing nothing at all. He'd think about that later. First things first, it was time to drink that elixir. But how? Do I just chug it? He hesitated for a second, remembering the pain from activating the circle stone. But the thought of getting stronger pushed him forward. Without another thought, he downed it. The moment the potion was consumed, a surge of energy flooded through him, igniting his dantian with an intensity he had never experienced before. The sheer volume of inner energy coursing through him was beyond anything he had absorbed in the past, and it was almost overwhelming. Suddenly, he found himself drenched in sweat, his body feeling heavy and sluggish, as if every movement required an immense effort. This was going to be a long 3 hours. 3 hours later, the effects finally began to subside. He cautiously tested his limbs, wondering if the ordeal was truly over. Even though he had been still for what felt like an eternity, he felt exhausted, as if he had run a marathon without moving an inch. Reflecting on the past week, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Hiding in the forest, unnoticed during the epic clash between an archmage and Nam Sagwang, was no small feat. He had survived, and that was something to celebrate. As he continued his journey, the days blurred together, each one bringing new challenges and triumphs. By day 13, he had settled into a rhythm, his survival skills sharpened by necessity. Every moment was a test, but he was determined to push forward, no matter what obstacles lay ahead. The forest was vast and unforgiving, but he was learning to navigate its dangers with growing confidence. Each day brought him closer to his goal, and he was ready to face whatever came next. As he ventured further, he found himself near the restricted zone, just as expected. The player count was dwindling, and the tension was rising. This was going to be intense. The thought crossed his mind that someone might have met their end during the night. The game was getting serious, and the stakes were higher than ever. What in the world was going on? The situation was getting crazier by the minute. He couldn't help but wonder how someone could have possibly taken themselves out of the game. It was a mystery that needed solving. Unless, of course, they tried some ridiculous training method just because there was no risk involved. Some people would do anything for an edge, no matter how absurd. If that wasn't the case, then he was stumped. Making it to the top 10 was great, but doing so under these circumstances left a bitter taste in his mouth. The map was shrinking and the pressure was on. He couldn't afford to get caught in the restricted zone, not when he had come this far. He needed to put some distance between himself and the danger zone, and fast. The clock was ticking, and the game was far from over. He wasn't about to ditch the playbook that had kept him breathing this long. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Sure, he might not have been the most skilled guy in the room, but playing it smart had gotten him this far. No reason to change tactics now. A smirk crept across his face as he plotted his next move, confidence building with each passing second. But just as he was about to make his move, something unexpected happened. A massive fireball appeared out of nowhere, leaving him stunned. Who even had the power to summon something like that? He was buzzing with shock and disbelief. This was not part of the plan. Amidst the chaos, a realization began to dawn on him. There was only one person who could pull off something this wild. It had to be Escrow, the one person crazy enough to make an entrance like this. He sensed someone through his detection spell, so he thought it was Nam Sagwang, but instead, a new face appeared before him. Caught up in the thrill of his newfound internal energy, he moved swiftly, but his excitement led him straight into this guy. Classic case of moving too fast and not watching where he was going. He decided to ask the MC if he knew where someone named Nam Sagwang was, hoping for a lead. The protagonist's response wasn't what he expected. The tension rose as his demeanor shifted. Escrow made it clear that if he didn't know where Nam Sagwang was, things were about to take a dark turn. The threat hung in the air, leaving him in a tight spot. Escrow doubled down, stating that his life was only worth sparing if he could cough up Nam Sagwang's whereabouts. Otherwise, it was game over, no second chances, because letting him walk would just be a hassle. Dude was like, hold up, we just met, what kind of twisted logic was this? How on earth was he supposed to know anything about Nam Sagwang? The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Turns out, Escrow had just assumed he was connected to someone from the same region. Wrong guess? Well, that meant curtains for him, because something was flying from above. Nam nearly close to Escrow. Suddenly, someone else crashed the party, and the vibe went from bad to worse. Nam was like, yeah, I'm good, fully recharged, but you're looking a little low on mana. Where did this guy even come from? Things escalated fast. He wasn't here to chat, he came ready to throw hands. For a second, it was like everyone froze, waiting to see what would happen next. Escrow wasn't impressed. A weak attack like that? Please, he wasn't even gonna feel it. Suddenly, blood splatter. Ever heard of enhanced energy? Arm energy is a martial art under that category, and it's so rare that barely anyone has mastered it. He never thought he'd have to use it in this world. The Archmage was the first one he had shown it to in this world, so he should consider himself honored. The Archmage could only muster a pained groan in response. The Archmage screamed in agony, clearly not feeling very honored at the moment. Nam taunted the Archmage, saying he wouldn't be chanting those annoying spells anymore. The Archmage could only manage a weak groan. For someone like the Archmage, making it into the top 5 was expected, and here they were. Meeting him would become the Archmage's greatest regret. Maybe he was lucky that Nam Sagwang came there. While those two were distracted, he should quickly get out of there. As he tried to sneak away, a chilling declaration echoed through the air, demanding his end. The tension hung heavy, as the archmage is pierced. A sudden cry of agony broke the silence, the pain evident in the voice. The protagonist watched the scene unfold, the supposed invincible archmage being utterly destroyed by Nam Sagwang. Fear or pity didn't cross his mind. Instead, a thought of absorbing his life chi to gain power took over. The idea of becoming more powerful by absorbing the life chi of others consumed his thoughts. The cocky bastard from yesterday was nowhere to be found. The taunts began, asking for last words before death. Silence was the only response, as the victim couldn't speak due to the attacker's actions. The silence stretched on, the tension palpable. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, revealing that the person killed was Elizabeth, the most beloved apprentice. Confusion and shock filled Nam's thoughts, questioning how someone could be talking inside his head. Escrow continued, revealing that Elizabeth was kicked out of the academy and not recognized by the Crane sect just because she was a woman. Escrow deeply regretted not stopping her at the time. Meanwhile, confusion filled Nam's mind as he wondered how he could have missed that Elizabeth was a woman. Maybe she looked no different from a man? Escrow seemed to have a grudge, saying that now he could finally shut that filthy mouth. Shocked, Nam asked what Escrow had just said. Escrow hesitated, as if realizing it had said too much. Suddenly, something caught their attention. What was that? A brief moment of silence passed as they tried to figure out what was going on. Then, out of nowhere, a meteor appeared in the sky. What in the world was happening now? Just as everyone was staring at the sky, Nam echoed with disbelief, questioning how anyone could cast a spell in such a dire condition, let alone chant. It was revealed that the ultimate spell, one only an archmage could cast, was being invoked. The price? Both mana and life force. The spell's name sent chills down everyone's spine. Armageddon. The realization hit hard. Someone was insane enough to cast such a spell, and the shockwaves of this revelation were felt by all. Panic set in as MC realized he should have run away earlier. The situation was escalating quickly, and it was clear that things were about to get real. The tension was palpable as everyone braced for the impact of the ultimate spell. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable. The moment stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity. The weight of the spell's power was almost tangible. And then the world erupted. The ultimate spell was cast, and the consequences were about to unfold in a catastrophic display of power. Boom! The aftermath of the spell left everyone in shock, the kind of shock that makes you question all your life choices up to that point. Silence fell, but it was one of those awkward silences where everyone is thinking the same thing but no one wants to say it. Someone who could pull off a spell like that? Yeah, it had to be him. No cap, the vibes were immaculate, but also, why was he so extra? Ugh, the regret was real. MC was out there thinking he should have dipped long ago, all because of that one guy's nonsense. No way was he about to meet his end in such a low-key way. The internal scream was loud and clear. Flashbacks hit hard. All that grinding, all that effort, and for what? To end up in a situation like this? Big yikes. Dude barely made it out alive, and let me tell you, it was a close one. If it weren't for that elixir, he would have been toast.
No capítulo.
Even after patching himself up, the pain was still hitting hard. One healing scroll just wasn't cutting it. He was feeling pretty banged up. Finally, he could take a breather. The relief was real, but the struggle wasn't over yet. He had burned through all his healing scrolls, every last one. His stash was officially empty. He checked the player count, trying to get a sense of what was going on around him. Escrow was confirmed to have kicked the bucket. It was a bummer he couldn't absorb his life chi, but there was nothing he could do about it now. But then he noticed something weird. There was no kill log showing Nam Sagwang's death. He started wondering if the guy was still out there, alive and kicking. Silence hung in the air as he pondered his next move, the weight of the unknown pressing down on him. Suddenly, a faint voice cried out for help, barely audible but unmistakable. Someone was in serious trouble. He perked up, definitely hearing sounds coming from a specific direction. His instincts were telling him something was up. The voice pleaded again, asking if anyone was there. It was a desperate call, one that tugged at his sense of urgency. He knew he had to make a move. Someone needed help, and he was the only one around to lend a hand. He knew he had to make a move. Someone needed help, and he was the only one around to lend a hand. The voice urged him to just use it, but he hesitated, unable to bring himself to do it. Of course, dodging a meteor aimed at him would have been a challenge. With both arms unusable, using healing scrolls was out of the question. Nam called out to him, telling him to take something and rip it open. The protagonist recognized him as Nam Sagwang, and he couldn't help but respond with a pained groan. He let out a weak laugh, the kind of laugh that said, "Well, this is awkward." The MC continued, expressing curiosity about the gear he used to get so strong and how his name always popped up in the kill log. They had thought he would win the game for sure, but seeing him in this state was unexpected. Nam Sagwang, barely holding on, promised to make the protagonist the winner if he helped him just this once. But the MC retorted that helping him would mean nothing for him. He questioned if he really thought he could win the game alone by killing him now. His voice trailed off, considering the possibility of getting Nam Sagwang's items and life chi. He declared his ambition to become the Lu Bu of this game, but was immediately met with a resounding rejection. The rejected one argued that there were countless strong players out there and that their martial arts weren't even learned in this game. The victor coldly stated that, at the very least, the defeated should know the name of the person killing them. He introduced himself as Jin Seowin. The defeated conceded that he might die this time, but vowed never to forget this moment. Silence fell, the weight of the moment hanging heavy in the air. He began to say Jin Seo's name, but was abruptly cut off. A sigh echoed as MC commented on Nam's youthful appearance, saying it made people feel guilty about killing him. Confusion hung in the air, a silent question mark lingering between him. The tension remained unresolved, the aftermath of the battle leaving more questions than answers. As the dust settled, the aftermath of the battle revealed an overwhelming surge of life energy, leaving MC in awe. Nam Sagwang had been a powerhouse, practically a human elixir, and his energy was now flooding the surroundings, filling him with an intense surge of inner power. The player count was about to be revealed, and the anticipation was building up. 8 out of 100 players remained, the stakes were high, and the tension was palpable. Nam Sagwang's fate was sealed, taken down by a long sword, adding to the grim tally of the fallen. With the mighty tiger now gone, the balance of power was shifting, and the foxes were ready to take advantage of the chaos. The foxes would run rampant, and the game was far from over. The stage was set for an intense showdown. The energy radiating from within was off the charts, enough to make anyone feel like they could take on the world. Talk about a serious power-up moment. Time to see what kind of goodies Nam Sagwang left behind. Maybe some epic loot was waiting to be discovered. If he was packing this much inner energy from the get-go, he must have been an absolute beast. No way he chose to farm just for the vibes, right? Finding nothing good would totally kill the mood. The anticipation was building. What treasures would be uncovered next? What in the world was this? The surprise was almost too much to handle. Kaiser's ring was there, boosting agility like nobody's business. This was getting interesting. Not just one, but Galen's ring and Tokar's ring also made an appearance, amping up stamina and magic resistance. Someone was seriously overgeared. The loot was piling up, and the excitement was through the roof. This guy was something else, farming only the rarest of items. And to think he was playing it cool the whole time, acting like he wasn't totally overgeared. The audacity. Hold up, there was more to uncover. The suspense was killing. A status window popped up, revealing something incredible. The stats on display were mind-blowing. What were these insane numbers? The stats were absolutely insane, and the confidence was overflowing. Victory felt within reach now. There were martial arts manuals scattered around, but they required prerequisites that weren't met yet. A slight frustration crept in, but there was no time to dwell on it. A sudden pause. Something felt off. A presence was felt nearby, sending a chill down the spine. Before there was time to react, a strike came out of nowhere, fiery and swift. What in the world was that? The attack landed, and the pain was instant. This was not part of the plan. A voice echoed, scolding for letting the guard down just because things seemed to be going well. Ouch, that stung more than the attack. The taunt continued, comparing the situation to a previous victory. This was getting personal, and the frustration was building up. The tension was rising, and the frustration was real. Who was this mysterious figure, and why wasn't the fire spell working? The situation was getting weirder by the second. Just when things couldn't get any stranger, a flash was spotted. And then, the reveal Gata Jin Seowin's magic resistance was at 90. No wonder the fire spell was a dud. This was next-level stuff. A brief pause hung in the air, the kind of silence that made everyone hold their breath, waiting for what would happen next. The warning was clear: stay back, or face something even stronger. The threat was real, and the tension was through the roof. Suddenly, escrow-style flames burst onto the scene. Things were escalating fast, and it was anyone's guess what would happen next. But MC wasn't impressed. Doubt filled the air, and it was clear that whatever was coming next, it wasn't going to be easy. And then, boom, literally, an explosion rocked the scene, leaving everyone stunned and wondering what just happened. The dust settled, and or so it seemed. But no, it wasn't over. The words "unrestrained fist," Chapter 1, flashed, signaling that this was just the beginning of something big. The anticipation built, and the guy got hit so hard his soul came out with him. He crashes into the tree. The suspense thickened as the realization hit. The martial art was supposed to always meet expectations, but it turned out its strength varied based on the amount of inner energy one possessed. A cough echoed, breaking the tension slightly, but the weight of the revelation still hung heavy in the air. The name Zyhark flashed, a stark reminder of the power of the fist art that had taken a life. With a newfound magic resistance, average magic seemed like it wouldn't even leave a scratch. The power dynamics were shifting, and it was a game-changer. But as Nam Sagwang's absence left a void, it seemed like all the guys who were laying low were coming out of the woodwork. The night was far from over. In fact, it was shaping up to be a long one, filled with anticipation and uncertainty. A moment of silence passed, and MC dashes through the forest. Confidence surged as the realization hit. The level had been reached where imitating the Elder's Qigong was possible. Gratitude and determination mixed as the thought echoed. This was definitely a win. 1 hour later, the confidence from earlier still lingered, but the peace was about to be shattered. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the night, demanding Jin Seowon's presence. The voice boomed again, challenging Jin Seowon's to come out and face them. MC complained about the loud disturbance in the middle of the night, reminiscing about Zyhark's magical prowess. The challenger continued, insisting on a fair fight, man-to-man, no tricks. The loud voice taunted, calling out cowards and boasting about their fear of Stanko. A moment of silence passed, the tension building. Suddenly, a sound cut through the air, catching him off guard. The challenger was taken by surprise, feeling a sudden impact. The man complained about a girly move, an ambush, and then realized it was an arrow. Confusion set in as the voice wondered who could have shot the arrow. The man pondered that only one person could pack that much aura into an arrow. He mentions Zurikana. Zurikana asked if he knew who he was, stating it should be obvious. He introduced himself as the legendary divine archer, known amongst mercenaries. He proposed teaming up to take down Jin Seowon first, as they both wanted to win this thing. A thoughtful hum followed, considering the sudden proposal. A brief pause hung in the air, the weight of the decision settling in. The man declared that the right choice was made, introducing himself as Stanko, a famous mercenary from the guild, despite his appearance. He assured that this decision definitely wouldn't be regretted. An all right followed, sealing the sudden alliance. Though his reputation had spread far, it seemed like his head might be a bit empty. He paused, wondering if he had messed up the timing. Counting down, he muttered to himself, 2 seconds, no, make that 1 second. An archer shouldn't be the one closing the distance themselves. He realized his mistake, but it was too late. A sudden attack left him reeling. Stanko demanded his items, telling him to just give them up and die already. Talk about a bad day. The thought of cooperating with someone like him was laughable. Even a passing dog would think twice before associating with him. He needed to find out where that bastard Jin Seowon was. Time was slipping away, and he couldn't afford to lose any more of it. In a situation where there were only 6 people left, each person's life was precious. The stakes were high, and every moment counted. MC thought, urging them to become his inner energy, like some kind of mystical self-help seminar no one signed up for. Zurikana turns and looks. He looks hard. Zurikana was on edge, and the suspense was killing him. Suddenly, MC broke in silence, expressing shock and confusion. The cloak of hiding was supposed to keep them safe from detection magic, but it seemed like it had just ghosted them. The confusion deepened. Wasn't he just an archer? Did he have a skill that no one knew about? The questions were piling up faster than unread emails. The realization hit hard. He had let his guard down because he was too busy thinking about life, and now he was paying the price. The frustration was real. He was just a trash bastard, so his items were probably trash too. It was like expecting a 5-star meal from a $1 menu. The disappointment was palpable. It wouldn't even be worth taking. Like finding out your favorite snack was sold out, the letdown was crushing. Silence fell once more, but this time it was different. It was the kind of silence that followed a major revelation. The kind where everyone was left speechless, wondering what just happened and what was going to happen next. The silence lingered, heavy and thick, like when someone drops a major plot twist and everyone's just sitting there, mouths open, trying to process what just went down. But then the vibe shifted. Someone's senses were tingling, and not in that cool Spider-Man way. More like, oh, what's about to go down now? A name cut through the tension like a knife through butter. Zurikana. Yeah, that was the name. And just like that, the pieces clicked. Zurikana wasn't just a name. He was the next opponent. Cue the dramatic music because this showdown was about to begin. The tension was rising, and the restricted zone seemed to be shrinking faster than anyone expected. With only 6 survivors left, the game was far from over. 87 days remained, and the zone was adjusting to the dwindling numbers. The survivors were on edge, their nerves frayed as they tried to navigate the ever-shrinking battlefield. The restricted zone was closing in, and the pressure was on. It felt like the walls were literally closing in on them. With only 6 survivors left, the stakes were higher than ever. The zone was adapting, making the game even more unpredictable. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope. A clear area appeared, offering a brief respite from the chaos. But any fight here would draw immediate attention. The protagonist had to tread carefully, knowing that one wrong move could spell disaster. Suddenly, green light arrows shot. Then a sound. Something unexpected and out of place, making MC hearts race with a mix of fear and curiosity. Silence hung in the air, thick and heavy, as the lights approached MC. Then, a faint sound echoed, barely audible but enough to send shivers down the spine. With a swift move dodged and leaped up. The atmosphere was charged, but MC was unscathed. He realized that the magic was definitely aimed at his exact position, which was low-key terrifying. They shouldn't have been able to see him, so how did they? Plot twist. Much? The realization hit hard, and all that could be muttered was a holy exclamation, summing up the shock and disbelief of the situation. Just as the shock began to settle, the situation escalated. More threats appeared, leaving no room to dodge. The odds were not looking good, and panic started to set in. The protagonist readied his stance. With a deep breath, resolve solidified. It was time to face the music. Trusting in inner strength, a challenge was issued, ready to take on whatever came next. The unstoppable fist, trained and ready, launched into action. With a piercing strike, the battle was on, and there was no turning back. The dust settled momentarily, the aftermath of the strike hanging in the air. Silence fell, the briefest of pauses before the next wave of action. The anticipation was killing, but sometimes you just gotta wait for it. A surge of power coursed through, stronger than expected. Surprise flickered, but there was no time to dwell on it. The fight was far from over. The dust settled, and the air grew still. That surge of power had left its mark, but the battle wasn't over yet. A moment of calm before the storm. Something was brewing, and the next move would be crucial. First things first, locating the enemy was top priority. No way this fight could end without knowing where they stood. A smirk formed. Gotcha. There you are, hiding like a pro. But not pro enough. Wait, what? That was not where they were expecting him to be. How did he even pull that off? All that mana gone in one attack, and somehow he blocked every bit of it. What kind of monster was he up against? Hey, wait up. This wasn't over yet. He couldn't just leave things like this. What just happened? The air was thick with tension, and something felt off. Huh? When did things take this turn? One moment they were fighting, and the next everything was different. He couldn't sense anything. Not a single trace of mana left. Maybe he should have saved some for detection magic or a barrier. Rookie mistake. Being an assassin meant erasing traces was part of the job. And with that, it was over. Rest in peace. The deed was done, the mission complete. But something felt off, like when you finish a bag of chips only to realize it was the tiny, unsatisfying single-serving size. Turns out, only 5 out of 100 people survived the chaos. Talk about a plot twist, this was not the hero's journey they signed up for. As the protagonist landed, silence hung in the air. A voice cut through the quiet, dropping a name like it was a bombshell. Jin Seowon. The name echoed, heavy with implications. Jin Seowon raised an eyebrow, the universal sign for wait. You know me? The answer was a resounding yes, followed by a reminder of his greatest hit taking down the #1 public enemy. Namsagwang. No big deal, just casual assassin things. The voice continued, painting a picture of desperate survivors, hungry for revenge. The vibe? Less than friendly. Jean could practically hear the dramatic music swelling in the background. The mysterious man dropped some serious threats, boasting about a perfect track record. Jean had to wonder if this was the villain monologue portion of the evening. And then came the mic drop, well, more like a dagger drop. He didn't mince words, telling Jean to just die already. Rude much? Silence again, but this time it was the kind that made your stomach drop. The tension was so thick you could serve it on toast. Jin Seowon stood there, processing the fact that his quiet exit had just turned into a full-blown fight for your life situation. The attacker wasted no time, declaring Jin's reaction as painfully slow, setting the tone for what was about to be a very bad day. Jean barely had time to process the situation before things escalated. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, and not in a cool, metaphorical way. Jean barely dodged the attack, but it was clear that his opponent was not messing around. The attacker was surprised, noting that Jean was tougher than expected. Jean himself was shocked, realizing that if he hadn't reinforced himself with internal energy, he would have lost an arm. This guy was no joke. The attacker confidently declared that Jin's demise was inevitable, boasting about a perfect track record of assassinations in the dark. Jean processed this information, realizing that he had only faced mages before, but this time he was up against an assassin. A sudden thought struck Jean. The dark. Was there more to this assassin's power than met the eye? The assassin's voice echoed with finality, declaring Jin's end was near. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, and honestly, things were not looking great for our guy. But plot twist, the assassin suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving behind a very confused and slightly terrified Jean. Classic ninja move, really? Jin's shock was palpable as he realized the assassin was gone. But then, his voice echoed, praising the assassin's stealth skills. Like seriously, where did this guy learn to disappear like that? The assassin shouted into the void, trying to locate his invisible foe. The MC responded, comparing the assassin's skills to something called the Cloak of Hiding. Okay, that sounds like something straight out of a fantasy RPG. The protagonist continued, explaining that at assassin's level, he could track the assassin's movements just by following his energy. The assassin was not having it and accused the Jean of being a cowardly bastard, attacking from behind. Classic villain move, am I right? The MC, feeling a bit too confident, taunted the assassin, asking if he really thought he could end him. He even had the audacity to ask him to repeat that, clearly not understanding the situation he was in. The assassin, not one to be messed with, let out a roar that could probably be heard from miles away. The protagonist was clearly pushing the wrong buttons. The assassin, now realizing he might have bitten off more than he could chew, tried to backpedal. He stuttered, asking if Jean really thought he could beat everyone else on his own and even suggested teaming up. Classic villain move, trying to team up after being caught. Jean, not interested in the assassin's proposal, had already absorbed the life energy of both the assassin and his lackey. He secured the healing scrolls they dropped, wanting to farm quickly and get out of there because of the commotion they caused. Jean found something unexpected on the assassin. It was something that didn't suit the assassin at all, a manual for something called shadow clone. The manual described a technique to create a clone of oneself that could fight. The number of clones depended on the user's internal energy. Jean couldn't help but wonder if this was some kind of joke. The manual asked if Jean wanted to learn it, giving him the option to say yes or no. Jean was in a dilemma, but he knew he had to make a decision quickly. Jean felt a sense of relief that the assassin didn't know how to use the energy. If he had, it would have been a lot harder for Jean to take him down. Sometimes ignorance really is bliss. Jean discovered that the other guy had a grimoire called Carmen's Eyes, which was a top-tier detection spell capable of seeing through any stealth skill. Unfortunately, his circle was too low to learn it, leaving him at a disadvantage. Realization dawned on him that this was how the enemy had known his location. The Cloak of Hiding, which he relied on, could be seen through, making him question his next move. As Jean pondered his situation, a light grazed his cheek. The arrow whizzed through the air, catching Jean off guard. His eyes widened as he realized the implications of this new threat. The only archer he knew among the survivors was someone from his past, a revelation that sent a chill down his spine. The situation was escalating quickly, and Jean knew he had to act fast to turn the tables in his favor. Jean encountered a type of magic he had never seen before, adding to the complexity of the battle and his growing frustration. With no time to run, Jean decided to concentrate all his internal energy, preparing for a powerful counterattack. Channeling his energy, Jean unleashed his ultimate technique, the Unstoppable Fist, followed by the Ultimate Piercing Fist, aiming to turn the tide of the battle. The battle raged on, with Jin's powerful techniques clashing against the unknown magic, each side refusing to back down. As the dust settled, the outcome of the battle remained uncertain, leaving Jean to wonder about the true extent of his abilities and the challenges that lay ahead. Jean barely had a moment to catch his breath before the next wave of chaos rolled in. Just as he steadied himself, 2 attacks came barreling in at once. A double team? Really? Talk about kicking a guy while he's already down. One of the attackers smirked, clearly impressed by Jin's strength, but that didn't stop them from pressing their advantage. Jean barely had time to process the compliment before another figure lunged at him. He tried to brace himself, but the relentless assault was getting to be a bit much. Just when he thought it couldn't get any worse, a third attacker stepped out of the shadows. Seriously, 3 against 1? Where were the referee and the fair play rule when you needed them? One of the new arrivals sneered, declaring that Jin's luck had officially run out. Great, just what he needed to hear. The attackers introduced themselves with a flourish. Cruzen's King Senturk and the Demon King's right arm, Garen. Jin couldn't help but think that their titles were almost as over the top as their fighting style. Jin Seowen, just your average guy, found himself in a situation that was anything but normal. As he looked at the two powerful figures before him, he couldn't help but think, fuck. What do I do? Just as Jin Seowen thought his luck had finally turned, a voice boomed, declaring that his fortune had run out. He couldn't believe it. Just when he was so close to winning, he ran into teamers. Classic bad luck, or so it seemed. Jin knew the best way to break apart a team was to create a situation where they betrayed each other. But first, he needed to figure out their relationship, and he had obviously never seen them before. Time to play it smart. With a sudden shift, Garen addressed the King of Cruzen, claiming it was an honor to meet him there. The king, taken aback, demanded to know how a mere black magician dared to speak to royalty. Chiron just laughed it off, saying there was something more important than status at play. The king, intrigued, listened as Garen proposed that it might be worth teaming up with a vagrant to obtain better rewards. The protagonist realized they weren't planning on teaming up after all. He saw his opening and decided to take care of the annoying stealth situation first, claiming it was as easy as pie for someone like him. With a swift move, Garen began to dismantle the stealth magic, showing off his skills. The king watched in surprise as Garen handled the situation with ease. The scene was tense, each moment stretching as Garen worked his magic. The king couldn't help but be impressed, though he tried not to show it. A gasp echoed through the room. The king couldn't believe what he was seeing. Garen had just pulled off something incredible, leaving everyone in shock. Everyone was still processing what had just happened. Garen echoed, declaring that there was no darkness left to hide in. It was followed by a chuckle, acknowledging his cleverness in a way that suggested this was a game-changer. Turns out, the cloak of hiding had a major flaw: it only worked in the dark. Garen had just exposed that plot hole like a pro hacker exploiting a glitch in the system. Garen couldn't help but think about Nam Sagwang, grateful that he had taken care of that annoying escrow for him. But he couldn't say that out loud, not directly. Instead, he declared it was time for his enemy to face the consequences, in the name of the Demon King. With a dramatic flair, he unleashed his attack, shouting out the name of his move like it was the final boss battle. Jin knew from experience that most mages struggled in close combat. It was like trying to use a sniper rifle in a knife fight, just not their forte. So, he decided to get up close and personal. If he could disrupt the mage's casting, it would throw him off his game. Close combat it was, no matter what. The mage was not having it, screaming about ignorance and death threats like a bad Yelp review. Close combat it was, no matter what. The battlefield was set, and it was time to see who would blink first. Jin knew he had to tank up, wrapping himself in internal energy like a burrito in a tortilla. The goal was clear: get closer, no matter the cost. A grunt escaped him as the pressure mounted. This was not going to be a walk in the park. Plot twist: the cloak of hiding was damaged. No invisibility cloak to save the day this time. The internal energy surrounding his body was cracking like an old painting. And the cloak too? This was getting worse by the second. Garen was confident, thinking Jin would be ripped to pieces without leaving a trace. Spoiler alert: confidence doesn't always win battles. The calm before the storm. Unstoppable fist. First chapter. Jin was ready to bring the pain, hoping his fist would do the talking. The air was electric, the tension palpable. It was like waiting for the Wi-Fi to connect at a crucial moment. Piercing fist. Jin unleashed his attack, aiming to turn the tide of the battle with one decisive blow. Jin's fist cracked through the air, his determination clear. This was his moment, his chance to turn the battle around with a single, decisive strike. But his opponent wasn't having it. The arrogance of the attack was met with a cold, hard truth: victory wasn't guaranteed. Garen echoed, telling him to give up, that there was no way for him to win. The power of Chaos Vateman's hand was something else entirely. Jin stood his ground, his mind racing as he prepared for whatever came next. The battle was intense, each moment stretching out as the combatants pushed their limits. Jin knew he had to dig deep, to find a strength he didn't know he had. This opponent was different, stronger than any mage he had faced before. Jin realized he was up against a whole new level of power, and he'd have to rise to the challenge if he wanted to stand a chance. He wasn't about to back down. He unleashed a move that left everyone stunned. A shadow clone appeared out of nowhere, and the crowd lost it. The opponent was visibly shaken, clearly not expecting Jin Seowen to have such a trick up his sleeve. The opponent muttered about how Jin was supposed to be just a brawler, But there he was, pulling off shadow clone magic like it was no big deal. Accusing Jean of using petty tricks, the opponent was clearly rattled. Jean wasn't having it. He declared this was his victory. But before he could finish, the opponent tried to throw up a barrier. King countered with a piercing aura, cutting through the opponent's defenses like a hot knife through butter. The opponent was left speechless, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. He muttered about how King would do something so cowardly, clearly not expecting him to fight dirty. King dropped a truth bomb, saying there was no honor as great as victory, and he never said he would play fair. He casually thanked MC for taking out the annoying trash, referring to Senruk who had defeated Chiron with some impressive sword skills. Another body down. Zurikana, wondering if it was just the two of them left standing. The vibe was so tense you could cut it with a knife. The divine archer, Zurikana, chimed in, calling someone out for being a major nuisance to his army. Talk about a plot twist, this someone had ended up helping him instead. Life's full of surprises. Huh? But Zurikana wasn't ready to celebrate just yet. He thought it was too early to say that, leaving everyone on the edge of their seats. Suddenly, MC appeared, leaving King wondering what was going on. With a hard punch, King's body shifted. The air was electric, like that moment before the final boss battle in a video game. You know it's going to be intense, and you can't look away. It was time for the ultimate face-off, and Zurikana was here for it. Heavy breathing echoed in the air, setting the stage for what was about to go down. The moment had finally arrived. The top two stood face to face. One couldn't help but wonder how the other had survived what seemed like a fatal blow. But there was no time for chit-chat. The challenge was thrown down, and it was clear that words were not needed. Actions would speak louder. Zurikana remarked on the impatience of the crowd, suggesting that there were other matters to attend to first. The comment struck a nerve, and the frustration was evident. The mind games had begun, and it was clear that patience was wearing thin. King was confident that his sword had connected, yet the armor stood strong, a testament to the craftsmanship of a master smith. The compliment was backhanded, but the admiration was real. The talk was getting old, and the challenge was clear. It was time to put up or shut up. The question hung in the air, would it be one at a time or all at once? The warning was issued, a promise that all would be given, and regrets would be had. The intensity was ratcheting up, and the crowd was loving every minute of it. A brief pause and a howdy-like disappearance. And then, in a flash, it began. The speed was staggering, the action was intense. The energy was so electric that King pierced Jin's arm. Senruk stepped forward, confidence radiating off him like he was the main character in a Shounen anime. He declared his speed was unmatched, and honestly, the way he moved, it was kind of hard to argue. Senruk wasn't playing around. He targeted his opponent's ligaments, leaving one arm useless. His strategy was cold but effective. MC was left stunned, questioning how a strength-type character could move so fast. Plot twist, right? He was reeling. All that training, all that effort, was it really going to end like this? The frustration was real. But then, a shift. Giving up wasn't an option. Trusting in his inner energy, he found a spark of determination. The comeback was about to begin. And just like that, the tables turned. He rallied, defending his rapier with a fierceness that caught Senruk off guard. The battle was far from over. Both fighters were locked in, neither willing to back down. The intensity was off the charts, and everyone watching was here for it. The tension was through the roof as MC unleashed a powerful move, shouting out the name with all the drama of a final boss. King was not having it, calling him out for even daring to throw hands like that. Silence fell for a brief moment, but MC already a move ahead. King smirked, acknowledging the Jin's determination to keep going till the very end. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted as King activated his ultimate technique, the Aura Blade. He had to admit his opponent was strong, forcing him to bring out the big guns like this. The protagonist, seeing an opening, grinned and prepared his own secret technique. With a dramatic flourish, he activated his shadow clone technique because why not go all out? Energy surged as he released his full internal energy, the pressure wave sending shockwaves through the battlefield. King rolled his eyes, muttering about how annoying these tricks were, but he was ready for whatever came next. But he scoffed, claiming that the winner would always be him. He warned that he was serious now and that Jean should brace himself, calling him a fraud. Zurikana groaned, asking if one of them could just die already, complaining that they needed to get this over with quickly. The tension was high, but the annoyance was higher. In a sudden shift, Zurikana yawned, as if the whole battle was just a boring chore. The mood lightened slightly, but the stakes remained. The battle continued, the outcome still uncertain, but Zurikana's attitude added a layer of unpredictability to the fight. Suddenly, Jin's demeanor shifted, declaring he would now fight seriously, leaving no room for doubt about his intentions. King, clearly done with the chatter, urged him to stop talking and just go at it, setting the stage for an intense showdown. King knew his aura blade's maximum duration was 2 minutes, adding a ticking clock to the already high-stakes battle. With his inner energy nearly depleted, he realized he had to end the fight now or risk losing everything. Set go. The moment seemed to freeze, the anticipation building up to an almost unbearable level. With a sudden burst of energy, Jin charged forward, shouting that he was coming, ready to finish the battle once and for all. He hit King with a Bruce Lee special. But MC was nowhere to be found, leaving King shouting in frustration about the slippery nature of his foe. He couldn't feel his hits connect, making him wonder if he was up against a body clone. If that was the case, he had a new plan. He decided to cut them all down without caring about finding the real one. The battle raged on, and MC landed a smooth hit. He remained elusive, leaving King frustrated and confused. He couldn't help but wonder if that was the real one he just saw. Jin taunted him, asking how he liked that punch from a slippery bastard. He continued, suggesting he stop trying to find the real body. It turned out the clones created by the protagonist's shadow clone technique could all land attacks, and they were as good as the original. There was no way to tell the difference. With no way to distinguish the original from the clones, the protagonist decided to go all out. He charged up his ultimate move, the unstoppable fist, and unleashed it with a fierce battle cry. Following up with a piercing aura, he took down a bunch of clones in one go. The room was clearing out, but the fight was far from over. Turns out, the clones were as strong as the original, but their durability was seriously lacking. One solid hit and they were done for. With only 5 clones left, the protagonist was starting to feel the pressure. But he couldn't let up now, not when he was this close. Glancing at the timer, he realized he had about 1 minute left. Time was running out and he had to end this fight before it was too late. With the clock ticking down, the pressure was on. He had to wrap this up, and fast. Jin was supposed to be an easy win, but the dude was hanging in there like a last slice of pizza at a party. King called out to Zurikana, who was just vibing on the sidelines. Dude needed backup, pronto. He even threw in a wild promise any reward Zurikana wanted if they made it out of this mess. Zurikana snapped back, telling him to focus on his opponent instead of chatting. The fight was far from over. The moment stretched, both fighters locked in, neither willing to give an inch. Then, out of nowhere, MC unleashed his ultimate move, the unstoppable fist. This was it, the big finish. The move landed, and the dust settled. The fight was over, but the aftermath was just beginning. As the tension eased, King took a breath, knowing things were about to get interesting. Just as things were about to get interesting, a sudden realization hit. His attack was blocked, and the shock was real. Before anyone could process it, King cut through the tension, declaring that Jin Seowon had finally been caught. A brief pause hung in the air, and a hole inside MC's stomach. Then, a quiet gasp escaped, the kind that comes with a dawning realization. The tension built again. And oh boy, did they ever. Turns out that wasn't even the real deal, just another clone. The frustration was palpable as it dawned on him he'd been played this whole time, like a cat chasing a laser pointer. Humiliation set in, the kind that makes you laugh just to keep from crying. Winning didn't even matter anymore. All that was left was raw determination, a vow to tear everything apart with whatever he had left. And just like that, the King of Madness made his grand entrance, like the ultimate plot twist no one saw coming. With a smirk, he challenged MC to dodge this if he could, because spoiler alert, they probably couldn't. The battle was on like a bad reality show no one asked for, but everyone was watching. Silence fell. The dust settled, and it was time to see who was still standing in this epic showdown. Only 2 were left, the real deal and a body clone. Because why not add a little sci-fi twist to this already wild ride? With a grin, he declared it was his turn now, and you just knew he was about to bring the heat. Piercing fist activated, and it was like watching a high-speed train about to derail in the best way possible. He shouted for attention, like the main character he was, and all eyes were on him. A scream echoed, and then a sigh of relief. His attack had finally connected, and it was as satisfying as landing the perfect comeback in an argument. The dust seems to have settled. He stared at his hand, or rather, the lack of sensation in it. The pieces clicked together like a puzzle, and the picture wasn't pretty. If his hand was numb, that meant only one thing: this guy in front of him wasn't the real deal, just another clone. With a sigh, he concluded that only the original remained now. No copies, no backups, just the main event. It was time to finish this once and for all. He knew what he had to do, and it wasn't going to be pretty. He made up his mind, his resolve as sharp as a freshly honed blade. One strike was all it would take to end this charade. Silence hung in the air, heavy and full of unspoken words. It was the kind of quiet that made your ears ring, like when you're waiting for the results of a test you didn't study for. They both charge. This bout to get good. It was time to see how this would all play out. Jean was pretty good at hand-to-hand combat, or so King claimed. The challenge was thrown down, and the aura blazed with the power of lightning form. It was time to see if the protagonist could block this attack. The light beamed bright out of the sword. The combatants faced each other and unleashed their powers. The moment of truth arrived, and the battle began. A loud cry echoed through the battlefield, signaling the intensity of the clash. The fight was fierce, and the outcome was still uncertain. As the battle raged on, the realization started to sink in. Jean realized that Zurikana was the only one benefiting from this chaos. The battle had taken an unexpected turn. Another cry echoed through the battlefield, as the intensity of the battle reached its peak. As the dust settled, King caught his breath, realizing how close that battle had truly been. He panted heavily, reflecting on the fact that a single moment of hesitation could have spelled his defeat. But something about the aftermath felt off, like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. His instincts screamed that this wasn't over, his eyes scanning the battlefield for any sign of movement. His thoughts raced. Had his clones really been enough to secure this victory? Or was there something he was missing? The silence was almost deafening, but his gut told him this wasn't the time to celebrate. He couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still lurking in the shadows. His eyes narrowed as he noticed the absence of a body, a critical detail that didn't add up. Where was the proof of his victory? The body of his opponent should have been right there. But it was too late. Jean had already crushed his skull into smithereens. A name flashed in Zurikana's mind: Jean Seowen. Had he really managed to take down someone of that caliber? He clenched his fists, realizing that without his clones wearing the enemy down, the fight would have ended very differently. As he stood there, catching his breath, Zurikana echoed, admitting he hadn't expected him to take down Senruk too. Like, seriously, who saw that coming? He continued, saying he should at least thank him. Senruk was apparently quite the pain to deal with. Zurikana, Jean muttered, almost like he was shaking his head at the memory. Zurikana went on about how Senruk's obsessive competitiveness had driven even a king like him to give his all against someone like our guy. And now, after that intense battle, he had used up everything he had left. But plot twist, Zurikana declared that because of his valiant struggle, he would grant him the honor he deserved. Yep, you guessed it, he was about to meet his end by his hands. With the shot of an arrow, our guy was in for the fight of his life, and he knew it. With no time to waste, he braced himself, ready to face whatever came next. Bring it on, he thought, because he wasn't going down without a fight. He couldn't believe the insane amount of life energy surging through him, though it still couldn't compare to what he got from Nam Sagwang. But with this much power, maybe, just maybe, he had a shot. The energy pulsed within him, a wild storm ready to be unleashed. He could feel it, the power coursing through his veins, begging to be set free. A grin spread across his face as he realized the possibilities. With this kind of juice, he might actually be able to take on Zurikana. No more running, no more hiding. It was time to face the music. The air crackled with anticipation. He could sense it, the shift in the atmosphere, the calm before the storm. Something was about to go down. In a flash, he moved, his body splitting into multiple copies. Shadow clones, a trick up his sleeve. He wasn't going into this fight unprepared. It was time to bring out the big guns. The clones fanned out, ready for action. He could feel the adrenaline, the rush of the impending battle. Bring it on, he thought, because he wasn't going down without a fight. But Zurikana wasn't impressed, calling out the annoying clone technique as if it was some overused trend. The tension was building, and it was clear that this wasn't going to be a walk in the park. Zurikana released another powerful shot. The clones moved in, and one was hit. A quick sound escaped, the kind of noise someone makes when they're about to do something crazy. The tension was at its peak, as one of them went down. Zurikana landed and took a deep breath. He was determined to make sure Jean couldn't escape this time, no matter what it took. The sound of energy building echoed around him. And then chaos erupted. A scream tore through the air as an arrow pierced through MC's hand. It was clear that this was going to be a showdown to remember. The tension was high as MC couldn't believe Zurikana had instantly figured out which one was the real him, leaving him utterly baffled. Zurikana, cool as a cucumber, responded with a casual remark, downplaying the whole situation. He admitted that he had just made a lucky guess, leaving MC even more confused. The protagonist was left speechless, barely able to mutter a response. But then, Zurikana congratulated him on making it that far. He paid his respects to Jin's tenacity, but Jin wasn't having any of it, telling him to take his respect and shove it. Jin looked up. Then his body trembled. Suddenly, the mood shifted. Something unexpected was about to happen. In a shocking turn of events, Zurikana Jin Seowon was taken down with an arrow, leaving everyone in disbelief. The battlefield fell silent, the dust settling as the reality of what just happened sank in. Zurikana muttered in disbelief, wondering if it was really over, the weight of the moment hanging heavy in the air. As the dust settled, a moment of silence hung in the air, the kind that made everyone wonder if it was really over. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, and the weight of the moment pressed down on everyone. Suddenly, a notification flashed, declaring the end of Cloyd's survival. Jin couldn't help but let out a sigh, muttering about how he did all the work and someone else got the prize. Classic. His echoed, acknowledging he took advantage of Nam Sagwang when he was defenseless. Congratulations were given for making it to the top 2. But the bitterness of the situation lingered. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken thoughts and mixed emotions. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, processing the events that had just unfolded. A realization dawned on him as he muttered about there being a next game. Great, just what he needed. He took a moment to collect himself, the reality of his situation sinking in. He noticed coins appearing, along with a notification about summoning items acquired by him. Maybe there was a silver lining after all. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what these items could be and how they might help in the next game. A necklace popped up, Cameron's necklace costing 3 coins. Not a bad start. Next, a ring of strength appeared, costing 20 coins. He couldn't help but comment on how he had picked up a lot of stuff. Shopping spree much? The items were tempting, each with their own potential benefits for the challenges ahead. Decisions. What to choose, what to leave behind. A notification informed him that he could take the items he obtained by spending his reward coins. At least there were options. He pondered his choices, each item offering a different advantage. He couldn't help but exclaim about the high cost of one item, almost draining all their coins. Priorities, right? After the coin crisis, things got interesting. The top 5 survivors were given a chance to spin a roulette and win a random item. Talk about a plot twist. And of course, he noticed there was a gotcha element involved. Because why not add a bit of gambling to the mix, right? Jin Seowon, having placed second, got 2 chances to spin. Lucky guy, double the fun. He was hoping for either the Cloak of Hiding or Shadow Clone, which could save him a ton of coins. Priorities, am I right? With a bit of luck, this could be a huge win for him. Fingers crossed. The wheel spun, tension building up. He waited with bated breath for the result. And then, a sudden halt. The wheel stopped. The result was about to be revealed. It landed on Escrow's necklace. Not exactly what he was hoping for. The disappointment was palpable. He couldn't believe his luck. Of all things to pull, and it was the cheapest one too. Talk about a letdown. After all that looting, this was what he got. But wait, he still had one more chance. Maybe luck would be on his side this time. Desperation kicked in as he called out to every higher power he could think of, hoping someone, anyone, would answer his plea. Time seemed to freeze as he screamed for everything to just stop, his voice echoing in the void. A faint glimmer of hope appeared, barely audible, but it was something. Shadow clone technique activated, and just like that, success. He couldn't believe his luck. Jackpot. The most expensive item he could get his hands on was now his. This was way more valuable than all the coins he had combined. The system announced that it was time to hand over the items he had acquired. Coins could be used to purchase additional items, and once that was done, he would be automatically transferred. With a hint of excitement, he pondered if it was time to begin shopping. Thanks to his thriftiness with the Shadow Clone manual, he managed to save a good amount of coins. But with so many tempting items, deciding what to buy took forever. Eventually, he made a few compromises and wrapped up his shopping spree. A mysterious voice congratulated him on his purchases, leaving him slightly bewildered. The voice continued, wishing him the best of luck for the next game, whatever that meant. Silence fell as he pondered the voice's words, wondering what adventures lay ahead. A moment of quiet passed as he collected his thoughts, preparing for whatever came next. He took a deep breath, feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, he wondered if he was back in the game, his mind racing with possibilities. A surge of realization hit him, marked by a silent exclamation. He looked at the ring in his hand, recognizing it as the subspace ring he had equipped in Cloyd's survival. The weight of the ring in his palm felt real, grounding him in the moment. This wasn't a dream. The adventure was real and it was just beginning. And just like that, the adventure he thought was just beginning came to an abrupt end. On the surface, things might have looked the same, but something felt different. A massive change was taking place within him, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. The concerns that once weighed him down, like studying for the TOEIC, no longer seemed important. They had told him there would be a next game, and he was determined to be ready for it. With a subspace ring worth 30 coins in his possession, he felt a new sense of purpose. He couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. He needed to prepare for the second game. Reflecting on his recent performance, he knew he was close to victory with a second-place finish. But next time, he was determined to secure first place no matter what it took. His parents had provided him with a 9 apartment near school, originally intended for him to study and prepare for his return to classes. But now, his priorities had shifted. The apartment would serve a new purpose as he geared up for the next game. His focus had shifted entirely to growing stronger with the spoils he had brought back from the game. He was determined not to enter the next game as a noob. His energy core felt empty, making him wonder if he had used up all his inner energy in the final battle. He decided to try cultivating as the old man had taught him, aiming to recover as much energy as possible. It was normal for people to accumulate inner energy through cultivation. Once an energy core was formed, focusing on it should naturally gather energy over time. It might not be as fast as absorbing vitality through other methods, but making cultivation a habit could lead to mastery before he knew it. So, he pondered, if he just kept training, could he become as strong as his mentor? His mentor laughed, noting that he had been quite bold since yesterday. Then again, who knew? Whether he was just a humble beginner or not, the future was uncertain. But for now, he was just a baby stork yet to take flight. The journey ahead was long, and who knew what adventures awaited? For hours later, Jean echoed, signaling the end of a long and seemingly fruitless session. It felt like ages had passed, yet the amount of inner energy gathered was disappointingly little, leaving him frustrated and exhausted. He couldn't help but let out a curse, the reality of his slow progress hitting him hard. This was nothing like the game he knew. At this snail's pace, it would take years to fill up his inner energy, a thought that left him disheartened. Shaking off the disappointment, he decided not to waste any more time and started organizing the items he had brought back. Among the items was a shadow clone manual, costing 30 coins, a find that sparked a mix of curiosity and skepticism. He wished he had gotten a better martial art than this, the manual seeming less impressive than he had hoped. A thought struck him, would he really have to train it little by little, just like inner energy? If so, getting strong anytime soon seemed like a distant dream. A prompt appeared, asking if he would like to learn it, with options for yes or no. He hesitated, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. Could it be that the system from the game worked in reality too? The thought was both exciting and terrifying. The room fell silent as the weight of the realization settled in. The game system might actually work in reality, but what did that really mean for him now? He pondered his current state, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. The excitement was fading, and reality was starting to kick in. He had learned the martial art, sure, but it wasn't the same as when he was brimming with inner energy. It was like comparing a candle to the sun. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The power he once had was now a mere shadow of its former self. He shook his head, trying to focus on what he had left. There had to be something useful among his possessions. His eyes landed on a necklace labeled Escrow's necklace, costing just 1 coin. It seemed almost too cheap for what it might be worth. He remembered pulling it from the gacha, thinking it was just another random item. But now it might be more than that. The description said it was made purely out of gold. He tested its weight and his eyes widened. It was indeed pure gold. At this weight, it had to be worth at least 10 million won. His mind started racing with the possibilities. If something like this only cost 1 coin, then bringing back just 10 of these from the next game would net him 100 million won. The thought was almost too good to be true. The item might have been worthless in the game, but in reality it was a whole different story. The potential was mind-blowing. He couldn't help but think about the possibilities. This item was supposed to guarantee a healthy life for a whole year to whoever drinks it. He had brought it back, thinking the effect sounded tempting. If he could sell it to some rich terminal patient, it would go for whatever price he wanted. Cloyd's survival was turning out to be a huge opportunity for him. His mind wandered to the tough jerky strips he had to eat in the game. He didn't even realize he was hungry while cultivating. All he had to eat were those tough jerky strips. It was about time he had some real food. He decided to treat himself to a meal. He ordered a set meal, feeling a sense of luxury. The 5,001 set meal that he considered a luxury was exactly what he wanted most while chewing on that leathery jerky in-game. It had been so long since he had plain white rice. That jerky almost killed him, seriously. As he showed up again, the old lady wasn't having his dramatic antics, telling him to stop whining and eat up. Classic grandma energy, no nonsense, all heart. He couldn't help but gush over how delicious the food was, thanking his grandma like it was the best meal ever. She just rolled with it, telling him to clean his plate and come back for more if he was still hungry. Turns out, all that time spent in the game world didn't translate to real life. He was still as hungry as ever. With a grateful heart, he thanked his grandma for the meal. She, being her usual straightforward self, told him to cut the theatrics and come back whenever. He was already thinking ahead, wondering when the next game would start and how he needed to gather more inner energy before then. Then he remembered something and mentioned bringing back that thing. What was he up to now? A brief pause, like he was plotting something. He wondered if it would work the same way in real life as it did in the game. The suspense was killing. And then, whoa, something unexpected happened. The moment hung in the air, full of possibilities. What would happen next? The anticipation was real. The moment arrived, and suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power flooded through him. His entire being felt like it was on the verge of exploding with raw strength. What was happening? This was next level. He took a moment to process the sudden change, his mind racing as he tried to understand the source of this newfound power. As the initial shock wore off, a thought crossed his mind. He hoped no one had witnessed that intense transformation. If word got out and spread online, it would definitely become a massive headache for him. He pondered the implications. If things from the game were manifesting this accurately in real life, he needed to be strategic about his next moves. Originally, he had planned to build up more inner energy before tapping into this power, but the circumstances had changed dramatically. Perhaps it was better to use it now, given the situation. He weighed the pros and cons, knowing that timing was everything. A notification chimed, indicating the elixir of insight was available for 50 coins. This was the most expensive item he had brought back with him, and it could be a game changer. He recalled that in the game, absorbing this potion had left him immobilized for 3 hours, with a sensation like his insides were on fire. It was a risky move, but the potential rewards were too great to ignore. He hesitated, knowing the consequences could be severe, but the power surging through him was intoxicating, and he was tempted to take the risk. With a deep breath, he made his decision. He was going to use the elixir of insight, come what may. The anticipation was real, and there was no turning back now. He gulped down the elixir of insight, his heart pounding with anticipation. The moment of truth was here, and there was no going back. As the potion took effect, his vision blurred, and the world around him seemed to shift. He could feel the change happening, but he wasn't sure what to expect. 3 hours later, he found himself in a bizarre situation. The wall of his apartment was inexplicably heating up, like seriously hot. He tried to get help from his neighbor, but the door handle was too hot to touch. His neighbor suggested calling the fire department, but he insisted it wasn't that serious. There was no fire, just an incredibly hot wall. Maybe the boiler was just turned up too high. But he knew it wasn't just the boiler. Something was off, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the elixir of insight had something to do with it. He tried to explain to his neighbor that it wasn't just hot, but the words wouldn't come out right. His neighbor dismissed him, telling him to just leave it alone. Frustrated, he turned back to the wall, which was now even hotter than before. He could feel the heat radiating off of it, and he knew he had to do something. As he reached out to touch the wall, he yelped in pain. It was burning hot, and he couldn't believe what was happening. He turned to his neighbor, exclaiming that he had tried to warn them, but it was too late. Just as he was processing the heat, a loud voice boomed from outside, demanding to know if anyone was inside. The police had arrived, concerned and insistent, asking if everyone was okay and urging for the door to be opened. The officers continued to call out, assuring that they were there to help and pleading for a response from inside. Silence hung in the air for a moment, the tension building as the officers waited for a reply. Finally, a weak voice responded, questioning who was at the door. The officers explained they had received a report about a possible fire. The voice inside dismissed the concern, attributing the situation to a slight fever and a turned-up boiler. The protagonist questioned why the police were there instead of the fire department if there was indeed a fire. The officers patiently explained their duty to respond to complaints. Concerned, one officer offered to call an ambulance, but MC reassured them it was just a mild cold and some rest would suffice. The officers, satisfied that there was no immediate danger, prepared to leave but not without a gentle reminder to not call for such minor issues. The caller, slightly embarrassed, explained their shock had led to the call. As the officers left, the room fell silent once more, the tension easing slightly. Alone again, The person inside let out a sigh of relief, muttering about nearly dying from the elixir's intense energy. They were grateful for their training in white martial physique arts, which had helped them contain the energy. After the relief, a thought crossed his mind about how reality seemed way riskier than any game he had played. Using those items in real life came with consequences he hadn't quite expected. But still, he couldn't help but think about the power he now possessed. Unstoppable Fist. The name echoed in his mind, a reminder of the strength he had gained. And let's not forget the undefeated palm strike. He was practically a walking arsenal now. But first things first, he needed to sell some of the items he had brought back. Priorities, right? A share would be nice. The next day arrived, and with it, a new set of challenges. To truly master the unstoppable fist, physical training was a must. He headed out only to find the place packed like a sardine can. So much for a quiet workout session. Looks like training after sunset was the move. Nighttime, the perfect cover for a superhero in training. With a sigh, he prepared for the long night ahead, ready to push his limits under the cover of darkness. As the night deepened, a group of high schoolers were spotted lurking around the mountain. One of them wondered if those were delinquents from the school just down the mountain. Another asked if Minshik really wanted to meet, but was quickly shut down by Dongjun. Dongjun confirmed that Minshik indeed wanted to meet, but told his friend to stop asking. Meanwhile, an unknown voice interrupted, pointing out that the mountain was a no-smoking zone. The voice continued, stating that it was a problem for students to be smoking. One of the teens fired back, asking who the heck the voice thought they were. Even their parents didn't nag them about smoking. The voice retorted that in that case, their parents must have failed to raise them properly. The tension was rising, and it was clear that this wasn't going to end well. One of the teens had enough, shouting at the voice, demanding to know who they thought they were. The situation was escalating quickly. Another teen had a really bad feeling about this, sensing that things were about to go south. The atmosphere was charged with tension. One of the teens lost their cool, shouting at the voice, calling them an old fart and asking if he was looking to get his ass kicked. The situation was on the brink of chaos. A moment of silence followed, the tension hanging heavy in the air. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the silence. It was unclear what it was, but it was enough to make everyone pause and listen. The night was far from over, and it seemed like things were just getting started. As the faint sound echoed, the high schooler is sent sliding. Jean couldn't hold back his thoughts, exclaiming that no matter how rude the old man was, punching him was just not cool. Amidst the chaos, a voice muttered in disbelief, "Goodness," while another frantically called out for Minshik. A quick observation was made about his messy hair, adding to the disarray of the situation. In the midst of the confusion, a calm yet firm voice cut through, questioning if they had met before. Tensions escalated quickly as a menacing voice challenged, asking if the other was looking to die. Jean muttered under his breath, realizing that things had just gotten way more complicated than he had bargained for. A groan of pain echoed as someone struggled to speak, his voice filled with anger and accusation. He was clearly not having a good day, and it was about to get worse. The person muttered about whoever had done this to their younger brother, and it wasn't a happy thought. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife as the question hung heavy. Was it you? The accusation was clear, and the person on the receiving end knew he was in deep trouble. Jean tried to defend himself, claiming that the younger brother had it coming. Apparently, the kid had shown no respect to the elderly and had even attacked him. He went on about how high school kids these days needed to be taught a lesson, like a grumpy old man yelling at kids to get off his lawn. He wasn't having any of it, though. He fired back that if the accused was the older brother, he should have educated his sibling properly. He tried to backtrack, saying he might have gone a little overboard, but it was necessary. It was a classic case of, I didn't want to, but I had to. Suddenly, the mood shifted. The protagonist readied his stance, calling out his technique unstoppable fist, piercing fast. It was clear that things were about to get physical, and it wasn't going to be pretty. The fight kicked off with a major oopsie. Someone clearly didn't get the memo on strength control. The opponent was left fuming, wondering what kind of mess they just stepped into. A grunt escaped as the impact landed, the sound of sheer frustration echoing in the air. The tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Literally. The accused wasn't holding back, shouting about where this freak even came from and threatening to end them right then and there. Turns out, the younger brother was just as wild as the older one, totally out of control. No breaks, just chaos. The fight dragged on, and with every second, it was clear that MC was getting a feel for it. Fighting regular people was turning out to be way too easy, almost like a walk in the park for the accused. A brief pause in the action gave everyone a second to catch their breath. The protagonist realized he needed to dial it back, muttering about how things could go seriously wrong if he didn't. 50% power, it was no need to go all out and risk everything. With a deep breath, he readied his signature move, the undefeated palm strike, dialed down to just 50% power. A sudden groan escaped as the move connected, the impact clearly more intense than expected. His large body hit and crashed into the tree. Yup, he's getting put on World Star. MC let out a frustrated exclamation, realizing that things had gone seriously off script. Laughter filled the room as he mocked the dramatic turn of events, joking about whether the accused was auditioning for an action movie. He continued, shifting to a more serious tone, hinting at some life lessons about to be shared. The advice came pouring out: respect your elders, quit smoking, and don't walk around with dangerous things like knives. All delivered with a mix of humor and sincerity. With a dramatic farewell echoing, the tension spiked as someone desperately called out to Dong Jun, only to be met with an uncertain silence that left everyone wondering if he was okay. Internally, MC was freaking out, realizing showing off his strength to a regular person might not have been the brightest idea. He continued, the thought of what could have happened if things went south was enough to make anyone sweat bullets. Despite picking up skills easily thanks to some game-inspired tricks, it was clear that proper training was needed to really master them. A brief pause followed, the weight of recent events hanging in the air like an awkward group chat after someone drops a truth bomb. Silence lingered, the kind that makes you check your phone just to avoid eye contact. 1 month later, time had passed, and the vibe had shifted from chaotic to something a bit more chill. The scene settled into a new normal, the kind of calm that comes after you've survived the drama and are just vibing. Just as the calm settled in, a sudden noise disrupted the vibe. A loud, unmistakable sound of disgust echoed through the air, breaking the silence. The source of the noise became clear as a familiar voice chimed in, scolding about eating habits. A defensive reply came back, admitting to the act but clearly not wanting to dwell on it. The conversation shifted as concern crept in, questioning why there was no response earlier and checking if everything was all right. The tone lightened a bit as the topic changed to the new academy, a clear attempt to move past the awkwardness. A vague response came about managing the academy, but internally the struggle was real. Keeping the martial arts training a secret was no joke. The conversation took another turn as the focus shifted to Dad's new delivery gig, but the mood quickly soured. A car accident was revealed, the words hanging heavy in the air. Panic set in as the details spilled out: an accident during a delivery, hit hard by a car running a red light. The financial strain became apparent, with surgery costs looming and insurance not covering nearly enough. A hesitant request followed, asking if there was any money left from what had been sent before, the weight of the situation pressing down. The cost of the surgery hung in the air, a question that needed answering, but the weight of it felt like a punchline no one wanted to laugh at. The numbers dropped like a bad joke: 1 or 2 million won, a figure that might as well have been a billion given the circumstances. MC tried to lighten the mood, promising a solution, but the worry was still there, lingering like an unpaid bill. Mom insisted she was fine, but the guilt of being a burden was as obvious as a bad wig on a windy day. The call ended with a promise to return. Parents who spent their lives bouncing from one rented home to another, like a real-life game of musical chairs, but with way less fun and way more stress. Dad worked harder than anyone, but as he aged, his income shrank faster than jeans in a hot wash. His job was easily replaceable, so he changed workplaces often, like a bad habit no one wanted to keep. He was the classic freeloading child from such a family, a hopeless burden with no future, or at least, that's what he used to think. But not anymore. The past was a shadow, but the present was a different story, one he was determined to rewrite. A pause hung in the air, like a text message left unread, but the silence was about to be broken. The moment stretched, but the wheels were turning, and a plan was about to be set in motion. The question hung in the air, a mix of desperation and hope, like trying to sell a used car with 1,000,000 miles on it. The conversation shifted as the craftsmanship of the item was admired, noting it didn't seem like a local piece. The protagonist mentioned it had been in his family for 5 generations, adding a touch of history to the mix. The styling was clearly not modern, making it even more intriguing. The big question was dropped: how much was it worth? The buyer hinted that the piece could be worth more than just its gold content, questioning if selling it there was really the best move. The MC revealed his father needed emergency surgery, making the decision a tough one. The urgency of the situation was clear, but there was a hitch: the protagonist didn't have a certificate of authenticity. With a polite thank you and a hope for a nice day, the interaction wrapped up, leaving the MC to ponder his choices. Gold prices had been on the rise lately, and even after sending some to his parents, he would have enough left to get by for a while. Seeing how excited the buyer was made MC think maybe they undersold it. But it was whatever, since they really needed to earn some quick cash. MC realized he would have to think about better ways to sell the items he brought back in the future. First things first, he should send money to his mom. Priorities, right? Seowon casually dropped a message to his mom about the money he sent, and almost immediately, the questions started pouring in. Where did he even get that kind of cash? Mom was already freaking out, wondering if he had taken out a loan or something. She couldn't even imagine spending that money if it came from some shady loan. The guilt would be too real. Seowon quickly shut that idea down, explaining he didn't even have a full-time job, so loans were out of the question. It was just savings from his part-time gigs and his time in the army. His mom's response hit differently, apologetic, almost guilty, saying both her and dad were really sorry. Seowon brushed it off, telling her not to worry and that he'd visit the hospital soon. Mom thanked him, and the conversation wrapped up, leaving a bit of emotional weight hanging in the air. A brief pause followed, the kind where you know something else is about to go down. The screen flickered, and suddenly, a new scene popped up, looking suspiciously out of place. Someone called it out immediately. This had to be fake, right? The footage looked too sketchy, like something out of a low-budget horror flick. Others jumped in, arguing it was obviously some kind of CGI or special effects trick. But still, even if it was fake, the way it was filmed gave off major secret footage vibes, which made it even weirder. Suddenly, the chat exploded with reactions. Escrow? Flame? People were losing it, throwing out random words like they were trying to solve a mystery. The confusion was real, and the chat was spiraling into chaos. MC tried to make sense of it all, saying that people seeing this for the first time wouldn't get it, but then dropped a bombshell. It looked like a spell from Cloyd's survival. The final comment sealed the deal. He wasn't the only person in Korea who had experienced that game. The chat was left in stunned silence, the kind that follows a major revelation. Just as the chat was recovering from the shock, the video suddenly vanished again. The stream was glitching harder than a low-budget horror game, leaving everyone confused. The video kept getting uploaded and deleted, like someone was playing a twisted game of digital whack-a-mole. Some tried to brush it off as just another internet weirdo, but the vibe was off. Little did anyone know, this wasn't just some random glitch. If someone else had gotten their hands on this kind of opportunity, the consequences could be massive. The stakes were higher than a caffeine-fueled all-nighter before finals. Meanwhile, in some shadowy office, a tense conversation was unfolding. Someone was getting chewed out, promising it wouldn't happen again. The pressure was on, and the vibes were not chill. The frustration was real. Someone was ready to pull the plug on the entire country's internet if that's what it took to stop this madness. The situation was escalating faster than a viral meme. Apologies were being thrown around like confetti, but the damage was already done. They had to act fast before things spiraled even further out of control. Word on the street was that the latest uploader was Korean, and the number of survivors had suddenly surged. Keeping track of everyone was becoming impossible, like trying to count grains of sand in a hurricane. If the number of survivors was going up, why weren't the agents multiplying too? The imbalance was sketchy, and someone needed to get to the bottom of it fast. The boss was furious, demanding that someone track down that attention-seeking troublemaker immediately. A nervous underling quickly agreed, though their shaky voice suggested they were already regretting it. Meanwhile, chaos unfolded elsewhere as a frantic voice ordered someone to stop the bleeding, preferably before the carpet got ruined. Priorities, right? Over in another corner, someone wasn't feeling too confident about the whole operation, mocking the idea that these so-called weaklings could even handle the job. As if that wasn't enough, they were already complaining about the headaches caused by those pesky freebears. Back to the boss, who had zero patience left, barking orders to get moving already. The underling, sweating bullets, snapped to attention and promised to get it done, no more excuses. As the summer heat finally dipped out, the night breeze rolled in with a chill. The underling, still sweating from the boss's wrath, probably wished for that cool air sooner. After that first game went down, the grind mode activated. For 2 whole months, this dude was out there training in the dead of night when no one else was around. All that solo training wasn't for nothing, though. He'd stacked up a solid amount of inner energy and was getting way more comfortable using it. But of course, there was a catch. Because there's always a catch. Enter the shadow clone. Yep, you read that right. A shadow clone was now in the mix, and it was not here to play nice. The tension was building, and you could practically hear the dramatic music queuing up in the background. Then boom, unstoppable fat spatial strike. Whatever that means, it sounds intense and definitely not something you'd want to be on the receiving end of. And just like that, reality hits with his current energy levels. He can barely summon one shadow clone. Talk about a downgrade. Not only that, but the duration is laughably short. Like, what's even the point? A sigh escapes as he questions if this is really all he's got left. The struggle is real, folks. Flashback to when he was fighting Senruk, effortlessly controlling 8 shadows like it was nothing. Now, He's barely keeping it together. Did he burn through too much energy in the last battle? Because his Dantian is looking pretty sad compared to before. He wasn't about to let this setback keep him down. No way. Moping wasn't going to fix anything. He decided to head home and focus on cultivating more energy. Maybe then he'd get his strength back. After all that training, his stomach started growling. What did he even stash in his subspace storage this time? As he rummaged through his subspace, something unexpected caught his attention. His eyes widened in shock. What was this? The text floating in front of him was completely unintelligible. It looked like a system message, but what language was this? Looking around, he noticed a few other people with equally confused expressions. At least he wasn't the only one lost. He wondered if he'd accidentally logged into another game after only 2 months. Was this some kind of glitch? Before he could dwell on it too long, the world around him shifted. The environment stabilized, and he found himself in a new, unfamiliar space. A message appeared in front of him, this time in a language he could actually read. It announced the beginning of the Cloyd survival tutorial. He blinked in disbelief. A tutorial? Seriously? What had he gotten himself into this time? He groaned inwardly, recalling how the last tutorial had been conveniently skipped. Typical. If tutorials were skipped, that meant there were way more beginners than expected, and the competition might be fiercer than he thought. He let out a soft groan, already feeling the weight of the situation. His eyes narrowed as he took in the sight of someone in what looked like high school clothes. Was this person really just a student? It seemed someone else from Korea was participating, which only added to the intrigue. He scoffed at the thought of someone trying to farm attention with their aura, rolling his eyes at the typical high school antics. His mind raced with suspicion. This guy had obviously played these kinds of games before, but was he some monstrously strong player like Nam Sagwang? With 200 players in the mix, the game was about to begin, and the stakes were getting real. The announcement echoed, setting the lowest difficulty and the challenge to secure a spot in the top 200. The designated map was the Valley of Kantras, with rewards starting from rank 20. The tutorial was officially beginning, and it was time to see what everyone was made of. As the tutorial kicked off, MC quickly did the math. 200 participants, 200 passing? That meant no risk of failing, right? If there was no risk, then why not go all out? The energy shifted as participants realized they could play this like absolute psychopaths. But just as everyone thought they had it all figured out, the tutorial dropped a bombshell. This wasn't a solo game, it was a duo game. Wait, what? A solo game but also a duo game? The confusion was real. The instructions were clear: find someone you like and conduct a duo registration. Easy, right? The game would continue until one team was left standing. Even if only one player survived till the end, both players in that team would get the reward. High stakes, high rewards. But there was a catch: if you didn't create a team in 5 minutes, you'd be playing the game solo. No pressure, right? Someone muttered about how they thought there were more people than last time, and now it all made sense. Everyone seemed to be meeting each other for the first time. The big question was, what were they even basing their team choices on? Pick wrong and your teammate could become dead weight. The pressure was on to choose wisely. Then, MC spotted the high schooler from earlier. He didn't look like a beginner at all, and that could be useful. Maybe he was the key to victory? The high schooler was nowhere to be found. One moment he was there, the next he had vanished. He was left wondering how he moved so quickly, already searching for a duo. With the high schooler gone, the search for a partner continued. The pressure was on to find someone, anyone, to team up with. Approaching a potential partner, hopes were high. But alas, this participant was already in a duo. The search continued. The hunt for a duo partner was proving to be more challenging than expected. Another attempt, another rejection. This participant was already in a duo. Frustration was starting to set in. The search was on, but time was running out. The competition was about to begin. Still, every potential partner was already taken. The odds weren't looking good. The clock was ticking, and the pressure was mounting. The survival game was about to start. Another ping, another rejection. This participant was already in a duo. The search was becoming desperate. The competition was about to begin, and the search for a partner was still ongoing. In a sea of competitors, finding someone without a duo seemed impossible. The announcement echoed Cloyd survival would be starting soon. With no other options left, a decision had to be made. It was time to face the competition alone. The realization set in. Whether facing a solo or a duo, the goal was clear: outlast them and win. The competition began. Cloyd survival duo game, day 1 was underway. With the game officially started, the challenge was set. It was time to survive and win. The game was on, and the valley below looked promising. Scattered villages dotted the landscape, perfect for farming. Plus, the vibes seemed pretty chill, no immediate red flags. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Without hesitation, the command was clear: descend. No time to overthink it, just drop in and handle business. This time, the plan was simple: land first, secure the spot, and take out anyone who dared to follow. No mercy, just strategy. 2, 3, 6 players in total. Easy enough to break it down into 3 teams of 2. Manageable, right? The first game had been replayed in his mind countless times. Each move analyzed, each mistake noted. Countless mental simulations for the second game had been run, and now it was time to execute. The wait was over, just stick to the plan and dominate. The plan was set, the confidence was high, but suddenly, confusion took over. The scene unfolded chaotically, leaving someone utterly bewildered, muttering about how they had no clue what was happening. The disorientation was so intense it made them feel nauseous. Amidst the chaos, the player, desperately trying to figure out where James had fallen. The confusion was real, and the situation was spiraling out of control. A brief moment of silence passed. Suddenly, a powerful attack was unleashed. The unstoppable fist spatial strike came out of nowhere, catching him off guard. Panic set in as he cried out, desperately asking who the attacker was and why he was being targeted. The confusion and fear were evident, but it was too late to react. With a chilling declaration, the protagonist announced that one opponent was down. The battle was intense, and the stakes were high. The unstoppable fist was ready to strike again. The protagonist was relentless, and the power behind each move was devastating. The next attack was even more brutal. The bone shatter technique was unleashed, leaving no doubt about the MC intent to completely dominate the battle. A final cry echoed through the scene as the battle reached its climax. The intensity was overwhelming, and the outcome was clear. The opponent was down, but the battle wasn't over yet. A final strike was needed before a teammate could swoop in for a revive. The system was pretty neat, even if it did add a bit of pressure to the situation. Just as the plan was forming, a sudden realization hit. A shadowy figure appeared, and it was clear this wasn't going to be a solo fight. The stakes just got higher and the pressure was on. The tension in the air was thick, and the sudden appearance of the shadowy figure left MC on edge. The stakes were higher than ever, and the pressure was definitely on. The figure's strength was undeniable, leaving him in awe. The kind of power that makes you go, okay, maybe I should have hit the gym more. The figure's gaze intensified as they questioned if this was the one who had taken down their comrade. The room was silent, waiting for an answer. Sizing up the opponent, it was clear they were a close combat specialist. The kind of fighter who probably thinks personal space is just a suggestion. The challenge with close combat was facing off against ranged weapons. Swords, spears, bows, you name it. The protagonist had only practiced against such weapons in his mind, making this a whole new ball game. Despite the odds, the thought of testing his skills in this game brought a smile to his face. The excitement was real, and he was ready to dive in. With a smirk, he thought this was going to be fun. The kind of fun that probably ends with someone getting a timeout. The scene was set, the players were ready, and the game was on. No turning back now. And just like that, the battlefield erupted. A thunderous call to charge echoed through the air, setting the stage for the chaos to come. The tension was palpable as both sides braced for impact, the calm before the storm of clashing steel and determination. But as quickly as the charge began, a resounding counter shook the ground. It was like watching a perfectly timed mic drop, but with more swords and less applause. The momentum shifted, the tide of battle turning as swiftly as a TikTok trend. One moment, victory seemed certain, the next, it was anyone's game. In the heat of the fray, strategies were tested, and alliances were questioned. It was a high-stakes game of chess, but with way more blood, sweat, and dramatic slow-motion moments. The battle raged on, each side giving it their all. It was a back-and-forth struggle, like trying to decide what to watch on Netflix, but with higher stakes and more explosions. As the dust began to settle, the true cost of the conflict became clear. A sudden realization struck like a plot twist no one saw coming. He actually closed the distance and redirected the attack. What kind of power move was that? The tension hung in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife, or maybe a really sharp sword. Then, like a glitch in the Matrix, an opening appeared. It was now or never. The moment stretched, and MC hand came. The power left a devastating hole inside the armored player. But this was no time for a timeout. He grabbed the player's head. With a Randy Orton knee to the face, the player screamed, "Man, that must be satisfying." The calm before the storm was too much to handle. No turning back now. Stepping on his face. MC voice cut through the tension, declaring 2 down. The protagonist couldn't help but marvel at the sheer amount of life energy he had absorbed. It was like finding an extra-large pizza in the fridge when you were expecting leftovers. With a quick mental calculation, he realized there were only 4 competitors left in the area. Suddenly, a red light shot towards him. Like Neo from the Matrix, he dodged it. A mysterious object flew out of nowhere, leaving him in shock. The protagonist quickly decided to follow its path, hoping to find answers. He traced the trajectory, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any clues. It must have come from the houses on the side, he thought, piecing together the puzzle. But before he could react, another object came flying, catching him off guard. This was getting intense. He braced himself and barely dodged. A slight cut on his cheek. He wondered if more surprises were coming his way. With the quickness, he dodged all the projectiles. Like a game of tag, he was not trying to get touched. He realized he had to make a decision, and fast. The tension hung in the air like a bad Wi-Fi signal, leaving everyone on edge. The accuracy of the attacks from a distance was mind-blowing. It was clear that these opponents were no joke, but at least they weren't as strong as Zurikana, right? Paranoia kicked in as he wondered if he was alone, or if a teammate was chasing him down. The uncertainty was almost as bad as running out of coffee on a Monday morning. But dwelling on it wasn't going to help. The priority was figuring out the archer's position. Catch one, and the other would surely follow. If this were like the previous game, he would be hiding in each house while farming. But now, with his sights set on life chi, enemies were nothing more than fuel to absorb. The game had changed, and so had his strategy. Enemies were no longer threats but opportunities to grow stronger. As he prepared for the next move, he noticed something. And like that, the red lights pierced his skull. Finally, a sigh escaped as he realized what needed to be done. It was time to make his move and face whatever came next. With a deep breath, the moment of truth had arrived. Confusion struck as the attacker realized their strike had missed its mark. They couldn't believe it, convinced they had landed the hit. But before they could even finish their thought, their target had vanished into thin air. The frustration was real. Suddenly, the attacker's face got in the way of a boot. There he was, the attacker, not ready for the kick. As the attacker rolled, MC was stunned, trying to process how his surefire hit had somehow failed. He was certain he had made contact, but the evidence before his eyes told a different story. The question lingered, where had he gone? It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but the needle had legs and a head start. As reality sank in, disbelief washed over him. This wasn't just a miss, it was a full-on magic trick, and he was the baffled audience. And just like that, the plot thickened. A cloak of hiding was in play, and the crowd was not having it. The collective gasp could have powered a small village. He was processing, eyes wide, minds racing. A faint sound broke the quiet, a whisper of movement, like a ninja trying to sneak past a room full of cats. A red arrow emerged. Eyes darted around, searching for any sign of movement, any hint of where he might have gone. The suspense was killing him. Literally, he was all holding his breaths. Then it hit him, the realization that maybe, just maybe, he had slipped behind and made a run for it. The panic set in, like when you think you've lost your phone but it's just in your other hand. A pause in the chaos, like a glitch in the Matrix. MC stared out the window, like when you were a kid seeing your mom drive past McDonald's. And then his voice echoed, like a villain in a cheesy action movie, but with way more sass. He wasn't going anywhere, not that easily at least. He took a step. But then, out of nowhere, he leaped out the window. Heavy breathing echoed, like someone had just run a marathon or maybe just really loved their inhaler a bit too much. A yelp pierced the air, sharp and high-pitched, like a squeaky toy being stepped on. Drama was unfolding, and it was about to get real. The voice boomed, calling out the fashion police on that cloak. Apparently, wearing it in broad daylight was a major faux pas, like socks with sandals or something. The protagonist wasn't having it, ranting about how that cloak was basically a cheat code to the top. He wanted it, and he wanted it bad, like the last slice of pizza at a party. But then, another voice chimed in, telling the protagonist to chill. Enough was enough, and it was time to put an end to this fashion show gone wrong. Apologies were thrown around, excuses made. The cloak wearer was quicker than they looked, like a ninja on energy drinks. And hey, if you're an ally, you better have their back, right? Like a best friend holding your hair back after a rough night. But hold up, where was his ally? Like trying to find Waldo in a monochrome sweater. Patience wasn't their virtue. They just wanted the job done, like a toddler demanding ice cream. Regret kicked in. Maybe taking them out one by one would have been smarter. Now, it looked like a 2-versus-1 showdown was on the menu. Then, a realization hit. Wasn't he supposed to have the upper hand with more people on his side? like realizing you brought extra friends to a party, but still can't find the snacks. But alas, the numbers game wasn't adding up. It was like having a squad of friends to help you assemble furniture, but somehow you still end up with extra screws. The confusion was real. He thought he had the advantage, but it turned out to be as useful as a chocolate teapot. He looked around, expecting backup, but it was like when you call for your dog and only the neighbor's cat shows up. The tension was thick, and he was starting to feel like he was in a group project where he was the only one doing the work. He tried to rally his team, but it was like trying to herd cats. Each one had their own agenda, and none of them were on the same page. The situation was spiraling, and he was left wondering if he was the only one who actually cared about the outcome. As the dust settled, he realized that maybe, just maybe, having more people on his side didn't guarantee a win. It was a tough pill to swallow, like finding out that your favorite band's new album was actually terrible. Someone called him a slippery bastard. Like, okay, rude, but also kinda impressive? Suddenly, a triple shot was fired, catching everyone off guard. It was like trying to dodge 3 spoilers at once, impossible and slightly unfair. The room fell as MC was hit. Then, the player boomed, claiming that Alex had taken the shot and never missed. Like, ever. Cue the dramatic music. Another pause, the kind where you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the next move. The player came back, super confident, declaring that this time he definitely had him. Spoiler alert, he didn't. Our guy just smirked, calling them out for being too arrogant. Like, chill, dude, confidence is great, but maybe don't jinx it? The other side was shook, stuttering out in disbelief. How did he keep dodging their attacks? Plot armor, maybe? But this time it was more of a what just happened kind of vibe. Suddenly, MC arm went through the player's stomach. Talk about butterflies. The protagonist, taunting that just because his eyes told them he was somewhere, didn't mean he was actually there. Mind games at their finest. The teammate chimed in, accusing MC of using strange magic and labeling him an illusionist. The plot was thickening, and it wasn't just the tension. The so-called illusionist shrugged it off, claiming to be just a returning student. But then, he laid down a challenge. If he wanted to save his ally, he'd have to take him down first. Drama alert. Things escalated quickly as the teammate declared he would not only take down his opponent but also survive until the end. Someone had been hitting the confidence potion a bit too hard. A brief pause hung in the air, the kind where you could hear a pin drop. The stage was set for an epic showdown, and no one wanted to blink and miss it. Then, out of nowhere, a battle cry echoed through the room. Bubble strike. And just like that, the room erupted into chaos. It was on like Donkey Kong. MC launched a counterattack. The key to a perfect counter was all about timing and precision. Close in on the attack and aim straight for the shoulder to throw off the opponent's balance. And like that, MC arm was cut. The opponent was fast, like really fast. It was going to take everything to keep up with this speed. The room was electric with anticipation. A sudden rush of energy, and the protagonist is slashed. A sword felt different from a spear, the cuts were deeper, more precise. It was a risky game, and one wrong move could be the end. The sword didn't cut as deeply as expected. Something was off, but there was no time to think about it. There had to be some trick, maybe like the illusions from earlier. But no matter what it was, the fight had to go on. His voice rang out, declaring that MC's neck was next on the line. With a single hit being the only option, the protagonist realized that if that failed, his only backup was a counter move. But how could he counter someone whose movements were as unpredictable as a cat on a hot tin roof? Wait a minute, this round was a freebie. No penalties for failing. It was like a buy one get one free sale at the Danger Mart. This was the perfect time to experiment, to try something new without the fear of consequences. Instead of relying on his eyes, he decided to feel the energy and intent of his opponent, like tuning into a radio station of danger vibes. If he couldn't overcome this challenge, how could he even dream of aiming for first place? Seowon had been practicing methods of using inner energy for 2 months straight. He wasn't the same guy who had struggled after first learning about inner energy from Jang Dokyeon. Turns out, he had a rare talent for it, like being a natural at finding the last slice of pizza. With a deep breath, he prepared to put his newfound skills to the test. Suddenly, a weapon dropped. His opponent was left in shock, struggling to comprehend how his ultimate attack was blocked so effortlessly. Seowon felt an incredible surge of confidence, as if he had just broken through a massive barrier. The opponent stumbled back, realizing the tide of the battle had turned against him. Seowon emerged victorious, defeating his foe with sheer brute force. The player count updated, showing 196 out of 200. As expected, the strong opponents had a lot of inner energy. It seemed like this one had done a fair amount of farming. A recovery scroll was found among the loot. Without hesitation, Seowon decided to use the recovery scroll to heal himself before slowly starting to farm. Seowon sighed, wondering why he always got so worked up and messed things up. A moment of silence passed as he reflected on his actions. He realized that if he had just saved that item, defending his rank would have been a piece of cake. He shrugged, figuring he might as well hold on to it. What else was there to do? A lightning-struck cottonwood bough appeared, allowing him to shoot arrows packed with a bit of lightning energy. Cool, but he wasn't holding his breath for some epic zapping action. Lightning energy? Really? Because those arrows the other guy was shooting felt about as electric as a soggy noodle. Then, a multi-shot skill book popped up, offering the ability to shoot multiple arrows at once. Tempting, but was this guy even an archer or just winging it in the game? He paused, wondering if the opponent had just learned archery in-game. That would explain a lot. He decided to give it a shot since he had learned the skill anyway. This bow was way better than the crossbow he had picked up earlier. It would definitely come in handy. There seemed to be only one team left in the region, but he decided to take a break and farm a bit before continuing. Maybe it was because they were just village houses, but all he found were junk items. Where were the cool drops like the cloak of hiding? Ugh, what a disappointment. The loot from these houses was straight up garbage. Where were the good drops? But wait, there was still hope. Maybe the town center had something worthwhile. After all, places like that were usually the best spots for farming good stuff. He made his way to the town center, eyes scanning for any signs of loot. The door was closed, so it didn't seem like anyone else had been there yet. Time to start a proper looting session. Just in case, he decided to close the door behind him. No need for any unexpected visitors. He could almost taste the good loot. A cloak of hiding, rings that raise stats, anything good had to come out of this. He was almost at the top, his heart pounding with anticipation. But as he reached the final chest, his excitement turned to disbelief. No way, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. His heart sank as he realized the cruel truth. Shit. Sometimes, everything goes as planned in this game. Other times, it just ticks you off. Wait, what was that? Would you look at them just chilling and farming like it's no big deal? They were farming without a care in the world. He wondered if they had any good loot. If they did, it might be tough to face them alone. He pondered how to deal with them, weighing his options carefully. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Were they thinking of coming his way? Look, Kilroy, the door was closed. That definitely meant nobody had come through there. A healing scroll right from the start. Now that was a good omen. But of course, it was hidden under a pile of junk, because why would anything be easy? Turns out, that little oversight was a pretty useful trap. Getting excited over a healing scroll? Someone's clearly not at the top of their game. Their skills and items must be pretty basic if they're thrilled about something like that. Seeing weaklings ahead, the only logical move is to strike first. No time to waste on hesitation. Striking first seemed like the best plan. But suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared out of nowhere. Where did this guy even come from? The figure stood there, ominous and unexpected, throwing a wrench in the whole strike-first strategy. If this mage knew what he was doing, he would have already thrown up a barrier or something. But nope, just standing there like a deer in headlights. Seriously, where was the defensive magic? This guy was clearly not prepared for an ambush. The tension was building, and the mage was sweating bullets. This was not going as planned. The protagonist was already on the move, and the mage was left wondering where on earth this guy had come from. No time to panic, though. The mage decided to end this with his next attack. It was now or never. With a burst of energy, the mage unleashed his ultimate move, Escrow's Flame. This was going to be epic. The flame roared to life, illuminating the scene in a dramatic display of power. No more Mr. Nice Mage. The flame roared to life, illuminating the scene in a dramatic display of power. No more Mr. Nice Mage. The air crackled with tension as the spell took on a life of its own. A faint whimper escaped someone's lips, barely audible over the roar of the flames. It was clear that something had gone terribly wrong. Panic set in as someone shouted, demanding to know what was happening. The caster stumbled over their words, trying to explain that the spell had gone off course, targeting the wrong person. The situation went from bad to worse as the flames refused to die down. Someone cursed, realizing they were stuck in a fiery mess of their own making. Amidst the chaos, they observed from a distance, wondering if the caster was alone. If there was an ally, wouldn't they have attacked together? They pondered, trying to make sense of the situation. With a sudden burst of determination, one of them suggested that they should just finish him off. The protagonist continued to dance, casting long shadows as everyone held their breath, waiting for what would come next. Tension snapping like a rubber band stretched too far. Someone let out a frustrated yell, clearly not happy about the slippery situation. Another voice chimed in, full of rage and ready to end someone's existence. It seemed like things were about to get real messy, real fast. The moment hung heavy as someone was slashed. Confusion filled the air as someone let out a bewildered huh, clearly not expecting whatever just happened. His voice stammered in disbelief, trying to make sense of the chaos. Someone else quickly defended themselves, claiming his slip-up wasn't intentional, blaming it on their target's sneaky dodge. A pained voice spoke up, asking to be freed from an axe, clearly not having a great time. The sound of crushing followed, making everyone wince at the sheer force of it. A calm, almost casual voice cut through the tension, thanking him for letting him land the final blow. Classic gamer move, stealing the last hit. The calm was short-lived as someone's frustration exploded, his words cutting through the air like a poorly rolled crit fail. A blunt remark about losing a chest piece followed because apparently loot drama was still a thing even in the heat of battle. The tension spiked as the mockery landed, the fallen warrior clearly not appreciating the commentary on his gear choices. MC couldn't help but roast the guy's armor setup, questioning why a tank-looking dude would ever have a weight debuff on his gear. Priorities, right? And of course, the big question, would ditching the chest piece actually make him any faster? Before he could answer, a loud crash echoed as something or someone slammed into the scene with zero chill. But like the Flash, our boy dodged and leapt up. Then, out of nowhere, a direct hit landed, the impact so brutal it sounded like someone just got one-shot by a boss mechanic they definitely should have dodged. A pained groan escaped, confirming that that last hit, it hurt, bad. A voice taunted, reminding him that gravity was still a thing and he couldn't just float up there forever. Eventually, he'd have to touch down. And then came the laughter because, of course, why not? Silence hung in the air for a moment, and a massive slash on MC. Smoke left in the air. The slash was so severe that it came outside the tower. MC muttered about how impressive his strength was, like he was reviewing a gym session mid-battle. Another pause because apparently this fight needed dramatic timing. The taunting continued, questioning if brute strength alone was really going to cut it this time. Things escalated quickly as he declared he was about to shut the protagonist up permanently. With a swing, MC smoothly limbo underneath. A sharp sound cut through the air, followed by a remark about how even a worm squirmed when stepped on. Ouch. MC stood there watching his clone fight the Axeman. He echoed, urging the Shadow to keep fighting, calling it a stupid bastard. Well, that escalated quickly. The Shadow seemed to hesitate, the weight of the words hanging in the air. Then, confusion struck. The voice questioned how the Shadow had moved so swiftly, appearing where it wasn't before. Classic ninja move or just really good at hide and seek? The protagonist pointed out the sheer power of the Shadow's attack, which had nearly split the building in half. Talk about overkill. A hint of curiosity crept in, his voice wondering what would happen if the Shadow unleashed its full potential. Spoiler alert, it wouldn't be pretty. With a strong kick, he made the bricks disintegrate. But wait, the man seemed to recall, what about the person it was supposed to be fighting right now? Plot twist. Awkward much? The tension was palpable, the outcome uncertain. What would the Shadow do next? Suddenly, chaos erupted as a desperate plea for help echoed through the room, the fear in his voice cutting through the silence like a knife. The protagonist paused, the cries for help hanging in the air. But then he muttered about the consequences of their actions. Frustration took over as they realized the gravity of their situation. They had acted on impulse, thinking it would be fun, but now faced the reality of lesser rewards. Classic gamer regret kicked in hard. A moment of silence passed. The room stood still as only a hand remained. Meanwhile, the player count ticked up 194 out of 200 now. The game was filling up, the virtual world buzzing with activity. The protagonist let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the loot would still appear even if there was no space for a chest to spawn. No need to dig around like a dog on a bone after all. With a newfound determination, he decided to loot. Among the items, a glove of strength caught their eye. It slightly increased the wearer's strength, a useful find indeed. The big guy had something worthwhile after all. He couldn't believe his luck. The mage was loaded, and there were even items he had never seen before. It was like hitting the jackpot in some weird fantasy loot box. Among the treasures, a magic explosion scroll caught his eye. Could be detonated using magical power, which was pretty cool, even if he wasn't sure how to use it yet. He quickly browsed through the other items, his eyes widening at the sheer variety and potential of each one. A philosopher's stone and a fragmented secret manual were among the finds. The manual was in pieces, but if all 8 were collected, its true name would be revealed. It was like a puzzle waiting to be solved. He realized he had caused enough of a commotion and it was time to bounce. He couldn't risk sticking around any longer. Grabbing a mage's robe, which blocked wind and rain but offered almost no defense, he prepared to make a swift exit. It was better than nothing, at least. With a final glance at the loot, he knew it was time to go. He had pushed his luck far enough. The restricted zone was starting to close in, and since he had landed early, there might be quite a few people on the other side by now. He needed to move fast. Setting a waypoint to the center of the map, he began his journey. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. After checking the rest of the cottages and finding nothing worth taking, he decided it was time to move on. Lingering any longer would be a waste of precious time. It was quite a long distance, but since he had become used to using an audio, he traveled at a much faster pace than during his first game. It was like he had unlocked a secret speed boost. He moved swiftly, his mind racing with the possibilities of his newfound treasures and the adventures that lay ahead. On certain maps, there were specific zones where certain monsters appeared. The types of monsters varied widely, and the protagonist knew he had to be prepared for anything. He continued his journey, his mind filled with thoughts of the challenges and adventures that awaited him. There was so much more in store than just werewolves, and he was ready to face it all. He wondered why he hadn't been told about this in the previous game. It was like he had been thrown into a whole new world of possibilities. With a deep breath, he steeled himself for whatever lay ahead. The adventure was just beginning, and he were ready to take it on. He barely had time to brace himself before a voice echoed, announcing its arrival. The protagonist couldn't help but let out a groan. This was not the warm welcome he was expecting. His eyes widened as he wondered what kind of creature he was up against. A monster, perhaps? A loud screech. The protagonist took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. A plan formed in their mind. They would hold their ground, fighting defensively while trying to restrain their opponent. With a nod, they acknowledged the support they had and felt a surge of determination. The protagonist squinted, trying to make out the figure before him. Was it a mage and a martial artist combo? Now that was a rare sight. He weighed his options, mind racing with possibilities. With a smirk, he decided to take the initiative. Maybe taking one of them out would turn the tide in his favor. He readied himself for the battle ahead, and let off a powerful shot off his bow. As the monsters readied themselves for the battle ahead, their focus unwavering, a sudden shriek echoed through the air, setting the tone for the chaos to come. One of the snakes lost its head. A steady drumbeat counting down to the inevitable clash. Suddenly, a chilling cry of ice lance shattered the silence, and the battle was on like an Avengers playlist on shuffle. The man took a deep breath, thinking there sure were a lot of foes, but he was almost done, and it looked like he would get a good reward. He had to end strong. As he faced a 7-star sword art, the protagonist couldn't help but wonder if he would be able to handle this all by himself. Cost him too much mana every time he took one down. A quick gasp escaped their lips as they realized the gravity of the situation, the weight of the battle pressing down on them. An arrow whizzed past, and the players' eyes widened in shock. There was an ambush and somebody was targeting them. They quickly weighed their options. They should fight them instead of trying to get the reward, but they were almost done. The internal struggle was real, but the decision had to be made fast. As they pondered their next move, panic set in among the group. One of them yelled about the impending danger they were in, urging everyone to run for their lives. The protagonist, however, seemed more amused than concerned, pondering whether to provoke his pursuers even further. He let off another powerful shot. The player spotted the attack approaching, sending the group into a frenzy. Screams echoed as the reality of their situation set in. Amidst the chaos, he shouted about the urgent need for another barrier, and the teammate quickly complied, casting a barrier in a flashy, over-the-top style. But it was clear that the barrier wouldn't hold for long against such destructive power. The group knew they had to make a run for it, and fast. Yet, the thought of losing the reward for slaying the monsters was too much to bear. They decided to finish up quickly before making their escape. Just as they were about to make their escape, one of them shouted in frustration, admitting that the barrier wouldn't hold. The other chimed in, questioning what to do next. Suddenly, a powerful wall of defense appeared out of nowhere, leaving everyone in shock. The unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. A voice yelled out in confusion, demanding to know what was happening. MC mused that the wall must have been the work of the mage, and surprisingly, this turn of events was actually beneficial for him. With no hesitation, he leapt up. One of them pointed out that instead of wasting mana on barriers, this wall was a better solution. However, it also meant they couldn't pinpoint the enemy's location. But at least the enemy wouldn't be able to get over that wall. Frustration grew as the other accused him of revealing their location to the enemies. He was told he just had to wait until the wall disappeared. If he pulled a stunt like this again, their alliance would be over, and they would have to go their separate ways. As the tension lingered, they pointed out something in the distance, drawing everyone's attention. A voice chimed in, noting that a simple wall wouldn't stand a chance against a siege weapon like a bow. The other nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. He urgently asked if he could get rid of the wall immediately. A nervous response came back, estimating it would take around 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the protagonist pulled a scroll out. He mentioned a magic explosion scroll, set to explode 10 seconds after use. The moment of truth arrived, the scroll was activated, and the countdown began. The seconds ticking away like a clock in a suspense thriller. The countdown continued, each number echoing in his mind as he braced for the impact. Halfway through, the anticipation was almost unbearable, but he knew there was no turning back. The final seconds ticked away, the group steeled themselves for what was to come. 0. The moment arrived, and with a deafening boom, the explosion rocked the area, leaving everyone in awe of the sheer power unleashed. The explosion left everyone in shock, mouths agape, and eyes wide. The sheer power of the blast had them all thinking the same thing. What even was that? The protagonist was left in awe. He even stumbled back a few steps, as the sheer force of the explosion hit them. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. The effectiveness of the scroll had exceeded all expectations, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. He couldn't help but scream out in surprise. The sheer power of the explosion was just too much to handle. Amidst the chaos, his voice cut through the noise, trying to regain some semblance of control. But it was no use, the crowd was too far gone. The explosion had left them all in a daze, struggling to comprehend the sheer power he had just witnessed. The dust settled, and the crowd began to stir, murmurs of disbelief and awe filling the air. They had just witnessed something truly extraordinary. As the reality of the situation set in, some couldn't help but let out a groan, the weight of what they had just witnessed hitting them like a ton of bricks. One person in particular was feeling the effects of the explosion more than others. He let out a groan, clutching his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, wondering how he had managed to survive such a powerful blast. It was a miracle, plain and simple. As he looked around, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. What had just happened? How had he managed to survive? But before he could dwell on it too much, MC cut through the noise, asking what was up. It was time to regroup and figure out what to do next. He continued, mocking how the mage had basically served them up on a silver platter. Thanks to that, he was about to have a feast. A dry laugh followed, admitting that picking good allies was a skill in itself. Clearly, he had a long way to go on that front. Silence hung in the air for a moment, the weight of the situation sinking in. Then, a thought struck. Since the chest had appeared right away, the mage probably didn't make it out of the explosion earlier. Inside the chest, a manual for the 7-star cultivation art, the foundation of some seriously powerful sword skills, caught their eye. There was sword art, unarmed combat, footwork, the whole package. But was it actually useful? A prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to swap out his current martial physique arts for this new 7-star cultivation art. A dismissive scoff followed. The stuff was useless to him anyway. But not everything in the chest was a dud. A ring called Tokar's ring popped up, promising major magic resistance. Wait, was this how Tokar survived the explosion earlier? He took a moment to process what he had found, the possibilities racing through his mind. He had found the mage's chest buried in the rubble. Who knew treasure hunting could be this productive? A laugh escaped as he pulled out Escrow's necklace, a fancy piece of jewelry that did absolutely nothing but was made of pure gold. Well, at least it was shiny. He moved on, hoping the next item would be a little more useful. An Ice Lance grimoire appeared, a high-tier spell that could freeze targets and deal damage. Too bad it was way out of his league for now. He stared at the Ice Lance grimoire, feeling a mix of awe and frustration. It was like seeing a top-tier gaming weapon but knowing your character was still stuck at level 1. Not cool. A little later, as he recapped his struggles, he couldn't help but wonder how they had even managed to survive those battles. It was almost embarrassing. His thoughts were interrupted as he noticed something new. What was this thing? It looked important, maybe even useful. He pondered if this was some kind of reward for his monster hunting efforts. Maybe his luck was finally turning around. It turned out to be Tears of Lamia, a material used in various magic experiments and crafting items. Score. But how exactly was he supposed to use it? The necklace he got wasn't bad at all. It had a certain charm to it. But the real question was how to make the most out of these Tears of Lamia. He started strategizing. If boss monsters could give game-changing buffs, then taking them down fast would be key. No one wanted to be on the receiving end of a boss's full power. There were two things he needed to figure out. First, was he even strong enough to hunt down a boss monster? It was a big question mark hanging over his heads. And then there was the big question of whether other players were out there thinking the same thing, plotting the same moves. The weight of the unknown hung in the air, almost as heavy as the heat. It was one of those moments where you just gotta take a deep breath and hope for the best. Around 60 people had already bitten the dust on the first day. But hey, at least he had taken down 8, so it wasn't a total loss. First things first, though, he needed to make a move toward the marker he had placed earlier at the center of the map. The weather in the first game had been pretty chill, literally. But now, it was like stepping into an oven. What was up with this heat? Maybe he should have waited for the sun to dip before making his move. Hindsight, right? Then something caught his eye. What was that? If his guess was right, that thing up ahead had to be a supply drop. No way he was letting that slip by. His heart raced a little faster. This could be his lucky break. No time to waste, he had to make his move before someone else beat him to it. Just as he was about to make his move, a notification popped up. A Cloyd survival supply drop had been obtained. Talk about perfect timing. But there was a catch. If he took the treasure, his location would be revealed every 30 minutes by a red light for the next 6 hours. The stakes just got higher. He pondered for a moment, weighing the risks and benefits. It wasn't an easy decision, but he knew he had to choose wisely. A prompt appeared, asking if he would like to open it. The temptation was real, and he could almost feel the treasure calling his name. He took a deep breath, considering his options. The pressure was on, but he knew he had to make a choice soon. After a brief internal debate, he thought, why not take the gamble? There was no risk of failing in this match anyway, so what did he have to lose? With a sense of excitement and anticipation, he made his decision. The adventure was about to begin, and he couldn't wait to see what would happen next. The anticipation was high, but little did he know, the adventure was about to take a chaotic turn. As he ventured forth, he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and nerves, like a kid on the first day of school. Suddenly, he realized his items were giving away his location, which was not part of the plan. He needed to grab 3 items and make a quick exit, but the situation was already spiraling out of control. Whoa, things were getting intense, and he wasn't sure if he was ready for this level of chaos. He took a moment to assess the situation, trying to figure out his next move. The clock was ticking, and he knew he had to act fast. He pondered his options, weighing the pros and cons of each potential move. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to waste a single second. He knew he had to make a decision, and fast. The cloak of hiding was useless in broad daylight, and he couldn't use the elixir or the philosopher's stone just yet. Talk about bad luck. But if he could just survive for 6 hours, the payoff would be totally worth it. For now, he'd learn Cloud Stride and make a swift exit. With a deep breath, he channeled his inner energy and shouted, "Run like the wind." He activated his signature move, Cloud Stride, and took off like a rocket. The sudden burst of speed left everyone in awe, mouths hanging open like they'd just seen the coolest magic trick ever. But then, his spidey senses started tingling. Enemies? Really? Couldn't he catch a break? They were still a bit away, but close enough to make him sweat. He was fast, sure, but what if they had some crazy, overpowered techniques up their sleeves? He needed a plan, and fast. Maybe if he could lure them into a trap, he'd stand a chance. Setting the bait, he hoped they'd fall for it. The suspense was killing him, but he had to stay cool. The chase was on. He could feel them getting closer, their presence looming like a bad case of Monday morning. He pushed himself harder, the wind whipping past him like he was in some kind of action movie. Meanwhile, the pursuers weren't messing around. They'd spotted the light and were hot on his trail, determined to catch up. The pursuers were confident, assuming their target hadn't gone far. Yet, despite their detection magic, they couldn't sense anything within range. Suddenly, a realization struck them. Their expressions shifted as they processed the unexpected turn of events. Silence fell as they grappled with the implications. The chase was far from over, but something wasn't adding up. Back at the scene of the grab, it was clear the target had snatched the items and bolted in a hurry. The evidence was scattered everywhere, pointing in one direction. The pursuers reasoned that he was likely using detection magic on the move. One took charge of the magic while the other scoured for traces, determined not to lose the trail. Meanwhile, the target was already steps ahead. A smirk crossed his face as he considered how easily they had fallen for his trick. Time was of the essence. 30 minutes, that was his goal. He needed to put as much distance between himself and his pursuers as possible. Every second counted. He pushed forward, the weight of the stolen items a reminder of what was at stake. 30 minutes later, the pursuers were still hot on his trail, but the distance between them had grown. The protagonist finally allowed himself a moment to breathe. A sigh of relief escaped him as he wiped the sweat from his brow. He wasn't out of danger yet, but he had bought himself some time. But that moment of relief was short-lived. As he scanned the area, his eyes widened in disbelief. 1, 2 more enemies? Where did they even come from? They weren't right on top of him, but they weren't exactly a safe distance away either. This was not ideal. He wondered if more parties had gathered toward the center of the map. So he was in deep trouble. Of all times for this to happen, it had to be now? Seriously, universe? This was bad. Like really bad. He was sweating bullets, and not just because of the heat. His heart pounded in his chest as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was so screwed. In a desperate bid to escape, he channeled every ounce of energy he had left and shouted out the technique's name, Cloud Strive, hoping it would give him the speed boost he needed. But as he glanced back, his heart sank. His pursuers were gaining on him at a speed that defied logic, and he could feel the panic rising in his chest. He couldn't help but wonder if they were using some kind of secret movement technique, something that would explain how they were closing the distance between them so effortlessly. The chase continued, the wind whipping past him as he pushed himself to his limits. But the gap was closing, and he could feel his energy waning. He knew he couldn't keep this up forever, and the thought of what would happen when they finally caught up sent a shiver down his spine. Just as he thought things couldn't get any worse, he spotted a horse out of the corner of his eye, its muscles rippling as it galloped towards him. Before he could even process what was happening, a flame ball came whizzing past him, and he barely managed to dodge it, feeling the heat singe his clothes. He risked another glance back and his heart plummeted. Both of his pursuers were now riding horses, and they were gaining on him faster than ever, and he knew he was in deep trouble. In a desperate move, he unleashed a strike, hoping to buy himself some time. He didn't stop there, immediately following up with a martial phantom step, a technique as flashy as it sounds. The pursuers were momentarily stunned, giving him a slight edge. But his advantage was short-lived. His pursuers, clearly miffed, scoffed at his unconventional tactics and ordered each other to chase him down and finish him off. He knew he was in serious trouble now. They weren't messing around anymore. With a burst of determination, he turned and launched a counterattack, hoping to catch them off guard. The pursuers were taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. He had managed to surprise them, but would it be enough to turn the tide? The pursuers had thrown a spear. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Their eyes weren't on his decoy but on his real body. How did they see through his trick so quickly? His mind raced, panic setting in. He needed a new plan, and fast. The pursuers weren't going to wait around for him to come up with one. Taking a deep breath, he tried to steady his nerves. This was no time to lose his cool. He could feel his inner energy, a well of power just waiting to be tapped. If he could just focus, he might still have a chance. Blocking out the chaos around him, he concentrated, drawing his inner energy to the surface. It was now or never. With a sudden burst of energy, he hurled the spear with all his might. The spear soared through the air, carrying the weight of his desperation and a single, furious command echoing in his mind. A sudden exclamation marking the hit. The aftermath of the strike hanging heavy in the air. But the moment of triumph was short-lived. The opponent groaned in annoyance, more concerned about the state of his armor than the attack itself. A voice of caution cut through the tension, warning that this foe was no pushover. Another chimed in, panic rising as they considered the sheer disadvantage they would be at if reinforcements showed up. The mood was getting real awkward, real fast. The battlefield fell into a tense silence, the weight of the unknown pressing down on everyone. Just as the silence was about to become unbearable, someone shouted out, claiming there was someone else there. The tension spiked harder than a cactus in a balloon factory, everyone on edge, eyes darting around trying to find the source of the voice. But whoever it was remained hidden, leaving everyone in a suspenseful limbo, like a bad Wi-Fi signal. A loud exclamation mark of a sound echoed through the room, making everyone jump like they'd seen a ghost. But unlike the protagonist, the arrow struck. Then, a frustrated voice cursed out loud, breaking the silence like a bull in a china shop. MC piped up, wondering if it was another duo attacking because apparently trouble always comes in pairs like socks and bad decisions. He braced himself, ready for whatever was coming next, like a cat seeing a cucumber for the first time. But then, a panicked voice cried out the horse, leaving everyone confused and wondering if they'd somehow ended up in a weird western. The group stood there, bewildered. An arrow emerges. Silence. The tension was broken by a nervous laugh in the darkness. The atmosphere shifted. The air grew heavy, and a sense of dread crept in. Something was very, very wrong. Before anyone could react, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its presence sending a chill down everyone's spines. This was no time for jokes or confusion. Danger was imminent. The figure's voice echoed ominously, declaring there was no escape. The MC realized he was trapped, and the situation had just gone from bizarre to life-threatening in an instant. The protagonist had been so focused on the pursuers behind him that he failed to notice the others closing in from the front. Being caught in a pincer attack was the worst-case scenario, and it was happening to him. The orders were clear fire at the slightest movement. The team acknowledged, ready to strike at any moment. The enemy sneered, commenting on how flies were swarming in. Panic set in as one of the group members desperately asked what they should do. The tension rose as MC taunted another about their lost confidence, asking if they were scared now. It seemed like everyone already knew the grim answer. At this point, the situation was beyond dire. The MC was trapped, and the odds were not in his favor. The harsh reality set in 2 out of the 3 teams were going to have to die. The stakes had never been higher. In this high-stakes game, the teams were scheming hard. They wanted to sway him to their side, take out the other team, and turn this into a 2 versus 1 situation. But how were they planning to make their move? One of them shouted, challenging the others to come at him all at once, whether there were 2 or 3 of them. Bold move, but was it smart? One of his teammates nervously tried to calm him down, but he wasn't having it. He warned them to back off unless they wanted to get skewered. Yikes, talk about intense. The MC was not impressed, muttering about his guts but seriously questioning his brains. Classic case of all brawn and no brain, huh? The tension escalated as one of them declared that no one from the kingdom was walking out alive. Silence fell for a moment, the weight of the situation hanging heavy in the air. Everyone was on edge, waiting for the next move. Then an offer was made. If he sided with them, they would spare his life. Tempting, but could he trust them? Just as the tension was at its peak, MC noticed an elf. An elf? Really? This just kept getting more interesting. The world seemed to be full of grudges he hadn't even heard of yet. What was the right move here? A voice piped up, offering an alliance. Would he join their side? The offer hung in the air, adding to the already thick tension. But before anyone could respond, another voice cut in, drawing everyone's attention. What was that? The sudden interruption left everyone bewildered. A circle stone was presented, specifically a circle 4. The significance of it wasn't lost on the mages in the group. The MC holding the stone explained its value, how it was a big deal and could be sold for a fortune. The group listened intently, their curiosity piqued. Then came the proposal. The person suggested a competition. The winning team would get the circle stone. It was a fair deal, they reasoned. Much better than picking a side. The group considered the offer, the weight of the decision heavy on their minds. With a deep breath, the person asked if everyone was ready. The moment of truth was upon them, and the anticipation was killing everyone. The command to fight echoed through the air, and the battle began with a surge of adrenaline. Silence fell over the battlefield as strategies were quickly formed and alliances were tested. He scoffed, doubting anyone could gather a circle stone within 6 hours, let alone survive the chaos. Using a seemingly useless item to stall 4 opponents at once seemed like a small price to pay for survival. Plus, whoever made it through would come after him and he could just take it back then. Time seemed to drag as he groaned, realizing there were still 5 long hours left in the challenge. Minutes later, he found themselves at the center of the map, right where he had placed the pin, wondering if this was really the right spot. The valley was way deeper than expected, and the vibes were all wrong, like a boss monster could pop out any second. No one was ready for that kind of surprise. Suddenly, the air crackled with tension as an unseen presence made itself known, sending a chill down his spines. Time seemed to warp as he realized 30 minutes had already slipped by, leaving him baffled and on edge. The name escrows echoed in their minds, a mysterious hint that only deepened the mystery of his situation. Silence fell over. The tension spiked again as a new energy surged through the air, signaling that something or someone was closing in. His worst fears was confirmed. It was those same figures he had shaken off earlier, and they had caught up way faster than anyone expected. The voice cut through the tension, cold and unyielding, declaring that his clever tricks had bought him time, but that time was now up. The phoenix blazed through the air like a battle cry. Martial Phantom Ida's presence loomed large, a shadowy force that promised a fight no one was quite prepared for. A huge flame explosion. A loud crash echoed through the room, the kind of sound that makes your heart skip a beat. Gwahi, what was that? Flames consumed the protagonist. The tension was palpable, and everyone was on edge. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cried out in frustration, lamenting that they couldn't even loot him now. Another voice chimed in, wondering if maybe they should have held back a little more. The room was filled with a mix of regret and disbelief. The aftermath of the battle left everyone in a state of shock, the reality of the situation sinking in. As the dust settled, one of them shrugged, figuring the guy was probably a goner anyway. The group decided to bounce before that glowing pillar turned into a full-on rave, drawing a crowd. One of them piped up about grabbing his stuff, but another just rolled their eyes, saying they already had rare gear and couldn't care less. Someone mentioned a chainsword, a high-powered blade that could whip around like a noodle in a food fight, perfect for long-range combat. Too bad they were still lacking proper gear, though. They'd love to break his nose right there and then, but alas, not the time. One suggested they check things out with some levitation magic, telling the others to wait there. But of course, no one listens and someone else was like, "You're going alone? No way, I'm coming too." And then came the classic question, how exactly were they planning to get down there? The response was pure confidence. "I'll figure something out." Silence fell as they contemplated their next move, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. Someone finally broke the silence with a warning: "If you fall, they're cutting the rope immediately." Cue the drama, with someone else yelling about the point of even using a rope then. The response was a mix of determination and frustration. "He'd get down no matter what, just don't cut the rope." The other just smirked, saying they'd see. And then came the classic teammate: "Please have some faith in me, geez." Levitation magic, the ultimate flex or the ultimate fail. Known in mage circles as the suicide spell because, well, gravity always wins. Only a handful of top-tier mages can pull off casting other spells while floating. The rest of them? Yeah, they're basically sitting ducks up there. Imagine trying to multitask while floating in mid-air. Spoiler, it doesn't end well. Most mages can only handle one spell at a time, leaving them completely defenseless. Talk about a magic fail. "Almost there," he said. Famous last words, right? Easy for you to say. One of them was having a full-on life flashback. The other reminded him that he was told not to come. Classic case of, "I told you so." The tension was high, and the stakes were higher. Would they make it, or would gravity claim another victim? Yup, that doesn't look good. And then, the inevitable happened. A scream echoed through the air. The kind of scream that says, "This is not going well. What are you doing? That was dangerous." Scolding followed, because someone always has to say the obvious in these situations. The aftermath was a mix of relief and frustration. Just as they thought the chaos was over, a sudden realization hit them like a plot twist in a bad drama. He pulled out a sword and cut the rope. Talk about dead weight. There goes his other half. He took a moment to catch his breath, the reality of his situation sinking in like a slow Wi-Fi signal. And then, as if the universe wanted to add insult to injury, he noticed the water. Seriously, water? After all that effort to get down there? The guy staring at the water jumped down. It was one of those moments where you just have to laugh, because if you didn't, you'd probably cry. And then, out of nowhere, a loud, almost comical sound echoed through the air. It was like the universe had just let out a massive burp, and everyone paused, stunned. But just as quickly as the moment of levity had come, it was gone. Someone shouted, their voice cutting through the tension like a knife. It was one of those awkward pauses where everyone was waiting for someone else to make the first move. Voices clamored, each trying to outdo the other, but one question rose above the rest: who had taken out the mage? Amidst the chaos, he shouted about the guy from earlier, questioning how he was still alive. A sudden exclamation mark of surprise hung in the air, as if the collective gasp of the crowd had taken physical form. The tension was palpable, as the man sees his life flash before his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful attack was unleashed, the bone shatter strike echoing through the room, leaving everyone in awe of its sheer force. The dust settled, and for a moment, there was silence. But the guy wasn't done yet. With a burst of determination, he roared that he wasn't going down that easily, his voice filled with grit and resolve. In a flash, he activated his chain sword, extending it with a dramatic flourish. The crowd stepped back, eyes wide, as the battle reached its climax. The tension in the air was thicker than a Gen Z's TikTok feed. Suddenly, the MC gasped, his shock levels hitting 115. It was like he just saw his favorite influencer drop a major plot twist. He was not having it, muttering about how annoying that chainsword was. The battle was heating up, and the crowd was living for the drama. In the blink of an eye, the momentum shifted. The chains begun to wrap around MC's arm. And just like that, blood gushed out of his arms as the blades dug in. But wait, it was to pull the man towards him. No pain, no gain? With a ready palm strike, He grabbed the man's face. His echoed through the arena, sending chills down his opponent's spine. If you weren't ready to face the consequences, then you had no business stepping into that ring. The words hung in the air like a challenge, a warning. And like that, he smashed him into the water. The atmosphere was electric. The moment was frozen in time, the tension palpable. It was like waiting for the final episode of your favorite series to drop, the excitement almost too much to bear. Everyone was holding their breath, literally. It was like someone flipped the power switch. A surge of energy exploded out of nowhere, lighting up the scene like a glow stick at a rave. Amidst the chaos, the man's voice echoed, struggling with something heavy, asking for forgiveness. A gut-wrenching cry cut through the tension, like the sound of a mic drop that no one saw coming. And like that, blood splattered. Then, out of nowhere, the scoreboard lit up. Aoyama Haruto had taken down Kelly Carl with some serious fist action. But Haruto wasn't done yet. He turned his attention to Davidson, unleashing a wave of arm energy that was as intense as it was unexpected. Davidson didn't stand a chance. There was a pause, a moment of quiet reflection. The kind of pause that makes you wonder if the Wi-Fi just cut out during the climax of your favorite show. Haruto let out a heavy sigh, wondering why everything felt so heavy. It was like trying to carry all your groceries in one trip, but the bags were full of bricks instead of snacks. He made a mental note to avoid underwater fights in the future. Because, let's be real, fighting underwater is like trying to dance in a pool. It's just not as easy as it looks in the movies. After that underwater fiasco, he was ready to keep moving. No time to dwell on the past, or the fact that his clothes were still damp. He recalled a powerful technique, the Phoenix Strike, where a phoenix grows larger as it closes in on its target. It sounded like something out of a video game, but way cooler. But learning it was out of the question. The circle requirement was too high, and he wasn't exactly a mage with crazy skills. The previous owner must have been a total beast. He pondered how tough the fight could have been, but then again the opponent was defenseless while floating, kind of like a sitting duck, but in mid-air. His eyes landed on a whip-like sword. It looked like something straight out of an adventure movie, and he couldn't help but be intrigued. He didn't have any swordsman skills, but hey, it was still a cool weapon. Maybe he could figure it out as he went along. Fake it till you make it, right? Suddenly, something caught his attention. It was like a plot twist he didn't see coming. He remembered a pillar of light that was around there. It was like a beacon calling him to check it out. As he approached, he couldn't help but feel like they were a bit late to the party. The real action had already gone down. He wondered if there was anything left. Maybe some loot or a clue. But let's be real, anything valuable was probably long gone. He decided to press on, hoping for the best but prepared for the worst. After all, adventure was all about the unexpected. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, the weight of his journey pressing on his shoulders. The path ahead was uncertain, but his determination was unwavering. He smirked, feeling a surge of confidence. As long as he had the cloak of hiding, he was basically untouchable. Like a ninja on a stealth mission, but with extra swag. The cloak billowed behind him as he moved, a shadow in the night. He was a force to be reckoned with, a god in the darkness. He couldn't help but feel a bit cocky. In the darkness, he was basically a god. No one could touch him, no one could see him. He was the ultimate stealth mode. A few hours later, the final position was about to be displayed. He was getting closer to his goal, the anticipation building with each passing moment. His breath came in ragged gasps, the adrenaline pumping through his veins. He was so close he could almost taste it. He scoffed at the thought of the weaklings who didn't make it. They got carried away, but he was a survivor. 101 out of 200, not bad. He pushed forward, the end in sight. He was a survivor, a fighter, and he wasn't about to give up now. With a final surge of determination, he pressed on. The journey was almost over, and victory was within his grasp. Just as he thought victory was within his grasp, an unexpected twist awaited him. A sudden, overwhelming presence made itself known, sending a chill down his spine. And then, out of nowhere, they recognized the guy who had dipped out earlier. Talk about awkward timing. Turns out, these were the so-called winners. But something about them didn't quite add up. The situation was getting more complicated by the second. He needed only a panel to kill those scrubs. With only 99 survivors left out of 200, the stakes were higher than ever. Then it clicked, they had Tokar's rings. No wonder they managed to take down that mage. And hey, you can never have too many of those rings, right? With the 6-hour handicap finally over, it was time to make a move. The circle stone, Circle 4, was activated. The tension was building, and he could feel the pressure mounting. Maybe it was time to find a safe spot, lay low, and boost his stats. After all, a little grinding never hurt anyone. A few minutes later, The scene shifted with a sense of urgency. Finally, a chance to sit down and catch a breath. The grind was real and he was feeling it. Using the circle stone and elixir would take at least 6 hours. He couldn't even remember the last time he actually rested. Running all day made time feel like an eternity, and he was ready for a break. He decided to start with the elixir, hoping it would give him the boost he needed. 6 hours later, the effects of the elixir and the circle stone were finally kicking in. His body was adjusting and he could feel the difference. The grind was paying off. As the night fell, he realized that the darkness could work to his advantage. Checking his stats, he saw improvements: inner energy at 310, mana at 40, strength at 50, stamina at 35, agility at 42, and magic resistance at 90. Nighttime was definitely the best time to increase his inner energy, even if it was still nothing compared to the first game. He knew he had a long way to go, but every bit of progress counted. The grind continues and he was ready for it. He was craving that power-up again, wishing he could absorb Nam Jaku's energy one more time. But then, a sudden realization hit him like a truck. There were still people left, struggling to survive just like him. The game was far from over. Everyone in sight seemed like easy prey, and he felt invincible, like he couldn't lose even if he tried. And so, the player hunting spree continued, all through the night until the sun began to rise. The grind was real and he was living for it. Cloyd survival, day 3. 3 whole teams were still in the game, fighting for their lives. He couldn't help but wonder just how many had already tapped out. The player count was dropping fast. Whoa, it had only been 3 days and they were already down to 20%. That escalated quickly. Suddenly, the game dropped a major update, revealing the locations of boss monsters and buff monsters on the map. Talk about a game changer. The update was happening right now, and the stakes just got higher. No time to waste, it was time to strategize. Boss monsters were marked in purple areas, making them easy to spot, convenient but also a bit terrifying. Buff monsters, on the other hand, were marked in red areas. Those could be game changers, offering serious power-ups. One of those red areas was close by, and curiosity got the better of them. Maybe it was worth checking out. He knew that as player numbers dwindled, the fighting only got more intense. But a buff was a buff and he couldn't just ignore it. Approaching the location, he couldn't believe his eyes. The buff monster was a dragon. A literal dragon. What even was this game? Wait, no, it wasn't a dragon. It was a giant snake. A giant, terrifying snake that was hissing menacingly. Forget about duos, this was next level. It would take at least 6 parties just to beat this thing. The challenge just got real. And just when he thought it couldn't get any more intense, the giant snake opened its eyes. The challenge was on, and the MC was ready to dive back in, no matter how tough it got. The giant snake got up, fangs out, ready to attack. Suddenly, it just stopped. No warning, no dramatic slowdown, just peace. The protagonist blinked, confused but not complaining. What just happened? Then the theories started flying. Maybe the boss had a range limit, like some kind of overpowered Wi-Fi signal that only worked in certain zones. And honestly, that made sense. Something that massive going full aggro everywhere would be impossible to handle. He could work with this. The MC thought he could just walk away. But the universe had other plans because plot twists are always on the menu. A few minutes later, the vibe had shifted. The initial confidence was fading faster than a TikTok trend. The streets were empty, and the silence was almost eerie. Had everyone really already given up after just 3 days? It was like the world had collectively decided to ghost them. The protagonist notices something. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, dramatic and unexpected. It was like the world itself was setting the stage for whatever chaos was about to unfold. The moment hung heavy in the air, literally. The silence, the wind, it all felt like the build-up to something massive, something that would change everything. And then it happened. A scream cut through the air, sharp and unexpected. But what really threw them for a loop? It was a kid's voice, and the stakes felt a whole lot higher. The silence that followed was deafening, looking for the voice. A shaky voice broke the quiet, stumbling over an apology like it was a tongue twister on the first try. The realization hit them like a plot twist in a bad movie. It really was just a kid. And suddenly, the whole situation felt a lot more complicated. The disbelief in his voice was palpable, like when you see someone eat a whole lemon and wonder why they're making that face. The question hung in the air, but man ambushed him. Like having ultra instinct, he smoothly weaved. Frustration exploded like a failed attempt at a high five. With a palm strike, MC connected. A sharp cry cut through the tension, like stepping on a Lego in the middle of the night, unexpected and painful. MC cut through the chaos, calm and knowing, like when the teacher walks in and you just know someone's about to get in trouble. He continued, calling out the sneaky tactic of teaming up with a kid to lower the opponent's guard, like the ultimate fake-out in a game of tag. The man in question was clearly not having a good time, groaning in pain as if he had just been hit with the worst Monday morning vibes ever. It turned out the kid's body was covered in deep wounds, hastily patched up with healing scrolls, like using duct tape on a broken vase. The protagonist wasn't done roasting them yet, calling them the lowest scum in the game, like finding out your teammate is actually a spy for the other team. The accused let out a frustrated groan, admitting that his opponent was stronger than expected, like when you think you can beat the final boss on the first try but nope. But he wasn't giving up, vowing to kill his opponent and take his power, like the ultimate power move in a Game of Thrones. With a dramatic flourish, he declared that the power would be all his, like calling dibs on the last slice of pizza. The flame hung in the air. MC looked at it with intrigue. Then, a massive explosion. The battle kicked off with a flame orb being tossed around like it was a hot potato. The caster taunted, claiming it was just some naive mage's trick, and warned his opponent to get ready to feel the burn, literally. But the protagonist wasn't impressed, firing back that relying on items just proved a lack of skill. The flame orb hit, but the MC stood there, totally unfazed. He scoffed, saying if that was the best he could do, he was seriously disappointed. And then, the stats dropped Aoyama Haruto with a magic resistance of 90. Ouch. The caster was in full-on panic mode. He couldn't believe his Circle 3 spell didn't even leave a mark. Like not even a singe. The MC was basically a walking magic shield. Things went downhill fast. The caster took a hit and let out a pained groan. It wasn't looking good for them. The caster tried to beg for mercy, saying it hurt, but then quickly added that at least they weren't going to die. Right? Wrong. The MC wasn't having it, especially after what the caster had put some innocent kid through. The MC made it clear he wasn't going to make it quick. The caster deserved to suffer big time before the end came. The caster let out another groan, clearly in agony. It was a brutal moment, and the fight was far from over. The scene left everyone on edge, wondering just how much more the caster could take. The tension was broken by a trembling kid calling out for his mom, adding a whole new layer of what just happened here to the scene. MC responded, sharp and sudden, making the kid jump. The kid stammered out a nervous reply, clearly not expecting anyone else to be there. He fired off more questions, demanding to know the kid's age and name. The kid stumbled over his words, barely getting out the first few letters of his name. Finally, the kid managed to pull himself together enough to say he was 9 years old and his name was Lyle. The MC let out a low whistle, commenting on how wild it was for someone so young to end up in this situation, whether it was luck or not. He asked if this was Lyle's first game. Lyle nodded, explaining he was just heading home when suddenly everything went sideways. He sighed, saying he couldn't just leave him like this and offered to give him a hand. Lyle looked down at what he was given, confusion written all over his face as he wondered what these things were. The protagonist explained that he was already at Circle 4, so he didn't need what he was giving him. With most of the strong players gone, Circle 3 should be enough for Lyle. He wrapped it up by telling Lyle that as long as he survived, ending up here could be his big chance. He told him to do his best and live before signing off with a casual see ya. Lyle couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude as he thanked the protagonist from the depths of his heart. Reflecting on his journey, he realized how much he had grown in just 2 months. His thoughts drifted to old man Jang Doughton, the man who had been his guiding light in the Cloyd survival. Without him, Lyle knew he wouldn't have made it this far. Suddenly, something caught his attention, making him pause in surprise. He spotted a duo, Hayami Ren and Drift, who seemed to have given up on the boss monster. He couldn't believe his eyes. Wasn't this the same guy he saw in the lobby? His mind raced with possibilities. If they had just finished their fight, they must be exhausted. This was his chance to strike and finish them off before they could recover. But as he prepared to make his move, he hesitated. Was this really the same smug high schooler he had seen earlier? He knew he had to act fast. If they were exhausted, he could take them out before they had a chance to recover. The moment had come. According to the map, the target should be around there. The anticipation was building up as he scanned the area. And then there they were. The target was finally in sight, and the excitement was palpable. But wait, was that the boss monster? That was definitely not what they had agreed on. The confusion and frustration started to set in. They had agreed not to fight in the boss area, remember? The rules were clear, but it seemed like someone had other plans. That was before the boss was defeated. The accusations flew and the tension rose. Someone had stolen the final hit and still had the nerve to talk. This was why Imperial folks were so narrow-minded. Fine, come at them all at once. The warriors of Thistle didn't care about numbers, and they were ready to prove it. Ha, that lot preached about honor but sure knew how to team up when it suited them. The irony was not lost on anyone. The silence hung heavy in the air. Everyone was processing the betrayal and the sudden turn of events. Don't mock those who fought alongside until the end. The reminder was a stark contrast to the earlier accusations. What mattered was the winnings they gained there, wasn't it? The question lingered in the air. Were they willing to split the rewards? The tension spiked as one of them scoffed. Barely anything to go around and they still wanted to split it? Seriously? The other person sighed, realizing there was only one way to settle this. With a quick move. The air grew colder as the declaration came. From this moment on, it was all-out war, no holds barred. Someone chimed in, wishing they had popcorn because this was about to be a good show. A voice called out, urging the hidden figure to come out already. Confusion spread, with murmurs of what that guy was talking about. The voice grew louder, calling out Aoyama Haruto directly, stating that hiding was pointless. The challenge was thrown, and the gauntlet laid down. Silence fell once more, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. Then, MC muttered curse broke the silence, calling out the disgusting bastard who had started this mess. The tension spiked as someone demanded Aoyama Haruto show himself, the name hanging in the air like a challenge. The crowd murmured in shock, repeating the name with a mix of fear and disbelief. He continued, reminding everyone of a promise made help in exchange for the ant's heart. The stakes were high, and the threat of handing it over to someone else loomed large. But Aoyama Haruto wasn't buying it. He figured the guy was bluffing, though he had to admit it was a pretty slick move using his name like that. Eyes widened as the ant's heart was revealed. A prize so valuable it could buy a castle. The crowd buzzed with excitement and greed. The protagonist dropped a bombshell, claiming to be the top killer on the kill log. And he was playing them all, using the boss reward as leverage. Classic power move. With a dramatic flair, the voice declared he was leaving the ant's heart behind, giving everyone permission to go wild. He had kept his end of the bargain, or so he claimed. Chaos erupted as people couldn't believe something so valuable was just dropped on the ground. Panic set in, and someone tried to calm everyone down, but it was already too late. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted to split 77.3 million as reward evenly, but the priority was to chase down the people who caused the commotion. Skepticism filled the air as people wondered if this was all a bluff to steal the reward. The crowd demanded to open the bag and check its contents, with everyone pushing and shoving to get a glimpse of the ant's heart. Frustration grew as someone questioned how they were supposed to fight with such an uncoordinated bunch of fools. The scene was pure madness, with no clear direction or leadership. The crowd's energy was all over the place, with no one knowing what to do next. MC observed the perfectly disorganized mob, realizing that this was going to be a hot mess. The mages were completely obsessed with the ant's heart, and it seemed like this alliance was falling apart faster than a house of cards in a wind tunnel. He decided it was time to join the party and have some fun of his own. Meanwhile, Ren was still on the run, but it seemed like his legs were getting tired. A voice called out, asking Ren how long he planned to keep running. Ren responded that this wasn't really his style and his body was itching for a fight. Ren finally decided it was time to take things seriously. Elsewhere, a plan was being hatched. A leader began to give out instructions, preparing for a counterattack. The team was ready to launch a counterattack using a formation they had planned earlier. Someone couldn't help but express their excitement. Suddenly, something unexpected happened, leaving everyone in shock. Just when everyone thought the surprises were over, a voice boomed, declaring that the woman would be left to drift. The atmosphere shifted as another voice chimed in, clearly thrilled about the turn of events, promising to enjoy every moment of it. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, waiting to see what would happen next. Then, another voice cut through the silence, declaring he would handle the rest. The crowd murmured, wondering what was about to unfold. Suddenly, a bright light flashed as he shouted out chain lightning. The crowd gasped, knowing that things were about to get real. The sound of pain echoed through the air as someone let out a cry. The crowd winced, feeling the intensity of the moment. Silence fell once again, but the tension was far from over. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the next move. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes as they realized the sheer power on display. This guy just suppressed all these people with one spell. Talk about a power move. The shock was real, and everyone was left wondering what would happen next. Amid the stunned silence, a voice suddenly cut through the tension, warning a lady not to look away unless she wanted to get hurt. She snapped out of her daze, realizing the danger wasn't over yet. Before anyone could react, a massive impact echoed through the room. The sound of destruction was deafening, and the crowd braced themselves for what was coming next. The lady charged her hand with blue aura. Suddenly, a chill spread through the air as she unleashed an icy technique, catching everyone off guard. The temperature dropped, and the crowd could see their breath in the cold air. Gasps filled the room as frost spread rapidly across a hammer, the weapon glinting with a dangerous sheen. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. This fight just got a whole lot crazier. A furious voice boomed, calling out the technique as troublesome. The frustration was palpable, and it was clear this battle was far from one-sided. A step, and with a sudden burst of energy, a final command was shouted out, the words slicing through the air like a blade. The crowd could only watch as the battle reached its climax. The air hung heavy with tension as the crowd braced for what would come next. A chilling command echoed through the air, turning everything into frost. The crowd gasped, feeling the temperature drop instantly. Shock and disbelief rippled through the onlookers. This was not what anyone expected. A sudden exclamation cut through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Lightning cracked violently, illuminating the scene with a blinding flash. The crowd shielded their eyes, hearts pounding. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze in time, the tension almost too much to bear. A low groan of effort escaped someone's lips, breaking the silence. The crowd leaned in, trying to make sense of the unfolding chaos. Someone realized she was redirecting the electricity into the ground, a feat no one thought possible. The crowd murmured in awe, wondering if she had been hiding her true strength all along. She explained that by coating her body with inner energy to temporarily reduce damage and controlling the flow of chi, she could redirect the electricity into the ground. It required advanced inner energy control, but for her it was no big deal. The crowd was left in stunned silence, realizing they had just witnessed something extraordinary. Just as the crowd was still processing what they had seen, a voice boomed, claiming to have seen through all of her tricks. The voice declared that he would eliminate her himself, setting the stage for a showdown. Suddenly, a chain lightning attack was unleashed, crackling with intensity. But she was ready, calmly stating that such attacks wouldn't work on her anymore. They watched in disbelief as she began channeling the electricity into a nearby tree, like it was no big deal. He shouted that it was the first time he had ever seen someone nullify magic like that, adding to the hype. The challenger, realizing his magic wasn't cutting it, decided it was time to settle things with some good old-fashioned close combat. With a swing of his sword. Little did he know, this fight was about to get a major plot twist. Plot twist unlocked. A mage who can also throw hands? She lost it, screaming like she'd just seen the best meme come to life. This was not your average magic show. Meanwhile, the tension was still high, the aftermath of the fight hanging in the air like an awkward group chat after a heated argument. The announcer dropped the bomb. Ally Pike had been defeated by Aoyama Haruto, 99-0. She was Shukith. Pike was out there struggling to keep it together, the reality of her loss hitting her harder than any spell ever could. The man, on the other hand, was just standing there, looking all cool and collected like he'd just finished his morning coffee instead of a brutal fight. The crowd was still buzzing, replaying the insane fight in their heads. This was the kind of drama they lived for. She must have definitely felt that. She was over there having an existential crisis, thinking it was all over. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, screaming internally for her to get it together. Just as she was about to throw in the towel, she echoed, admitting she had totally underestimated him. And not just any him, but the guy who took down her comrade, Aoyama Haruto. Suddenly, something pierced through her head. Chaos erupted. Someone was not happy, shouting about unexpected interference. He just as confused, wondering what was going on. Everyone was waiting for the next big reveal. But we know who. Then he called out, accusing someone of having some serious nerve using his name. Drama was unfolding, and it was juicy. The shock was real. Aoyama Haruto was apparently in the house, and everyone was losing their minds. Questions were flying, and the crowd was here for it. Demands were made, specifically for something called the Ant's Heart. The stakes just got higher, and the tension was through the roof. Plot twist. It turned out the Ant's Heart had already been handed over as a decoy. Minds were officially blown. The accusations kept coming. He wasn't paying attention, and now he was scrambling to catch up. The tension reached its peak. MC wasn't having it. The empty bag trick? Really? He wasn't about to fall for that. He'd get to the bottom of this himself, no matter what these two were up to. He warned them not to underestimate a warrior of Thistle. His teammate scoffed. A bow user like his opponent was easy prey for him. The confidence was palpable, and the crowd was eating it up. With the quickness, MC cut his head off like he was a butcher. His opponent might have been weak, but he sure talked big. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring Ally Drift's defeat by Aoyama Haruto. Silence fell over the arena as the weight of the announcement sank in. The man stuttered, the shock evident in his voice. This twist was something no one saw coming. A voice piped up, demanding to know just how many times this had happened before. The response was pure confusion, with someone questioning if they meant winning the lottery. But the clarification came swift and direct. They were talking about surviving the Cloyd. The answer dropped like a bombshell. This was only his second time. And then, a surge of electricity. The mood shifted as Rin snapped, telling him not to get cocky just because it was his second time. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. And then, the chain started glowing because why not add a little drama? MC muttered idiot under his breath, summing up everyone's thoughts perfectly. A moment of reflection hit, realizing maybe he had been a bit too cold, especially after finally meeting someone from the same world. The weight of the moment hung in the air, leaving everyone to process the whirlwind of emotions and revelations. As the dust settled, a flicker of regret crossed his mind. Maybe he had been a bit too cold, especially after finally meeting someone from the same world. The high schooler had more spirit than expected, catching him off guard. He had assumed he was just an ordinary guy, but it turned out he had some martial arts training under his belt too. The thought of running into someone from the real world again seemed impossible, yet the encounter left them pondering the odds. Suddenly, his attention was grabbed by something unexpected. What was this shiny thing lying around? A golden weapon box appeared, glinting in the light. It was a rare find, something that could only be obtained from specific monsters. The box was a rare item, one that granted a random special weapon upon opening. The anticipation was almost too much. It was hard to believe that someone had something this valuable and still got taken out without using it. Talk about bad luck. No matter how he looked at it, this was a super rare drop. The kind of thing that made you question the universe's sense of fairness. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, he couldn't help but think about the poor guy who lost it. But hey, finders keepers, right? With a shrug, he decided to make the most of this unexpected windfall. After all, waste not, want not. As he examined his newfound treasure, his eyes widened in disbelief. This was something else entirely. A loud, digital chime echoed as a message popped up, announcing the acquisition of something called Selfish Hammett. He couldn't help but wonder if this was some kind of joke or a dud item. He had hoped for something a bit more impressive, maybe a flashy weapon or some powerful gear. But alas, luck wasn't on his side today. With a sigh, he decided to toss the mysterious item into his subspace inventory for later, hoping it wouldn't clutter his storage too much. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, claiming to be his master. He was taken aback, wondering what was going on. The voice introduced itself as the Great Hammett, a weapon spirit named Elsius Hammett. He couldn't believe his luck or lack thereof. MC questioned Hammett, asking if it was going to fight for him instead of being a creepy piece of scrap metal. The situation was getting weirder by the second. Hammett explained that it was a weapon capable of transforming into whatever form he desired. It seemed a bit miffed that he wasn't screaming in joy or crying tears of happiness at its arrival. The weapon, eager to impress, declared it would surpass any weapon and become the ultimate tool for its new master. However, the master casually mentioned that he didn't really use weapons, leaving the weapon taken aback. The weapon was shocked to hear that its master was a bare-handed fighter. But it quickly regained composure, assuring that there were weapons for fighters too, and it could transform into any of them. With a flourish, the weapon transformed into a dazzling and flawless form, proudly presenting itself to its master, hoping this new form would be the one. But alas, the master found it heavy and restrictive, mentioning it would get in the way when drawing his bow. The weapon, though disappointed, vowed to find the perfect form. The master admitted that he didn't usually use stuff like this, making the whole situation feel weird. The weapon, frustrated, exclaimed that its master was too picky. With a sigh, the master decided to just put the weapon in the subspace for now. The weapon, feeling a bit miffed, protested that it was not an object to be handled so carelessly. The weapon pleaded, asking its master to just tell it what kind of weapon he wanted. Any weapon at all, and it would transform into that perfect form. The master pondered for a moment, then decided on something extremely durable, like a piece of cloth, to use however he wanted. The weapon was shocked, unable to believe that its master wanted it to become a mere rag. The master, however, was not having any of its complaints and told it to hide in the subspace if it had a problem. The weapon continued to protest, insisting that it was not meant to be treated this way. The master, however, found the new form to be not half bad, much to the weapon's dismay. The weapon grumbled about how miserable it was and how many people had bled trying to obtain it, but the master seemed unfazed. After a brief pause, the master seemed satisfied with the new form. The master declared that the new form suited him perfectly and suggested they get along well. The weapon, though still unhappy, agreed to cooperate as long as it was to the master's liking. The weapon then revealed that it had more abilities than just transforming into a cloth. The master was surprised, wondering what other secrets the weapon held. The weapon pointed out a roulette that had appeared out of nowhere, leaving the master confused about its origin. The weapon explained that the master could spin the random spell roulette once a day and use one spell regardless of its circle. Some of these spells could completely turn the tide of battle, like a revive spell. The idea of a revive spell had everyone hyped like imagine dodging death itself. But, of course, there was a catch. Landing that spell wouldn't be a walk in the park. No rush, though. The weapon made it clear that the spin could be used anytime, no pressure. Spin now or save it for later, totally up to them. Suddenly, the weapon switched gears, mentioning a weird feeling. Like the vibes were off and not in a good way. Turns out, someone was out there with serious bad intentions, and the weapon could sense it. Killing intent, locked right onto them. Not great. The question popped up, were the survivors from earlier still on their trail? Because honestly, who else would be this salty? The weapon couldn't even sense any energy signatures nearby, making the whole thing even sketchier. But instincts were screaming, and those were usually right. Before they could dive deeper into the mystery, MC remembered he'd snagged an airboard from those mages earlier. Cool loot, but maybe not the best time to brag about it. Silence fell for a second as they weighed their options. Then a plan started forming. Maybe they could play it cool, act like they weren't expecting anything, and lure whoever it was out of hiding. Risky? Absolutely. But it might just work. Wait, hold up, the weapon could read his thoughts? Apparently, since they were bound together, their minds were linked. No secrets here, folks. Talk about awkward. The weapon wasn't just a mind reader, it was basically a relationship therapist now. Suddenly, an arrow flashed nearing MC. A pained groan echoed, breaking the tension. The weapon glowed faintly, like it was processing some heavy thoughts. No secrets were safe here. Everyone stood frozen, probably wondering if the weapon was judging their deepest, darkest thoughts. Spoiler, it totally was. What was going to happen next? The weapon pulsed again, like it was dropping a beat. Maybe it was trying to communicate, or maybe it just had really good rhythm. No one dared to move. It was like a game of statue, but with higher stakes and way more existential dread. The moment stretched on, everyone locked in their thoughts, waiting for the next big reveal. The kill log refused to cooperate, leaving everyone hanging in suspense. Typical tech glitch at the worst possible moment. The tension spiked as they realized he somehow survived that brutal attack. The urgency to finish him off grew stronger. But wait, there was a thought. What if his allies were lurking nearby, ready to jump in? Better safe than sorry, so detection magic was deployed just in case. The archer points his arrow towards MC. Suddenly, a gasp and a smirk broke the tension. Something unexpected was about to go down. The moment hung in the air, and the archer released his arrow. What's this? Then, out of nowhere, he caught an arrow with his bare hands. Even his opponent had to admit that was pretty impressive. Hammett was proving to be one tough cookie. Things were getting real, and someone wasn't holding back. They shouted to unleash everything they had on MC. With a quick burst, MC was ready to attack. He smirked to himself, thinking his habit of grabbing every little thing might just save his skin now. A sudden misstep. No one saw that coming. MC pulled off a move so slick it left everyone stunned. The archer groaned in disbelief, wondering how he even managed to land that shot from such a crazy distance. The dust settled, and poof! A panicked voice screamed out. Furious that their orders hadn't been followed, MC was still standing. Desperation kicked in as she pleaded for help, not ready to call it quits just yet. In a twist of events, she made a daring escape on a broom, leaving everyone in shock. Apparently that's just what high-level witches do, no big deal. But not everyone was impressed, as MC dismissed the escapee's strength. Time to gear up and move out. The hunt was still on. With the number of remaining players dwindling, it was predicted that the game would wrap up in about 2 more days. Though predictions had a way of going sideways. A second-timer couldn't help but wonder what made them assume they had it all figured out. Turns out they were completely off the mark. The Cloyd survival duo game was down to just 12 survivors out of 200. The stakes were high, and the tension was higher. The game was far from over, but the end was in sight. MC let out a sigh, complaining about how eating jerky every day was making his jaw sore. Survival wasn't all glamour and excitement, it seemed. Frustration grew as he wondered where everyone was hiding. It was day 20, and finding anyone was proving to be a challenge. The search continued, the tension mounting. The game was nearing its end, but the final survivors weren't going down without a fight. The hunt wasn't over yet. With the survivors still in hiding, He had no choice but to go on patrol again, determined to flush them out himself. The search continued, each step echoing the weight of his frustration. He could still hunt a few weaklings until day 5, but the challenge was growing. After a week, even finding a single rat became a struggle, let alone a human. 10 days of actively scouring the area, and still nothing. It was getting old, fast. Tracking down these hiding guys was exhausting. The area was quiet, unnaturally so, just like yesterday. His radar was supposed to be top-notch, but it turned out to be useless. Unless the enemy was practically dripping with bloodlust, there was nothing he could do. The area had shrunk to a sixth of its original size, yet there were still plenty of places to hide. It was like finding a needle in a haystack, if the haystack was a maze. Frustration was setting in. Where the heck were they? His companion suggested leaving them alone, arguing they'd gather eventually. Maybe it was time to think about it a little differently. The kill log was already filled with his name, but facing 11 opponents alone would be a tough call, even for him. Maybe it was time to think about it a little differently. He needed to reduce their numbers before they regrouped. A plan started to form in his mind. Instead of wasting time, why not hunt the black argon? But what even was that? Turns out it was the buff monster in the area. Great, just great. Wait, that massive thing? There was no way he could take that down alone. But no matter how he looked at it, he might not lose to it. Or so someone thought. Why was it saying that now? Knowing his love for ambushes, it assumed he was saving it to use as bait. He was sure he could beat it, right? With certainty, it said. Well, that was reassuring. What a waste of time this all was. He couldn't believe he was even considering this. But if it was sure, then maybe, just maybe, he had a shot. TCH. What a waste of time this all was. He had better things to do than this. He was clearly not in the mood for this. He had better things to do than waste his time here. A few minutes later, the scene was still tense. Breathing heavily, someone was almost out of mana, feeling the strain of the battle. It was tougher than expected, but they were determined to finish it off soon. Just a little more effort was needed. The battle raged on, each moment feeling like an eternity. Suddenly, something unexpected happened, catching everyone off guard. What the? No way. The situation took a dramatic turn, leaving everyone in shock. The tension was palpable as the battle continued to unfold. Aoyama Haruto was coming their way, and they needed to hurry. TCH, of all times for this to happen. As Aoyama Haruto approached, a hidden voice informed that the detection magic had picked him up. He acknowledged the situation, knowing that time was of the essence. If anything, the enemies were probably panicking now that they knew he was there. Classic move, turning the tables. 10 enemies? No, all 11 remaining players excluding himself. Talk about bad luck. Why did he always end up getting ganged up on at the end? Like seriously, what were the odds? As long as that light sphere was there, he couldn't get close. It was like an invisible force field keeping him at bay. He decided to observe for now, biding his time and watching the scene unfold. Frustration grew as he muttered for the snake to just die already. The tension was real and the stakes were high. The scene shifted abruptly, leaving the tension hanging in the air like an unfinished symphony. Silence ensued, but the weight of the previous moment still lingered, almost palpable. The quiet was almost deafening, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, identifying Aoyama Haruto and urging to find the source of an arrow. The urgency in the voice was clear, a mix of concern and determination. The tension ramped up again, the threat of being wiped out looming large. Someone realized the monster's health was lower than expected, a glimmer of hope in the dire situation. There was a hint of frustration in the air, a wish to see the numbers and know the exact state of affairs. A sudden exclamation of surprise broke the tension, a woe that echoed the shock and awe of the moment. The air was still thick with tension, the echo of that woe still lingering in the air. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Something was about to go down. Panic set in as someone realized he was using stealth. Orders were barked out to cast detection magic immediately, prioritizing the elimination of Aoyama Haruto. The tension escalated. He was a sharp one and everyone knew it. Haruto knew he had to end this quickly. No time to waste. He decided to go all out, pouring every bit of his inner energy into this one shot. With a burst of determination, he aimed to finish it in a single blow. The moment hung in the air, heavy with anticipation. The giant snake attacked. Everyone held their breath. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, and everyone was on the edge of their seats. Hearts pounding in anticipation. The snake started glowing and expanding. Then, out of nowhere, someone yelled about checking if they actually got it. breaking the silence like a popcorn fart in a quiet library. The room erupted into chaos, with voices shouting about who got the buff, demanding to know which team it was. Amidst the chaos, a name echoed through the room: Black Argon. The crowd buzzed with excitement and confusion, trying to process what had just happened. Hearts raced as the reality of the situation started to sink in, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone. Each second feeling like an eternity as they waited for confirmation. Then, the announcement came: Black Argon has been slain. The room erupted into cheers and congratulations, the excitement reaching fever pitch. In the aftermath, the energy was electric, everyone buzzing with the thrill of the unexpected turn of events. As the dust settled from the last battle, MC appeared, thanking the universe for the meal he just had. Suddenly, his stats surged by 30% for the next 10 days, leaving everyone in awe and a bit confused. Talk about a power-up snack attack. The crowd murmured, the tension building as they watched as MC stand tall, his newfound power radiating around him. Whispers turned into shouts as the realization hit they had to act fast and take him down before his boost wore off. There he was, standing alone, but the crowd wasn't having it. They rallied together, believing that with teamwork, they could still take him down despite his 30% boost. Classic underdog spirit. The protagonist leapt. The battle cry echoed through the arena: take him down and secure their ranking. No holding back, he was alone, and they saw their chance. With a swift motion, he unleashed his black star palms, the energy surging forward like a tidal wave. But the crowd wasn't impressed. They scoffed, thinking his black star palms were no match for their speed and strategy. Classic villain move, underestimating the underdogs. He smirked, breaking their barrier first, proving that sometimes a 30% boost and a bit of confidence is all you need to turn the tables. With the barrier shattered, the stage was set for the next move, tension hanging thick in the air. He lunged forward, unleashing a spatial strike, the air itself seeming to ripple with the force of the attack. A guttural roar echoed through the room, the sheer power of the strike sending shockwaves in all directions. Undeterred, the protagonist taunted, inviting another round, his confidence seemingly unshaken. The room fell silent for a moment, and another body claimed. One fighter was already over the standoff, thinking his shiny new toy was about to become useless. Meanwhile, the other could practically hear the crickets chirping as his opponents sized him up, clearly not wanting to make the first move until they knew what they were dealing with. Deciding to take charge, he set his sights on the mage whose barrier was already toast. Someone had to make the first move, and it might as well be him. With a deep breath, he steeled himself. If they wanted a show, he'd give them one. It was time to show them exactly what they were up against. The moment he made his move, chaos erupted. Shouts echoed as the enemy charged forward, and orders were barked to protect the mages at all costs. The battle was on, and it was anyone's game. Amidst the chaos, a reluctant alliance formed as one combatant declared they weren't taking orders, especially not from their newfound ally. But for the sake of defeating the common enemy, they'd fight together, setting aside their differences for now. The sudden team-up had everyone raising their eyebrows. I mean, who saw that coming? Talk about a plot twist. The bodyguards, though, were not having it. Their protective instincts kicked in, and they were ready to take down anyone who threatened their charge. The battle raged on, and the sheer strength of the combatants left everyone in awe. It was like watching a superhero showdown, and the crowd was here for it. One fighter boasted about their speed, claiming nothing could escape their eyes. But as we all know, pride comes before the fall. And then, the unexpected happened. A flexible sword? Seriously, where do they even come up with these weapons? It was like something straight out of a fantasy video game. Just when you thought it couldn't get any weirder, the opponent pulled out a move called Quaking Dragon Flash. Okay, that sounds like a rejected band name from the 2010s. The flexible sword was getting on everyone's nerves. Clearly, it was time to pull out a counter move and show that weird weapon who's boss. A moment of silence fell over the battlefield, the kind where you just know something insane is about to go down. And then it happened. The tension was broken by a single, dramatic exclamation mark. No words, just pure, unadulterated hype. Piercing spear was unleashed, and everyone was left wondering how these two were coordinating so well. It was like they'd been practicing this in some secret training montage. Aoyama found himself caught in the sword, and it seemed like there was no escape. The opponent declared it was all over, and honestly, it was looking pretty grim. But just when it seemed like all hope was lost, a sudden cry of MC echoed out. Plot twist. Anyone? His voice echoed, and suddenly the vibe shifted. He demanded if it could change form now like ASAP. Another voice shot back, asking if it was seriously expecting a transformation based on his imagination. Plot twist alert. The scene suddenly shifted, and it was Chilwa's play. The game was on, and everyone was on the edge of their seats, wondering what would happen next. MC dodged but got grazed with a sword. Instantly, he countered. A cry of pain echoed out. Someone was in trouble, and the game was getting intense. The pain hung in the air, and everyone was on high alert. MC echoed out, reminding everyone that there were only 8 people left. The game was narrowing down, and the tension was at an all-time high. The opponents weren't messing around. They knew all about the main character's rep for taking down dozens of players single-handedly. Everyone was ready to bring their A game and use every last drop of their power to take him down. They had even developed a special countermeasure just for this moment. The main character was in for a serious challenge, and the game was about to get real. The opponents had been waiting for this moment, and they were ready to bring it. The main character was in for the fight of his life, and everyone was on the edge of their seats. The opponents launched their ultimate attack, leaving the main character in shock and disbelief. Things just went from bad to worse as a debuff hit, slashing all stats by 40% for the next 30 minutes. Yikes, talk about a major power down. Silence fell as the main character processed the situation, realizing the gravity of the predicament. Regret washed over as the main character thought about the missed opportunity to take out the witch first. Breathing heavily, the weight of the mistake was clear. The opponents noticed the main character's weakened state, even more than before the buff. This was their chance. With newfound confidence, the opponents saw their window and charged in, aiming to finish the fight and claim the main character's item. It was a free-for-all, and they were ready to throw down. But the main character wasn't about to go down without a fight. With a surge of determination, he pushed back, refusing to make it easy for his opponents. A grunt escaped as an enemy took a hit, but they stood firm, showing they could still handle the pressure. Catching a breath, the enemy steadied himself, realizing the witch's curse was in full effect. The battle was far from over. A voice boomed, demanding the end of Aoyama. A strong swing, but you got to be faster than that to catch MC. He looks to be flying. Suddenly, a powerful flame erupted, a mega attack from Escrow, lighting up the scene. The main character barely had time to react before the impact sent them reeling. A pained cry escaped his lips, the curse making every movement agonizing. The main character tried to shake it off, knowing he had to keep moving. A voice chimed in, finding the situation quite amusing, but the main character wasn't in the mood for jokes. He muttered about the buffs and debuffs, realizing that without the 30% buff, that last hit would have been game over. Determination flared in his eyes as he resolved to find the witch and break the curse once and for all. An opponent marveled at his magic resistance, noting that even a 5-circle magic wasn't enough to take him down. They quickly switched tactics, ordering warriors to engage in close combat. The opponent was quick to adapt, switching strategies on the fly. He couldn't help but regret not taking out his target during the initial surprise attack. But something else was bugging him. What was that guy doing just standing at the back, not making any serious moves? The little brat was just chilling in the back, not throwing any major attacks. Who even was he? The mystery was almost as annoying as the battle itself. Magic resistance or not, the opponent was confident. There was no way anyone could block the magic they were about to unleash. With a swift motion, the opponent launched a powerful attack, Stone Edge, aiming to end the battle swiftly. The attack landed, causing a significant impact. It was clear that the battle was intensifying. The tension was palpable as the battle raged on, each side trying to outmaneuver the other. The protagonist realized he was in trouble. Dodging all the attacks was becoming impossible, and his movements were being restricted. The battle was reaching a critical point, with both sides pushing their limits. With a final surge of power, the opponent unleashed another devastating attack, Stone Hammer, aiming to finish the fight once and for all. The dust settled, leaving the battlefield eerily quiet after the last attack. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the arena, signaling that something big was about to go down. The energy in the air crackled, and the spectators could feel the anticipation building. Out of nowhere, a powerful wind blade sliced through the arena, catching everyone off guard. The attack was swift and precise, leaving the crowd in awe. Lyle, seizing the moment, launched a magical attack at Zephyra. The spell crackled through the air, aiming to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. The arena fell silent as the spell took effect. The crowd watched with bated breath, wondering what would happen next. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the arena. The debuff that had been plaguing the fighters was lifted, and the status would return to normal. The protagonist, now on equal footing, prepared for the next phase of the battle. The energy in the arena was electric, and the crowd could feel the excitement building. A light attack and MC smoothly dodges. Suddenly, A gasp echoed through the arena. Something unexpected had happened, leaving everyone in shock. The crowd let out a collective groan as one of the fighters stumbled, clearly caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Confusion swept through the arena as the fighters realized the debuff had vanished. The crowd murmured, trying to make sense of the sudden change. Suddenly, a voice cut through the confusion, drawing attention to an unexpected figure in the arena. The crowd's desperate plea echoed through the arena, their hopes riding on Aoyama as the unexpected figure stepped forward. But before anyone could process what was happening, chaos erupted. A swift attack left everyone in shock as Lyle fell, the crowd gasping in disbelief. The weight of what just happened sinking in. Aoyama's chest burned with a fury he hadn't expected, the sight of Lyle's fall igniting something raw inside him. He had barely known the kid, just tossed him a few spare items without a second thought. But now, seeing Lyle like this, it hit different. Was this anger? Anger at the ruthlessness of those who could end a child's life without hesitation? Or was it something else entirely? Gratitude, maybe, for the small boy who had given everything for his sake. Aoyama couldn't help but question himself. After everything he had done, all the lives he had taken in this game, was he really capable of feeling sympathy now? The questions swirled in his mind, each one heavier than the last. As the thoughts raced, Aoyama snapped back to reality, his surroundings coming into sharp focus. And then it hit him. He was alone. The battlefield was empty except for him. The announcement boomed, confirming what he already knew. The game was over. Aoyama had emerged as the final survivor. He had won. But as the message echoed, it felt hollow, the cost of victory weighing heavily on his mind. The game finally announced its end, but the victory felt surreal, almost like a glitch in the system. Aoyama couldn't help but think back to his last defeat, where Zurikana had snatched victory at the final moment. This time, though, the message was clear. He had actually won and qualified for the next game. It was almost too good to be true. But just as he started to process his win, panic set in. The game was ending, and he hadn't even begun farming yet. In a desperate attempt, he lunged forward, hoping that just touching an item would add it to his list. But it was too late. The system announced that item collection was over. The list was finalized. Aoyama could only mutter in frustration this was not how he had planned it. But then, the rewards started rolling in. 355 coins in total, way more than his measly 140 from the first game. Maybe this victory wasn't so bad after all. A booming laughter echoed as a voice declared its magnificence responsible for the victory. The reward? 100 coins for something called Selfish Hammett. But the excitement faded quickly as the voice, though useful, was labeled merely mid. The voice urged its master to exchange the rewards and pick the Hammett. However, spending 100 coins on it seemed a bit much, sparking a moment of hesitation. The voice protested, claiming that 100 coins for its magnificent self was practically a steal. Yet, the master remained unconvinced, considering other more useful options. The master's attention shifted to the golden weapon box on the list, contemplating giving it a try. The voice, desperate, pleaded for loyalty, reminding that the last 5 surviving players could spin the roulette. The master suddenly remembered the roulette, a glimmer of hope for better rewards. As the winner, the master was granted 3 spin attempts, a chance to turn the tide. With a hopeful heart, the master wished for a high-value prize, perhaps even the Hammett, anything but going back inside that box. The spin stopped, revealing Escrow's necklace, a mere 1-coin prize. The master was devastated, feeling like it was just a complimentary item. The protagonist was feeling a bit salty, convinced the game was glitching out on him. But his buddy stepped in, telling him to chill, there were still 2 more spins to go. The second spin kicked off, and everyone was on the edge of their seats, hoping for something epic. The wheel slowed down, tension building up as it neared the stop. Suddenly, he yelled to stop the wheel, and it halted abruptly. The weapon gasped as the result was revealed. The weapon was relieved, thinking at least he wouldn't have to go back into that box again. He tried to look on the bright side, saving 100 coins wasn't too shabby. On the third spin, he landed the fragmented secret tome. The fragmented secret tome was worth 60 coins. MC couldn't help but wonder how many more of these 60-coin items he needed to collect to complete the set. After a bit of thought, he decided to splurge on some upgrades. He picked up a 4-circle stone, an ice lance spellbook, a vital essence pill, Tokar's ring, and a cloak of hiding. With 49 coins left, he figured he was set for whatever came next. With his items selected and ready, he was all set for the next adventure. The system seemed to be processing his selections, and he waited patiently for what was to come next. A message flashed, wishing him fortune in his next game and informing him that his acquired items were safely stored in his subspace inventory. He felt a sense of accomplishment and readiness. As the message faded, he found himself back in the real world. But something felt off. Suddenly, he heard panicked voices around him, exclaiming about his blood-covered appearance. He realized that he was back at the film set where he had been summoned into the game. He quickly assured everyone that it was just fake blood for the film, and he couldn't help but think about the inconvenience of this happening every time he returned from the game. He had just finished his second game and was already feeling a significant boost in his strength compared to his first run. The growth was evident, and he could sense his improved abilities, but he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Looking down at his blood-stained jersey, he sighed. It was his favorite, and now it was ruined. Determined to make the best of his situation, he decided to sort things out as soon as he got home. He knew that for any gamer, improving stats was all about efficiency and optimization. Getting the most time-consuming tasks out of the way first was the golden rule. With a clear plan in mind, he set out to tackle the challenges ahead, ready to level up in both the game and his real life. He was prepared to face whatever came his way, armed with his newfound strength and a strategy to optimize his time and efforts. With his new strategy in mind, he dove into training, but the pain was intense right from the start. 3 hours later, after using the four-circle stone, the agony only seemed to grow. Another 3 hours passed, this time with the help of the red cloud elixir. The pain and heat were relentless, pushing him to his limits as he struggled through the grueling session. 5 hours in, and the discomfort still hadn't let up. He gritted his teeth, wondering if he'd ever get used to the burning sensation. But there was a silver lining: his core was fully recharged, and his mana and base stats felt stronger than ever. Before grabbing a much-needed snack, he decided to check his status. Pulling up his status, he couldn't believe the growth. His inner energy and mana had skyrocketed. If he had gained this much after just 2 sessions, the next round was going to be absolutely wild. He couldn't wait to see what he'd achieve next. Exhausted but satisfied, he let out a sigh, ready to finally grab something to eat. But just as he was about to take a break, a loud, angry voice shattered the quiet. He winced, turning to the source of the noise. Hammett was going off, but did the guy have to be so loud? Silence. For a moment, it seemed like the outburst was over. Nope, Hammett was back at it, yelling about being stuck in some space. The protagonist sighed, acknowledging Hammett's potential but really wishing he'd dial it down a notch. Hammett was at it again, yelling about how amazing he was, claiming to be one of the rare weapons with a soul. The protagonist, not missing a beat, decided to order some food, asking Sari to find a nearby Chinese restaurant. Sari quickly found 5 nearby Chinese restaurants, but Hammett was already freaking out, shocked by the voice coming from the small box. The protagonist calmly explained that, in this world, talking tools weren't a big deal. Even if Hammett was a great lord, he wasn't special here. Hammett, not having it, insisted he was special because he was an amazing weapon. Meanwhile, the protagonist's order was placed, smooth as ever. The protagonist pointed out that, in this world, even carrying a longsword required a permit. So what to do with Hammett was the question. He glanced. Hammett, trying to be helpful, suggested transforming into a form that could wrap around the protagonist's hand, just like in the game. The protagonist wasn't feeling it, saying that walking around with Hammett wrapped around his hand would make him look weird. He added that Hammett would still stand out too much and suggested he stay in the subspace. Hammett pondered for a moment, seemingly considering the options. Suddenly, Hammett transformed into a necklace form. The protagonist, looking at it, supposed this was acceptable. Hammett, now in necklace form, couldn't resist bragging about its new look, claiming it was irresistible. It even came with a bonus feature, a killing intent detector, as if it were some kind of high-tech accessory. Just then, a delivery arrived, and MC attention shifted instantly. Food was on the way, and the necklace form was quickly forgotten. A few minutes later, the sound of satisfied munching filled the air. It was clear that MC had been missing out on some serious greasy food action. MC couldn't help but express how much better it felt after devouring something other than dried meat for ages. Greasy food really did bring it back to life, or so he claimed. The protagonist, however, wasn't impressed. Hammett couldn't even eat, so why was it making such a fuss? But Hammett insisted it was still curious about the food, calling the protagonist heartless for not sharing the experience. The protagonist gave in, albeit reluctantly. Hammett's curiosity was something else, even if it couldn't actually eat anything. As they started moving, Hammett asked where they were going. The protagonist, already used to Hammett's antics, didn't even bother answering. Hammett, ever the persistent one, followed along anyway. The protagonist couldn't help but acknowledge that Hammett had a point, even if it was just a tiny one. A few minutes later, someone greeted the protagonist, mentioning they hadn't seen them around lately. It was a casual catch-up, but the protagonist was clearly in a different mood. The protagonist explained he had been busy preparing to start school again and had just popped in for a break. She mentioned an upcoming tournament, the Loyal Ground, but it seemed like his interest was already fading. The protagonist had already dropped the game log and found something else to occupy his time. The other person seemed a bit disappointed but didn't push the matter further. The protagonist's friend curiously asked what he were up to now. The protagonist replied that it was a budget version of Cloyd Survival. After experiencing Cloyd Survival, Log just couldn't cut it anymore. That's why they ended up at the internet cafe after skipping it for 2 whole months. He reminisced about a mysterious player they encountered, who was either a high school mage or a swordsman. The guy was definitely rocking a Japanese school uniform, though. If they could match with someone like that, there had to be plenty of other players out there, both locally and internationally. And among those players, there were bound to be a few attention seekers who wanted to show off their gaming prowess. Gathering intel on other players seemed like a smart move. It never hurt to know more about the competition. From what he gathered, most players interacted via a deep web browser. He looked up how to connect to the deep web on a video site and decided to give it a shot. The deep website he found looked sketchy, crawling with scammers and fraudsters trying to make a quick buck. Not the most promising start. But amidst all the shady ads, one banner caught his eye. It was like finding a hidden gem in a pile of junk. He couldn't look away. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized what he had stumbled upon. This could be the key to unlocking a whole new world of gaming adventures. The protagonist couldn't wait to dive in. With the game loaded up, the protagonist was ready to embark on a new adventure, leaving the real world behind. The screen flickered, and suddenly, a whole new digital universe unfolded before his eyes. But as the protagonist began to explore, something felt off, like the game was hiding secrets behind its vibrant pixels. Then, out of nowhere, the screen glitched, and a mysterious figure appeared, leaving the protagonist utterly stunned, wondering what was going on. The protagonist took a closer look at the glitchy figure and noticed something familiar about its design. It reminded him of the game's interface, like something straight out of Cloyd Survival. Whoever created this thing had to be a veteran player. The attention to detail was uncanny, almost as if the game itself had come to life. But before he could process that thought, the bot spoke up, its voice dripping with attitude. It was clear this wasn't just some random glitch, it had a personality, and it wasn't afraid to show it. The protagonist wondered if this was some kind of security bot, designed to keep kids out of places they shouldn't be. Maybe it needed a password or a specific pattern of answers to let him through. The bot demanded to know if he had the password, and if not, it told him to just get lost. This thing was serious, and it wasn't messing around. It introduced itself as the net cafe guy from Yokohama, which only added to the confusion. Who was this guy and what did he want? The bot went on a rant about how amateurs who couldn't even protect themselves on the dark web shouldn't be there. It suggested that if he was just curious, he should go watch something else and sleep. Ouch, that was harsh. The protagonist was taken aback. Hackers really were something else, and this one had definitely caught him off guard. He couldn't believe what was happening. This was like something straight out of a movie, and he was stuck in the middle of it. Silence fell as the protagonist tried to process everything. He needed to find a way to get through to this figure and figure out what was going on. The tension was palpable as he tried to come up with a plan. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever came next. This was his chance to prove he wasn't just some amateur. With newfound determination, he stepped forward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He just wanted to get in already. He stood there, ready to take on whatever came next, but then a thought hit him like a sudden plot twist. How was he supposed to prove it? Like, what was the endgame here? His mind was blank, and he was at a loss for words. This was not the vibe he was going for. What was he supposed to do with this image? Ruins? A statue? Felt like he was stuck in a low-budget mystery game. Wait a minute, this was familiar. Like he had seen this somewhere before. That statue from the lobby. It all started to click, like the final piece of a puzzle falling into place. So that was what it meant. The pieces were coming together, and he was finally getting the picture. He took a moment to process everything, letting the realization sink in. It was a lot to take in, but he was starting to see the bigger picture. Geez, they should have kept it this simple from the very start. Like, why make things so complicated? He shook his head, feeling a mix of frustration and relief. At least now he knew what he was dealing with. With a deep breath, he prepared himself for what was to come, ready to face the challenges ahead. The screen before him flickered to life, revealing a login page. A message popped up, assuring total security and anonymity for all verified users. It seemed like a solid guarantee, but he knew better than to take things at face value. The system prompted him to log in with the ID sent to him, promising round-the-clock protection from top-class hackers. Well, if hackers were on guard, maybe his data would be safe. He quickly saved his ID and password, knowing he'd need them later. The forum looked ordinary at first glance, but he could sense there was more beneath the surface. He wondered where to start. There were so many options, but he figured beginning with the tips section would be his best bet. The beginner's guide for Cloyd survival caught his eye. It mentioned how governments worldwide were trying to control ability users since Cloyd began. That was his first hint that this was serious business. The guide warned never to reveal abilities in public. He wasn't the only one with powers, and their numbers were growing. The advice was clear: don't get carried away thinking you're special unless you want to disappear. Reports indicated that government-backed organizations were actively hunting for beginners like him. They wouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary to prevent chaos caused by ability users. That was pretty threatening, he thought, wondering if kidnapping was still a thing nowadays. The guide also mentioned that for those who wanted to sell items obtained in-game, there were broker sites and wealthy buyers from all over the world on the dark web. Many of them were willing to purchase directly. He thought about visiting those sites and converting his items into cash. If he played his cards right, this could be a stable source of income for him. He decided to check the market prices for the items he had acquired, curious about their value. Inside Cloyd, he had been too focused on surviving to notice, but looking at the market, it really felt like a game. There were tons of items he didn't recognize, but that was probably because he had only been on his second run. The Witch's Elixir was going for 20 million, and the deadline was on the 2nd of next month. Most of the purchase requests were in the millions, with even tens of millions seeming normal. He couldn't believe his eyes. 100 million. That was insane. There was a failed ointment from the Cart Empire that guaranteed hair growth on applied areas. Basically, it was a hair growth product and it was worth 100 million. He made a mental note to remember the Cart Empire. The more he read the community forum, the more he understood why everyone was obsessed with run counts. Players with more than 10 runs earned millions monthly, and those with over 30 could name their own price. In other words, run count equaled status. So that was why they had been so desperate to eliminate him. As he kept browsing, time slipped away unnoticed. A sudden headline caught his attention. A thread titled 13th Run Hybrid Mage Beaten by a Second-Run Player sparked his curiosity. That was unexpected. The author seemed to be a high school mage, which made it even more intriguing. He couldn't help but click on it. The first comment was a classic, saying there was no way second-run players were trash. He chuckled to himself. Another comment asked if the author really lost 2-on-1, which made him raise an eyebrow. Someone else questioned if the guy was even Japanese, and that 20 runs claim sounded fake. The comments were getting spicy. He noticed that people were saying whatever they wanted, but one comment stood out. It must be that crafty high schooler from before. Even though they were from the same country, he felt a bit cold. There was something familiar about this guy. Wait a minute, he thought. This guy seemed pretty active on the forum. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you really that guy from back then?" The response was a simple, "Yeah." No way, he thought. Is it really that weird that I'm on my second run? He was genuinely curious. The response was intense. "Are you kidding? How are you that good after only 2 runs? They thought he was a fixed player, even a glitch." He was confused. What's a fixed player? The response was detailed. Everyone starts as a free player, but once you meet certain conditions, you can rank up to become a fixed player. The tutorial match only happens once for free players. Most people don't even notice it, but it took the commenter until their 13th run. He was impressed. The commenter then asked if they could call him Haruto and requested his contact info, wanting to meet up sometime. He was taken aback but also intrigued. "Come on, you're still a beginner, so there's a lot I can teach you," the commenter added. He wondered if they were trying to settle this one-on-one in real life. Trust was a big ask, but the commenter promised it would be worth it. They mentioned ranking up to a fixed player 9 soon and needing a fixed team. He wondered what a fixed team even was. The commenter was shocked to hear he had been going solo all this time and insisted he was stronger than them anyway. They asked him to meet up at Yokohama Station, West Exit, and wanted to know when he could come. He agreed to meet right away, saying he would be there in an hour. They decided to talk about contact info after meeting and told him to come to the cafe by the West Exit. He confirmed and said he was heading there now. But as he was about to leave, a thought crossed his mind. Was this really a good idea? 1 hour later, he found himself at the cafe where he was supposed to meet with high school mage. Everyone around him was walking in groups, making him feel a bit out of place. He noticed he was the only one all by himself. Just then, someone approached him, asking if there was a problem. He wondered if they were trying to provoke him, maybe even throw him back into the subspace. He thought to himself that the person was just showing off. Suddenly, a guy rode a bike straight into the crowded street, catching everyone's attention. The crowd couldn't help but be impressed by the bold move. A Hayabusa in a crowd like this? That's badass, he thought. Some rich kid, he bet. Life really isn't fair. He wondered if he should just keep staring or maybe not risk getting into trouble. Suddenly, someone called out to him, claiming him to be Haruto, and he the high school mage. Talk about a plot twist. Meeting someone from the game in real life was a first for him, and it felt incredibly surreal, like glitching out of reality. The guy introduced himself as Hayami Rin. Okay, so not a random NPC, but someone with a name tag. Hearing a name he had only seen in kill logs felt strange, and he hadn't even recognized him at first because of the hood. But now, seeing his face, he couldn't help but think it was kinda punchable. No idea why, but the vibes were off. He asked why he was called out there, and the response was a bit shaky. The guy wanted to join his team, apparently. He pressed for more details, and the guy mentioned something about them both being free players. Whatever that meant. He told him to keep his voice down, but the guy assured him that thanks to a pendant, no one else could hear their conversation. He asked if the pendant was brought from the game, but it turned out to be crafted in the real world by an alchemist player. Okay, so this was getting next level. He couldn't believe he was actually considering this seriously. Like, what even was reality anymore? He was hit with another question, asking if he was really on his second run. He sighed, repeating that he had already told them that. An apology followed by a question about his results so far. He responded with a hint of pride, mentioning he secured second place on his first run and first place on his second. The other person was shocked, saying he had only heard of such consecutive top placements on the forums. He shrugged it off, attributing it to luck. The other person confessed he had only made it to the top 5 once and had almost retired several times. He questioned what retired even meant in this context, leaving the other person to explain. It was explained as elimination, where failing to make the E-cut meant never being able to log into Cloyd again. He acknowledged that was what he figured. The conversation shifted to ranking up to fixed players in the next game, with the other person asking if they could join his team. He asked if they couldn't form a team unless they were a fixed player. The other person explained that they could form a fixed F party of up to 8 people and join the same game regardless of where they lived. So basically, the other person just wanted to play together with him. He thought about it for a moment. The other person enthusiastically confirmed, yes, that was exactly what they wanted. A brief pause followed as he considered the proposal. He noticed the time. It was already 1:30. The conversation had taken longer than he realized. As he glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 1:30, Hammett chimed in, questioning his decision to team up with someone who was once his enemy. He casually sipped his draft beer, pondering the thought. He shrugged it off, saying it was just a game and he wasn't one to hold grudges. Plus, having a teammate who followed orders wasn't so bad. But then, a reminder came about that golden weapon box he got, which was originally supposed to be his enemy's. He thought about how without coins, even the best items couldn't be brought into the real world. It was a setback, but he wasn't too bothered by it. Suddenly, a sense of killing intent was aimed at him. He wondered how many were targeting him. 3, it turned out. His companion asked if they should transform into a weapon right then and there. 3 reactions were targeting them, as his companion had pointed out. He acknowledged the information with a calm demeanor. Focusing, he could faintly sense their presence. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at how these foes couldn't even hide their own presence properly. One was lurking in the alley to the left. The situation was getting a bit too predictable. Another was hiding behind the utility pole, as if that would do any good. And the third was a bit farther back, trying to conceal themselves behind a garbage can. Seriously, the lack of creativity was almost insulting. He sighed, urging them to just come out already. The suspense was killing him, and not in a good way. A voice from the shadows responded, telling him not to talk big like that. They wanted to know if he even knew who they were and stated their business. He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Did they really think they were that intimidating? They warned him that if he'd just cooperate, he wouldn't have to get hurt. The irony was palpable. He scoffed at their threat, asking if they even knew who he was. The tension was thick, but he was so over it. He recognized them from the forums. They were those so-called beginner hunters who preyed on newbies. Classic. His companion asked if it should transform into weapon form right then and there. He declined, stating that these foes weren't worth the effort. The atmosphere shifted as the group processed his casual dismissal, their expressions twisting from confidence to disbelief. Someone in the back stammered in shock, questioning if this guy was really a beginner. The tension was getting awkward. He stood there, unfazed by their reactions, waiting for their next move. One of the men stepped forward, trying to regain control of the situation, offering a conditional retreat. Another piped up, stuttering about acting under state orders, only to be met with a dismissive remark about his paranoia. The lead agent tried to intimidate him with legal jargon, labeling him a terrorist under some revised law. He continued, suggesting cooperation would make things easier, but threatening terrorist treatment if he resisted. He even pointed out that displaying his abilities in a residential area was already a crime. Talk about overkill. He wasn't impressed, commenting about private groups acting as government lapdogs. He proposed a simple deal: they don't bother him, he won't bother them. He told them that if they wanted his cooperation so badly, they should at least bring a warrant. He wasn't naive enough to go quietly with people who lacked official authority. Mic drop. The man thought he was slick, but MC has eyes everywhere. Just inches from his face, MC stopped. A yelp echoed through the room. MC pointed out that he was the one who drew his weapon first, trying to shift the blame. A sharp rebuke followed, scolding the person for getting carried away. The situation was escalating quickly. He scoffed, clearly insulted that they thought these guys could actually restrain him. As if, with a smirk, he asked if he really looked like a beginner to them. The room was filled with murmurs of surprise and confusion. Someone wondered if he had allies, given his reputation as a solo player. He warned them not to ever get involved with him again. The finality in his voice left no room for argument. He added that if they left him alone, he would stay quiet too. The message was clear: mutual non-interference. And with one more thing left to say, he paused, making sure he had everyone's attention. He dropped the mic with a warning to always size up your opponent before making any moves, negotiation, or ambush. The crowd was left in stunned silence, realizing they had just been served a major reality check. One of the onlookers, still processing the verbal smackdown, wondered if they should go after him. But their companion quickly shut that idea down, calling them out for even considering it and suggesting they play it cool for now. Hammett chimed in, suggesting it might be easier to just eliminate the competition and avoid future hassles. But the idea was quickly shot down with a reminder that, murder is generally frowned upon in this world. Back at home, the protagonist pondered his next move, wondering how he had been tracked down in the first place. A thought crossed his mind: could it be because he sold Escrow's necklace at that pawn shop? Oops. Shrugging it off, he figured that even if he moved, he'd probably be found anyway. And when that happened, he'd just show everyone what he was really made of. After meeting Hayami Ren, a realization hit him like a ton of bricks. For someone on their second run, he was abnormally strong, like freakishly so. The coins he had earned surpassed even veterans on their 20th or 30th runs. With a determined glint in his eye, he decided to use those coins to get even stronger and stay at the top. After all, Cloyd J and reality weren't that different once you were at the starting line. The next day arrived, bringing with it new challenges and opportunities. As the morning sun began to rise, a new day brought with it a sense of anticipation and uncertainty. He groaned, realizing that despite a whole night of meditation, the inner energy gathered was disappointingly low. Training in the real world was proving to be far too inefficient. With a sigh, he concluded that there was no choice but to resort to that other method. Hayami Run, a character, seemed to be contemplating something deeply. Trust was the foundation of any team, but trusting someone who was an enemy in the previous game seemed like a tall order. All they really knew about each other was that they were from the same country. So, they proposed training together until the next game, a suggestion that hung in the air with potential. The idea of training together was met with a hint of surprise and consideration. It was explained that while one could refine their in-game skills indefinitely through practice, training freely in public places wasn't exactly feasible. Some fixed teams even went as far as renting private islands just to train. Before forming a fixed party, they could deepen their bond and trust through training. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Despite a recent defeat, there was a sense of determination. He might not be as strong as some, but he was still a decent player. Despite the recent defeat, the performance was not bad at all. There was a sense of potential that couldn't be ignored. For now, they exchanged contact info, agreeing to think about future collaborations. Rin mentioned being always available, ready to connect anytime. They exchanged contact information, but he didn't expect to reach out so soon. He was the only one around who knew about Cloyd, making him the go-to person for this situation. Run was contacted faster than expected. Those guys had shown up the previous night, catching him off guard. Those guys were no ordinary individuals. They were beginner hunters sent by the government, which was a surprise. It was only his second run, and he already had hunters on his tail. This was far from normal, and he couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Of course, it wasn't normal. Something was definitely up. He had a few theories but needed more information to be sure. He needed money, so he sold Escrow's necklace at a pawn shop. The necklace had a great exchange rate for its coin cost, and he brought one back every run. When asked how he dealt with it and if it traced back to him, he revealed that he melted it down and sold it, avoiding any direct trace. Melting it down was a shady trick, but it worked. If he was trying to lay low, there was an offer to help, hinting at a potential alliance. He was good at avoiding tracking, using proxy accounts and all. Before joining Cloyd, he was a pretty well-known hacker on the deep web. A hacker? Who the heck was this guy? But that was fine as long as he could start the training soon. Perfect timing, though, because he couldn't start that day. They agreed to head out the next day. The next day came faster than expected. He didn't think things would move this quickly. Haruto was told to hop on the back. They needed to buy supplies at the supermarket near the training grounds. But where exactly was this training ground? Was it even within riding distance? Sounded far. It should take about an hour to get there. But where exactly was it? Turns out, he had bought a small mountain in the suburbs and built a training ground there. Time to go. Wait, what? He bought a mountain? Just how rich was this guy? But he just laughed it off, asking if he looked rich. That response somehow pissed him off even more. Fuming from the last exchange, he vowed to himself that on his third run, he would bring back a ton of valuables and finally buy his own ride. No more clinging to a high schooler's waist while riding. How pathetic. An hour later, the decision was made to walk from there. Observing the fenced-off mountain, it was clear just how serious this endeavor was. Someone had gone to great lengths to secure the area. There was a hint of envy in the air as MC remarked that it must be nice having money, allowing one to pour so much into a hobby. The response was swift, claiming all the assets came from earnings within Cloyd's survival. It seemed there was a misunderstanding, and it needed to be cleared up. Almost all the assets were revealed to come from loot brought back from the game. It wasn't family money, but hard-earned riches from deep web activities and valuable items from the game world. The story was long, but the dedication was clear. With only 13 runs under the belt, questions arose about the actual earnings. How much had been made in that time? The answer was staggering: 2 houses on the mountain, some other land, a bit of stock, and about 80 million yen in cash saved. The wealth was real and substantial. Finally, the destination was reached. Adam C. lost 1 million aura points. And then, a purple crystal just floating. But no time to check because the vibes were about to shift, big time. What could these purple crystals possibly mean? And just like that, the truth bomb was dropped. The question hung in the air: how did someone manage to build all those ESIs? The answer came swift and smooth: money solves everything. Because of course it does. Curiosity sparked as eyes landed on a peculiar stone. Brought from Cloyd, it was no ordinary rock but a barrier stone. Once activated, it could make everything within its range vanish from sight, like the ultimate hide-and-seek cheat code. MC wondered out loud why such a handy item wasn't used in-game. Turns out, it was crafted by a local alchemist using materials from Cloyd, making it impossible to bring into the game. Rules are rules, after all. The conversation shifted to the possibility of bringing real-world items into the game. An advanced subspace ring could apparently make it happen, but only for fixed players. Because why make it easy, right? The pieces clicked into place. Becoming a fixed player meant eventually getting one of those rings. But first, hunger called. It was time to eat because even heroes need snacks. Before diving into food, though, a challenge was issued. A match was proposed because why not test the waters before diving in? The response was a mix of excitement and hesitation, setting the stage for what was to come. Ever since the last loss, there had been no messing around. The warning was clear: underestimating the opponent would lead to regret. The air was thick with determination and the promise of a fierce battle. It made sense, really. Confirming each other's strength before training was just practical. Because how else would they know what they were up against? The tension was already thick enough to cut with a knife, and then he dropped the question. Did he really want to fight seriously? The answer came swift and sharp. Of course, because holding back would be a total snorefest and, more importantly, a major hit to his pride. The question of transformation hung in the air, but the response was clear. No need for weapons just yet. This was a showdown to watch, not to interfere with. And then it began. The air crackled with energy as the first move was unleashed. Escrow's attack was swift and precise, setting the stage for the clash. The response was immediate. A lightning bolt of power surged forward, meeting the protagonist head-on. The battle was on, and it was already lit. No more words were needed. It was time to let the fists and powers do the talking. The first strike was launched with a fierce battle cry, aiming to end things swiftly. But the run was quick to react, summoning a barrier to block the incoming attack. The clash sent shockwaves through the battlefield, the tension rising as both combatants prepared for their next move. The MC was taken aback. This barrier was unlike anything he had encountered before. Rin smirked, explaining that the barrier's strength scaled with his magic power, and it wouldn't break that easily. Looks like someone's been hitting the magical gym. The protagonist couldn't help but acknowledge the Ren's growth, admitting that he had gotten a lot stronger in a short time. He thought mages who just spam spells were trash. But this was impressive. The MC, feeling a newfound respect, decided to take the battle a bit more seriously. No more holding back. Both fighters ready to unleash their full power. With a sudden burst of speed, MC vanished and reappeared behind the attacker, using a technique called martial phantom step. Rin wasted no time and immediately launched into another attack, summoning a powerful technique known as Escrow. The protagonist, not one to be outdone, countered with a dazzling display of chain lightning, the air crackling with energy. The room was filled with a blinding light, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. MC let out a cry of pain, clearly feeling the effects of the Ren's relentless assault. A brief pause in the action, both combatants catching their breath, the air heavy with anticipation. MC, with a smirk, declared that he too had a few magical tricks up his sleeve. He warned Ren not to blame him if things took a turn for the worse. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating ice lance, the battle reaching new heights of intensity. But Ren wasn't done yet. A massive wall of flames erupted, blocking the ice lance and turning the battlefield into a fiery inferno. Ren wasn't about to back down, shouting that he wasn't weak enough to be taken down by such a move. The clash of elements creating a spectacle of steam and sparks, and an opening for MC. The protagonist swiftly maneuvered, readying another attack with surprising agility. MC, taken aback, couldn't help but acknowledge the Ren's impressive movements for a mage. Ren smirked, knowing he had just earned a bit of respect from his opponent. But the battle was far from over. The protagonist, however, was starting to feel the strain. One annoying spell after another was taking its toll. Ren, sensing an opportunity, cast another spell, this time binding MC with an earth restraint, making it clear that breaking free wouldn't be easy. He boasted about his vast knowledge of spells, clearly not one of those fake mages who only knew a few tricks. Ren's words hung in the air, but before anyone could react, a sudden shift in the atmosphere made everyone freeze. With a flick of the wrist, he summoned a lightning bolt out of thin air, proving his magical prowess. The lightning crackled, illuminating the room in a blinding flash, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. In the chaos, the protagonist seized the moment, his form blurring as he moved with unnatural speed. He barely had time to register the movement before feeling a sharp pain, stopping in a standstill. And then, lightning came to say hello. But the battle wasn't over yet. Ren's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had been outmaneuvered, MC standing right behind him. His mind raced, trying to figure out when MC had managed to get behind him. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. He had been tricked by a clone. Ren couldn't believe he hadn't sensed anything, even at such a close distance. MC casually mentioned having practiced hiding his presence, leaving him in disbelief. Ren was shocked, realizing that the protagonist's ability to hide his presence was so advanced that he wouldn't notice it even in combat. MC chuckled, suggesting that Ren needed to master his inner energy better. Ren, sensing something was off, accused MC of holding back. He acknowledged this with a smirk, confirming the Rem's suspicions. Ren admitted that even in a 2 versus 1 situation, he couldn't beat the MC before. He wondered how he could stand a chance alone now, but MC noted that Ren's magic had grown significantly stronger, questioning if he had used a high circle stone. Ren revealed that the boost in his magic power was due to a staff he had crafted using materials from the last game. This staff amplified his magic power by 90%, strengthened spells, and could store up to 5 spells. MC was stunned, exclaiming that a 90% boost was unheard of, especially from broken materials. Ren confirmed it, mentioning he couldn't bring it into the game yet but would be able to once he became a fixed player. The protagonist admitted he had never seen anything like that in-game and estimated it should be worth around 200 coins. Ren agreed, adding that coin value didn't always match item value. He explained that in Cloyd, most items could be obtained ridiculously cheaply except for specific ones. This was how someone like him could make money even with a few coins. He mentioned that people who dropped out and couldn't go back to Cloyd often became alchemists and focused on crafting. They found it fun and made money, making it the best of both worlds. MC chuckled, agreeing that it sounded fun. He concluded that there really were all kinds of people with different interests and talents. After their fight, the two decided it was time to grab a bite. Ren had a question in mind and decided to ask it, to which the protagonist responded with a curious what. The question was about the number of coins earned so far. The answer was just under 500, which seemed to surprise Ren. He was shocked, exclaiming that earning that much in just 2 runs was impressive. The other was clearly the rich one here. But it turned out most of the coins had already been traded for elixirs and items. Ren couldn't believe it and asked if all the coins had been dumped into stat upgrades without thinking. He lamented the waste, pointing out that with 500 coins, a fortune could have been made. MC retorted that focusing on money all the time was why Ren was still at the same level. Ren conceded the point with a sigh and suggested they finally eat. Meanwhile, the Shinjuku faction had been beaten back, which seemed to be a topic of interest. Someone confirmed they had their eyes on him too and mentioned that rumors were spreading among other groups as well. Selling Escrow's necklace at a pawn shop seemed suspicious. It didn't add up, but maybe it meant he was just that confident. The other person simply acknowledged the information with an understanding nod. The vibe shifted as the person pondered the situation, finding it interesting. He considered that this individual might just be worth keeping an eye on, setting the stage for some potential drama. The first day of training kicked off with a morning vibe. Before filling the vessel, it needed to be emptied out completely, setting the stage for some serious work. The training began with a technique called the martial phantom step, a move that promised to be as cool as it sounded. Next up was a full inner energy release, a power move that was sure to turn heads and maybe even a few stomachs. The question on his mind was just how many clones could be made with the current inner energy levels. Turns out, 8 was pushing it a bit too much. 7 was the limit for now, a fact that was met with a mix of determination and frustration. Meanwhile, someone observed the scene, noting how rowdy things could get sometimes. The protagonist watched as the scene unfolded, the energy in the air crackling with intensity. He was showing off some seriously high-level spells, casting them like it was no big deal one after another. Ren, breathing heavily, claimed he could still do more, clearly pushing his limits. But then, MC stepped in, suggesting they take a break for food. Hunger was calling and training could wait. Ren agreed and they decided to pause their session. A few minutes later, the scene shifted. MC found themselves stuck on kitchen duty, grumbling about his luck. It was a classic case of bad fortune, or so it seemed. MC called out, questioning why he wasn't training and instead was on his phone the whole time. Rem defended himself, asking if MC was trying to show off. He was told to focus on training instead. But it turned out, he was just chatting with his little sister. MC chimed in, commenting on how nice it must be to have a happy family, hinting at a touch of envy. The response was lighthearted, acknowledging the close bond they shared. It was clear that for him, family meant everything. She was his only family, and that bond was unbreakable. Family meant everything, but the question lingered: only family? A heavy pause followed as the truth spilled out. His parents had passed away back when he was still in middle school, leaving him with nothing but memories and each other. The shock was real. Why hadn't he said anything before? The response was blunt, almost dismissive. It wasn't exactly a fun story to share, and honestly, he didn't mind being treated like a spoiled rich kid. It was easier that way, no questions asked. The weight of the past settled in as he revealed the truth. Their parents had died in a drunk driving accident, a pain that still felt fresh even after all these years. For years ago, life had taken a sharp turn. From that moment on, he was told to do as his uncle said, no questions asked. It was a command, not a request. Relatives he hadn't heard from in years suddenly swarmed the funeral, acting like they were the ones in charge. It was a whirlwind of unfamiliar faces and forced condolences, all while he was still processing his loss. A realtor would come later, and he was instructed to open the door when they arrived. It was another order, another reminder that their lives were no longer their own. It was only later that he found out the money had been split among their relatives. The betrayal stung, but what could they do? They were just kids, after all. Life moved on, but the pain didn't fade. Parents' Day at school was coming up, a reminder of what they had lost and the family they no longer had. The fear was real. She was too scared to ask their uncle and aunt for anything, let alone something as emotional as this. So, she turned to the one person she trusted, asking him to speak up for her. But the response wasn't what she expected. Why did he have to do everything for them? The frustration boiled over, and he lashed out, telling her to handle it herself and just leave him alone. The bond that once seemed unbreakable was now showing cracks. The air grew heavy with regret as she stammered an apology to Ren. But Ren was already at his breaking point, snapping back that she was only making his stress worse. Looking back, Ren realized how immature he had been. It was one of those cringeworthy moments where you look back and just think, what was I thinking? He was overwhelmed, having lost his parents and left to pick up the pieces. It was like life had thrown him into the deep end, and he was just trying to keep his head above water. As if that wasn't enough, school was a nightmare. Bullies made his life miserable, beating him up almost every day. And when he got home, there was no respite, just the pressure of having to support his family. It was like he was stuck in a never-ending cycle of stress and pain. The weight of the world was on his shoulders, and it was getting heavier by the day. Eventually, Ren shut himself in his room, finding solace in the deep web. Turns out he had a knack for hacking. It was like he had found a secret talent, a way to escape the chaos of his life. That's when he first learned about Cloyd's survival. At first, he couldn't believe something like that existed. Cloyd's survival? It sounded like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. But the more he researched, the more absorbed he became. Before he knew it, he was hoping he'd get invited too. It was like finding a lifeline in the middle of a stormy sea. Maybe, just maybe, this could change his life. But life had other plans. The lease on the house they lived in with their parents ended, and they had to move. It was like the universe was testing him, seeing how much more he could take. From a spacious 3-bedroom apartment in the city to a cramped semi-basement unit in the suburbs. It was a major downgrade, like going from first class to coach. But Ren was determined to make the best of it, no matter what life threw his way. Just as Ren was trying to settle into his new place, a sudden scream echoed through the room. Someone had spotted something unexpected, and it was not a cute stray cat. The mysterious object was revealed to be a VA, a virtual assistant, but this was no ordinary device. Ren recalled how they ended up in this situation. His uncle had blamed rising costs for their financial troubles, but Ren had uncovered the truth. His uncle had embezzled their house deposit, leaving them in this predicament. That revelation had been a turning point for Ren. It was the moment he realized the harsh reality of their situation. Ren's sister called out to him, her voice filled with concern and confusion. She couldn't believe what was happening either. It was just Ren and his sister against the world now. They had no one else to rely on. Frustration boiled over as Ren couldn't help but wonder why life seemed to throw every obstacle their way. It felt like the universe had a personal vendetta against them. All Ren wanted was a normal life. He cried out to any higher power that might be listening, begging for a break. Feeling abandoned by the world, Ren took to the streets, screaming as if he had lost his mind. It was a desperate cry for help, for someone to hear his plea. But as suddenly as it had all begun, everything went quiet. A sense of eerie calm filled the air, leaving Ren and his sister in stunned silence. Just as the silence settled, Ren reflected on how that moment marked the beginning of his journey, leading to his first invitation to Cloyd's survival. That invitation had come 2 years ago, a turning point that still felt like yesterday. MC asked if he had ever confronted the bullies from his past. Ren shrugged it off, mentioning how they ended up at different high schools anyway, so what was the point? Besides, getting arrested for throwing hands would have just made things worse, especially with his sister needing him. Moving away actually turned out to be a glow-up in disguise. It wasn't just the change of scenery that helped, though Ren had finally started taking care of himself, and that made all the difference. MC asked if his sister was alone now, wondering if it was really okay for him to leave home. Ren reassured them, saying she was staying with their aunt, who was basically like a mom to them. She was even helping out at their orchard during her long break, so everything was good. With that settled, it was time to get back to training. A few weeks later, at the National Security Department, tensions were running high. Someone had clearly had enough. The frustration was palpable as they demanded to know how much longer they were going to let certain people run free. Didn't they realize that by provoking the ability users, they were just giving the resistance a reason to unite? The room was thick with tension, and it was clear that whatever came next wouldn't be pretty. The tension in the room was already sky-high, and then someone dropped the classic "just following orders" line, as if that would magically make everything okay. They claimed it was all about surveillance and reporting, but let's be real, no one was buying that excuse. Silence hung in the air, the kind that makes you want to scream into a pillow. Everyone was waiting for the next move, and it was clear that whatever came next wouldn't be pretty. Suddenly, a nervous squeak escaped someone's lips, breaking the silence. It was like the sound of a mouse trying to hide from a very angry cat. The room erupted as the higher-up lost it, accusing them of deliberately delaying reports to undermine their authority. And then came the classic line, "How dare they bring up something from 3 weeks ago like it was no big deal? Drama alert." The demand to explain themselves echoed through the room, leaving everyone on edge. It was like watching a reality show where no one was getting voted off the island, but everyone was getting roasted. A shaky voice piped up, admitting there had been a mistake and the report got delayed. Spoiler alert, that wasn't the smooth move they thought it would be. Another pause and then a loud punch on the table. The man fell down in fear. She must think she's Sakura. Then came the slow, dangerous repetition, "A mistake?" The higher-up wasn't having it, and the tension in the room was so thick you could cut it with a knife. The accusation of mockery flew through the air, and it was clear that this meeting had gone from bad to worse. Someone call a timeout because this was getting messy. Rumors swirled that a private organization was bypassing the department head and dealing directly with upper management. And then there was manager Naruse, once an elite from the intelligence agency, now stuck in this mess. If she hadn't been invited to Cloyd, she would have been on a fast track to promotion. But now, demoted and forced to work alongside thugs, it was no wonder she wasn't happy about it. Someone call HR because this was getting out of hand. Looks like it was going to be another rough day. Attention, everyone, the boss had something to say, and it probably wasn't going to be good news. Due to report omissions and intentional delays, a disciplinary hearing was announced. Yoshida was suspended from all duties until a decision was made. Well, that escalated quickly. Silence fell over the room as the weight of the announcement settled in. That made 3 suspensions now. Were these just bad recruits, or was upper management planting spies to keep an eye on things? Paranoia was setting in. How much longer were they going to keep up this ridiculous charade? Someone needed to call a spade already. The higher-ups still didn't understand anything. If they could use these ability users as assets for national security, they'd be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But alas, the powers that be were still clueless. For crying out loud, the frustration was palpable. If only they would stop spouting nonsense and get to the point. But hey, at least the drama was entertaining, right? And just like that, the invitation was thrown out there: come in if you dare. No more playing it safe, no more holding back. The energy shifted instantly. It was time to go all out, no more half measures, no more excuses. A brief pause hung in the air. Day 23 of joint training, and you could already feel the tension cranking up to 11. This wasn't just another session, this was the moment things were about to get real. Thick with anticipation, they clash in the air. MC couldn't help but acknowledge the progress, handling inner energy like a pro now. No more rookie mistakes. The grind was paying off. The response came sharp and quick. 3 weeks of non-stop effort, and it was all leading to this. But there was more to it, something bigger, something stronger. And then it hit, the reveal. Magic. The kind of power that turns the tide and leaves everyone watching in awe. But wait, there was more. Escrow's flame. A power so fierce it could light up the darkest of battles. And just when you thought it couldn't get any more intense, the final card was played: Unrestricted Fist. No rules, no limits, just pure, unfiltered power. The battle kicked off with a spatial strike, and let's just say it wasn't your average Tuesday night brawl. Silence hung in the air, the kind that makes you wonder if someone forgot to pay the sound bill. A pained groan echoed, the universal sound of someone realizing they might have bitten off more than they could chew. The dust settled, and the reality of the situation started to sink in. He couldn't believe it. After all that, he still couldn't land a hit. It was like trying to punch a ghost who's really good at dodging. The protagonist broke through his strongest attack like it was nothing, and he was not having it. But then came a compliment, acknowledging his growth without the staff. Ren wasn't convinced, questioning if it was because he was too weak to be worth training. But MC had to admit, his inner energy had increased, and he could now make up to 8 clones. With the battle over, hunger kicked in. It was time to eat before heading out. As they prepared to leave, a question popped up about his ramen habits. Turns out it was what he missed the most when he was away. Ramen was definitely the winner over that tough jerky he had been eating. Adding eggs would make it a complete meal, or so he thought. He pondered how he managed to build muscle eating just ramen. Rumors from the community had him curious. Turns out, people who master inner energy gain muscle way more easily than normal folks. Their physical abilities improve faster too, and there's even research to back it up. Who knew? As they chatted about going back, it hit him that a new semester would already be starting. Though he had a pile of work waiting at his company, so school might have to wait. He had left everything unattended while he was away. Being the president of a small operation meant it wouldn't run without him, and he was feeling the pressure. Wait, he's a high schooler running a company? Yep, he casually mentioned running a small online shop. Plot twist much? He explained that converting items from another world into cash directly wasn't feasible due to the massive amounts. Most players set up shell companies, technically operating at a loss, but the loot more than made up for it. He suggested thinking about it if handling large amounts of money ever became an issue. The more he learned about him, the more he realized how sharp he was. Oh, and he had prepared his new place with all his stuff already moved in. Smooth move. 20 million yen for a deposit? That must have cost a fortune. The area wasn't the safest, but it was a spacious 3-bedroom. He had gotten a place without even asking. Bold. With multiple enemy groups lurking around, keeping identities under wraps was a must. Still, dropping 20 million yen like it was pocket change? That kind of trust was next level. Apologies weren't really necessary, but the sentiment was appreciated. A loan? Sure, it could be paid back later. No big deal. 20 million wasn't exactly chump change, though. But knowing him, he'd probably rake that in during the next game without breaking a sweat. Confidence was one thing, but that was a bold claim. Before diving deeper into that conversation, though, it was time to pack up and head back before darkness fell. And just like that, the 3-week training camp wrapped up. It had been intense, and survival was still a mystery. Looking back, it was hard to believe how much had changed since that first invitation to the game. From cramped one-room apartments to this, life had taken a wild turn, and unrealistic didn't even begin to cover it. The new place was bigger than expected, though. Empty rooms had a way of making spaces feel massive, but it was still impressive. Ren asked if he liked the new place, to which he admitted he did, though it felt much bigger than his old home. As a housewarming gift, he was offered one appliance, which left him thinking about the 20 million debt he just took on. Talk about a mixed blessing. Despite the financial weight, he managed a small thanks, acknowledging the help he received. He was reminded not to keep his sister waiting and that they would be in touch. With that, he was left to his thoughts. He quietly accepted the situation with a simple okay, ready to move forward. A moment of silence passed as he took in his new surroundings. Hammett wondered aloud about the point of sealing him away for a whole month, realizing it had indeed been a while since he had trained without distractions. Noticing the change in his living situation over the past month, he admitted it was a long story but appreciated the spaciousness. He decided to sort out items he could sell, starting with the need for a desk. Priorities, right? Suddenly, he felt a strange presence, leaving him puzzled and alert. His senses were on high alert, every instinct screaming that something was off. The silence around him felt heavy, almost suffocating, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Then, out of nowhere, a sudden noise shattered the quiet. His heart skipped a beat. What in the world was that sound? It came out of nowhere, and now his curiosity was piqued. Before he could even process the noise, his eyes caught sight of something even more alarming. Was that a fire? His mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. He was sure he had sensed a presence earlier, but now this? Could it be a player who set up that explosion? His thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion and suspicion. Looks like there was a player who really loved making a scene. He couldn't believe his luck. Couldn't he get a break on his first day after moving? The universe seemed to have a weird sense of humor. Suddenly, another sound caught his attention. His head snapped in the direction of the noise. What was it this time? His nerves were on edge, and his patience was wearing thin. Only run and he should know about this place. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If someone else was here, it meant trouble, and he wasn't sure he was ready for that. A voice echoed in the empty space as he called out, asking if anyone was there. Could it be the organization? The thought made his blood run cold. He wasn't sure what he'd do if it was. The silence that followed was deafening. He held his breath, waiting for a response. His mind was a mess of worst-case scenarios, each one more terrifying than the last. Then, MC through the silence. Who are you? The words hung in the air, and he could feel the weight of the question. He wasn't sure how to answer or if he even should. It was the police. They were evacuating residents due to a large fire in the building across the street. Relief washed over him, but it was short-lived. He needed to follow protocol and evacuate, but something still felt off. As he processed the situation, frustration kicked in. What on earth was causing all this chaos? Before he could catch his breath, another explosion rocked the area. The situation was escalating fast. Was this some kind of attack? The thought sent a chill down his spine. What was happening in the middle of Japan? This was supposed to be a safe place. He couldn't help but feel like the universe was really testing his patience today. How big were they planning to make this mess? Suddenly, he sensed 8 presences nearby. His instincts told him something was very wrong. Like hunting dogs spotting prey, they all started moving at once. The explosions might have been a smokescreen. He needed to figure out who their target was, and fast. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever was coming next. Breathing heavily, a person tried to catch their breath, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Defiance flared in their eyes as they declared they would rather face death than surrender to them, accusing their foes of causing immense damage and urging them to surrender if they wanted to avoid regret. They shouted about just wanting to live quietly, blaming them for starting the fight and demanding they back off already. MC attention shifted to a woman, her spear technique revealing her to be a skilled martial artist. He noticed she was exhausted, her strength waning as the battle raged on. Orders were barked out to capture her alive at all costs, but she called out their cowardice for attacking all at once. She declared this was as far as they would go, invoking the name of Libertas with determination. Suddenly, ice started to form. Shock rippled through the crowd as reinforcements from the resistance arrived, turning the tide of the battle. Just as the crowd was getting over the shock of the reinforcements, MC pulled off an ice lance move that left everyone speechless. The enemy was just as confused, stuttering out demands for the mysterious ally's identity. The protagonist wasn't about to spill the tea, shutting down the question with a cold, hard truth: he didn't owe anyone an explanation. Meanwhile, the enemy squad was in full-on panic mode, screaming about how no one mentioned anything about backup. The MC wasn't done roasting them yet, calling out the whole situation for what it was: a bunch of grown men jumping one person, and honestly, it was kind of pathetic to watch. As the tension hung in the air, the group realized they were in way over their heads. The realization hit them like a ton of bricks: there was a mage involved, and things were about to get real messy. The group barely had time to process this bombshell before chaos erupted. It was an ambush, and they needed to get their act together fast if they wanted to stand a chance. Confusion spread like wildfire as they tried to figure out what was happening. This was not part of the plan. Before they could even catch their breath, one of their own was already down. The situation was spiraling out of control. The group was left stunned, trying to process the rapid turn of events. Another one of their own went down, the pain echoing through the room. This was not looking good. Desperate for answers, she demanded to know which organization the attacker belonged to. But the protagonist wasn't about to spill the tea, leaving her in the dark and even more frustrated. Everyone was on edge, waiting for the next move. A command rang out, ordering the capture of another target alive. The stakes just got higher. The enemy wasn't going down without a fight, shouting defiantly, ready to take on whatever came their way. Frustration was evident as the MC pointed out that he had created an opening for escape. But it was ignored. The opportunity was missed, and now they were paying the price. The taunts continued, questioning her situational awareness. It was clear that the enemy thought they were dealing with amateurs. Defiance echoed through the room as she declared she wouldn't be caught easily. This was turning into a real mess. A brief pause in the chaos, and a wave of lightning sent. Acknowledgement of their power was given, but so was the frustration of their quick escape. They were fast, and that was becoming a problem. The enemy taunted, claiming they had faced many foes like them before and warning not to underestimate their stockpile of abilities. In an instant, MC mocked, questioning if they were blind or just plain arrogant, clearly not impressed by the enemy's display. The enemy cursed, surprised by the sudden turn of events, clearly not expecting such a swift response. With a burst of unrestricted speed, the protagonist moved swiftly, leaving the enemy stunned. The women muttered in disbelief, never having witnessed such speed before, wondering who this mysterious figure could be. MC sprang into action, leaving the enemy confused and demanding to know what was going on. He casually mentioned he was helping, as if it wasn't the most obvious thing in the world. The enemy could only groan in frustration, realizing they were outmatched and outmaneuvered. The women squirmed and yelled, claiming she was about to be sick. She continued to struggle, demanding to be put down already. The protagonist sighed, calling her a noisy woman, and she complained about being carried like a grocery bag. She muttered about almost throwing up. She noted that she hadn't seen the enemy in their organization before, wondering if they were from another resistance group. The MC denied it, leading him to speculate about a private organization or a government agency. She mused that it couldn't be that, since he was fighting those guys, pondering if there was some group or organization she didn't know about. The MC finally claimed to be just an ordinary passerby. He told her to consider herself lucky and lie low, warning that he wouldn't save her next time, no matter who took her or where they went. She called out weakly, trying to get him to wait, asking for at least a name to know who had bested her. The protagonist pondered his own actions, questioning why he had interfered. Was it some sense of kinship as a fellow player, or just a hero complex acting up? He admitted he just didn't like the way those government guys operated, so he stepped in. He felt uneasy about being tracked again after finally shaking off the organization and moving to a new place. His companion noted that it was uncharacteristically merciful of him. He shrugged it off, saying he just didn't like the look of those suits. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Ren, and he wondered how he even had his number. Ren frantically asked if he was okay after seeing the news about the explosion nearby. He reassured Ren that he was fine. Ren mentioned that the news was all over the place, and anyone in the know could tell it was the work of ability users or a private organization. He added that a player and those suit guys were going at it like crazy. Ren commented on his terrible luck, with something like that happening on the day he moved in. He hesitated before asking if he had gotten involved. He pondered if he should apologize first. Ren, exasperated, asked what he had been thinking. He tried to explain, saying he was planning to just watch at first. He continued explaining that he couldn't just sit back and watch as a group of people ganged up on a single woman. The noise and commotion were too much to ignore, so he had to step in. But his friend wasn't buying it, reminding him of his past actions where he showed no hesitation in taking down enemies. He defended himself, saying that virtual reality and real life are different, and manners make the man. He assured that his identity was safe as they didn't see his face. He reminded him that he's a pro at hiding, using his cloak of hiding skill. His friend warned him about the consequences of his actions, saying that while private organizations are one thing, government agents taking notice of him would be a problem. He urged him to be careful. He acknowledged the warning, saying he didn't want to lose his house either. He promised to contact his friend again soon and ended the call. Left alone, he thought about buying a bed or an electric blanket the next day. He was too tired to think straight and decided to skip building up his inner energy for the day. The next day, at the National Military Capital Hospital, in a 6-person room, Takuya Sato, Shota Chiba, and Shingo Yoshioka found themselves in a bit of a predicament. All of them ended up hospitalized, each with their own stories of how they got there. Each lost in their own thoughts. Each of them processing the events that led them here. Someone broke the silence, asking what on earth happened to land them all in the hospital. The manager walked in, and everyone was shocked to see her there. She demanded to know what had happened. The man explained that they had been ambushed during the operation by enemy reinforcements lying in wait. He began to explain the condition of the other members. But the manager cut him off, being told that the question wasn't about the injured. The manager grilled about why she wasn't informed about the operation and who gave him the authority to carry it out without permission. She asked who was going to take responsibility for the failed operation, which was already drawing public attention on portal sites. She asked who approved the operation, and the room fell silent. The man took a deep breath and said that would be him. A voice confessed that he approved the operation. The man asked if there was a problem with his decision. The room was in shock, and she muttered "General Manager" under her breath. The room erupted with tension as someone challenged the manager's authority, demanding to know how he dared approve the operation without permission. The general manager calmly responded that it couldn't be helped, leaving everyone even more confused. He explained that the administrator had left for the day, but crucial intel had come in. Someone had to make the call, and opportunities to track a resistance executive didn't come often. The room was silent, processing his reasoning. She questioned if he would take responsibility for the failure. The general manager simply stated that it had already been handled, leaving everyone in a state of surprise. He assured them that he had smoothed things over with the higher-ups, so they shouldn't worry. The room was still tense, but his confidence seemed to ease some of the tension. He continued, reminding everyone that they wouldn't always get good results every time they were on the field. It was a harsh reality check for the team. Failures were a part of the job, he said, and it seemed manager Naruse had yet to adjust to how they handled things on the field. The team was left to reflect on his words, realizing the weight of their responsibilities. With a firm tone, he ordered everyone to recover quickly and support manager Naruse. The team responded in unison, ready to follow his lead and move forward. That was all. He announced he would be taking his leave, leaving the team to process everything that had just happened. Before leaving, she instructed them to submit their report and discharge documents once they were released. The team acknowledged her instructions, ready to follow through. The team understood, and with that, the meeting concluded. Everyone dispersed, carrying the weight of the manager's words and the tasks ahead. A few days later, the question lingered in the air: had anything changed since that day? The team was left to ponder the impact of what happened that day. The tension was palpable as MC questioned if the other had come just to lecture him. The response was sharp, expressing worry over the reckless actions that kept happening. The warning was clear: worst-case scenario. An ambush could happen at any moment. But then, the mood shifted slightly as a necklace caught his eye, impressive enough to make him consider getting one too. A trip to the convenience store the next day revealed that those guys were already lurking everywhere, adding to the sense of unease. But it seemed they hadn't figured out his identity yet, probably looking for someone else. Oddly enough, being inside their surveillance network might actually be safer, like hiding in plain sight. The thought of hiding in plain sight was intriguing, even if it was a bit unconventional. The term stockpile came up, referring to those suit guys. It wasn't a big deal, but it was something to note. Stockpile referred to ordinary people who gained abilities through items instead of being players. They didn't level up through the system, but they were still strong for regular people. Suddenly, a phone rang, breaking the tension. It was a familiar ringtone, one that hadn't been heard in a while. A hesitant hello was met with an excited response. It was someone he knew, someone who had been trying to reach him for a while. The voice on the other end was familiar, someone he hadn't heard from in a while. It was a friend, someone who had been trying to reach him, wondering if he had forgotten their number too. The message was a sudden reminder of reality crashing back in. Tomorrow was Naoki's birthday, and plans had already been made. But in the whirlwind of Cloyd's world, real life had slipped his mind completely. The dream of Toyo felt all-consuming, making everything else fade into the background. The sudden reminder of Naoki's birthday hit like a wave of realization. In the chaos of everything, it had completely slipped his mind. Without that message, it would have been a total disaster. The conversation shifted to logistics, with plans being made for a pickup. Living in Yokohama had its perks, especially when friends were nearby. An address would be sent later, sealing the deal. There was a moment of hesitation, a brief internal debate. Naoki might be annoying, but free drinks were free drinks. A birthday celebration wasn't the worst way to spend an evening. But then the bombshell dropped. Mina, the one he had confessed to, the one who had turned him down, would be there too. The name alone sent a jolt through the conversation. Mina was coming. The words echoed in his mind, bringing back a flood of memories and emotions. It all started in the first year of high school. Mina had been part of the same social circle, and over time they had become friends. But the truth was, it had been love at first sight. He had even begged his friends to help spend more time with her, hoping to build something meaningful. For a whole year, those feelings were held close to the chest. The courage to confess had taken time, but when it finally happened, it was a moment of pure vulnerability. But the moment of truth had arrived, and with it, the crushing weight of rejection. The fragile hopes built up over time crumbled away like a sandcastle against the tide. The memory of that confession still stung. It had been a risk, a leap of faith that hadn't paid off. Now, the thought of seeing Mina again brought a mix of nostalgia and apprehension. After that confession, Mina was nowhere to be seen for the rest of his second year, leaving him to wonder if he'd ever see her again. Mina's name echoed in his mind, a bittersweet reminder of what could have been. Was she his first love? The question hung in the air, followed by a suspicious thought: had Ren been eavesdropping on his call using some kind of magic? Ren admitted to hearing everything clearly. It wasn't really his first love, just a one-sided crush that ended in brutal rejection. Ren offered to teach him a 100% successful confession technique. Skeptical but curious, he agreed to hear it out. He assured him he'd be interested. The first step was to catch the person off guard, not giving them time to think. Strike at an unexpected moment, that was the key. He couldn't help but reflect on his past failed confession attempts. Maybe there was something to this technique after all. Ren continued, explaining that he just needed to look her in the eye and say it straight. "I like you. Go out with me." Raw momentum was everything. He wondered if it could really be that simple. He confirmed yes, that was day one. Simple but surprisingly effective. He claimed to have gotten all his relationships that way. He couldn't believe someone like that had the same experiences as him. It seemed too good to be true. But then, Rin suddenly stared at him with an intensity that made him uncomfortable, as if he was trying to figure him out. The stare was unnerving, and he could feel his patience wearing thin. He snapped, clearly irritated by the scrutiny. He demanded to know what the staring was about, insisting that it was rude to stare at someone's face like that. But then, the mood shifted as he reminded him to call if anything happened and to get home safe. He was taken aback by the sudden concern. Before he could process it, Ren wished him good luck with his confession the next day, leaving him even more confused and questioning if the person had a death wish. The next day arrived, and he found himself at the meeting spot earlier than expected. He was surprised to see Ren already there, waiting for him. He tried to play it cool, saying it wasn't that he was slow, but Junpei was just way too early. Junpei responded with a cheerful greeting, noting that it had been a long time and that he had lost that awkward high school vibe. The conversation then shifted to college and living arrangements. Junpei commented on the size of the place and asked if he was living alone. MC explained that he was renting a room from someone he knew from school. He realized there was a reason Junpei had come to pick him up after all. Junpei mentioned that he had saved up and taken a small loan to buy something. He was impressed, noting that Junpei was probably the only guy their age who had bought a car with his own money. Meanwhile, Junpei had been grinding it out at a job right after high school, proving that adulthood wasn't just about flexing a car like Haruto. It wasn't all smooth sailing at first, but now he was holding it down at a decent company. Suddenly, the focus shifted to Naoki's reservation at some fancy yakiniku spot, leaving MC wondering if he was trying to show off his cash. And of course, the classic last-minute gift panic set in maybe a gift card would save the day. A gift card it was. Crisis averted. A few moments later, the crew rolled up to the restaurant, and it was looking pricey. Cue the side-eye. Was Naoki really footing the bill, or was this just a flex? Maybe he just wanted to show off his money. Classic move. Time to head inside. Everyone else was already there. And there they were, the Shame brothers, reunited at last. The nickname from their high school days. combining Ha from Haruto and Ji from Junpei, was still sticking around. After some quick catch-up, Junpei mentioned his time studying abroad and how he was prepping to head back to school soon. Someone couldn't help but notice Haruto was looking seriously jacked now. Like, when did that happen? Those muscles were no joke. Haruto just brushed it off light exercise, apparently. Sure, Jan. Someone couldn't help but notice how Haruto seemed more mature now, and she playfully considered keeping up with whatever he was doing. Just then, another person showed up, catching Haruto off guard with their sudden appearance. A compliment about looking better since studying abroad was thrown his way, and Haruto thanked Naoki for helping him make it back safely. It had been a while since they last met, and the reunion was filled with a mix of nostalgia and warmth. Haruto was encouraged to enjoy a quality meal, something he hadn't had in a long time. But Haruto's attention seemed to be elsewhere, prompting a reminder to focus on the present moment and the gift card sent his way. The mention of a gift card was met with disbelief, as if it were some kind of joke. Despite the initial reaction, the sentiment was clear: no need for gifts, just a desire to enjoy the meal and the company. Everyone was urged to start eating, and they all settled down to enjoy the meal together. The scene was filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared history. As they sat there, the atmosphere was one of comfort and familiarity, a true reunion of friends. As the party got lively, the drinks started flowing, and everyone was feeling the buzz. The vibe was lit, and the laughter was contagious. Amidst the fun, MC realized he had been so caught up in the moment that he had forgotten about the gloom. It was clear why Naoki, who had won the parental lottery, kept inviting him. He just wanted to flex his superiority. The others were no different. They looked at someone and felt satisfied with their lives, as if comparing themselves made them feel better. Feeling the need for a break, someone decided to take a call, stepping away from the lively crowd. Meanwhile, whispers about Naoki and Mina arriving together sparked curiosity. Apparently, Naoki had been trying hard to win her over lately. Rumors flew about Mina working at his dad's company, leading to speculations about her intentions. Was she really into him, or was there another reason? Haruto was questioned about his intentions. What was he going to do? The pressure was on. When asked if he came to see Mina, Haruto brushed it off, claiming it was all in the past. He quickly changed the subject, complimenting the meat, though it was way too expensive for him to afford. The jab about the meat's cost hit hard, leaving him speechless. The mood shifted slightly, and the conversation took a turn. Naoki noticed he had been drinking nonstop and asked if something was bothering him. He brushed it off, saying he was just enjoying seeing old faces. The atmosphere shifted as someone bluntly told him to look up, clearly annoyed by his demeanor. The tension grew as Naoki accused him of ruining everyone's mood, muttering about how he was just as annoying as ever. Despite the harsh words, an offer was made to help with whatever was bothering him, claiming he could handle anything for him. He sarcastically remarked that having a rich friend sure helps, clearly not impressed by the offer. The protagonist insisted he would hit him up if needed anything, telling him not to hold back and acknowledging that life was tough without status. He reminisced about the time when his parents went overseas and they drank expensive drinks, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. He noted how even back then, his friend poured drinks perfectly, and looked at him now, still doing it flawlessly. Naoki commented on how he knew his place and didn't cross the line, a hint of approval in his tone. A brief silence fell between them, and then a slam on the table. Suddenly, Naoki asked what he was doing, a note of concern creeping into his voice. He was told he was drunk and to go easy on the alcohol, the concern now clear in MC's voice. Naoki was told to ignore the guy, as they were there to enjoy their drinks, not to deal with someone else's drama. But Naoki wasn't having it, insisting that his state of mind was none of his business, his voice rising with frustration. The tension escalated as Naoki challenged the protagonist, demanding to know what his problem was. He laughed it off, saying he had nothing against someone like Naoki, but he wasn't about to tolerate a loser's behavior. He told Naoki to just drink quietly and leave, but Naoki wasn't about to back down. He muttered that Naoki was way too loud, and Naoki snapped, asking what he was staring at. A man stepped in, telling Naoki to read the room and calm down, reminding him that this wasn't the time or place to start trouble. But Naoki wasn't having it, arguing that he shouldn't have to hold back, and that MC should be the one apologizing. The room fell silent for a moment, the tension rising. MC finally muttered that he shouldn't have come, the fight seemingly draining out of him. He apologized for ruining the mood and announced he was leaving, telling him to tone down his act. He added that showing off wealth in front of job-hunting students was pathetic. Naoki, calling his words bullshit and telling him not to run away, but Naoki muttered that he hadn't drunk enough and probably wouldn't see him again, wondering when the next game would start. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure asked if the handover of the woman who escaped was done. An unknown voice responded that he had relocated personnel and set up in the area, but the target had moved their base. They complained that the government was making things more troublesome. The man ordered them to report immediately once they got intel. The unknown voice confirmed they were on standby and mentioned having learned all the mind techniques provided. The man acknowledged their progress and promised to bring more martial arts texts soon, telling them to master all the texts as they were now part of the force. The unknown voice thanked man and vowed to serve with loyalty. The man replied that soon he would become a fixed player, and the books would be nothing more than waste paper. Suddenly, someone burst in, announcing they had a lead for Boss Tatsuya. The room fell silent for a beat as the messenger hesitated, wondering if they had made a huge mistake by barging in like that. His icy glare enough to freeze over the Sahara, and the poor messenger was sweating bullets under that gaze. Finally, they stammered out that the lead wasn't actually on the woman herself. Before the boss could snap at them again, the messenger quickly added that they had tracked down the man who helped her instead. The tension in the room dialed down a notch as Boss Tatsuya leaned in, suddenly a lot more interested. With a sharp nod, Boss Tatsuya ordered them to inform Shido and Tatsumi right away. No time to waste, this was the break they had been waiting for. As the messenger scrambled to follow orders, Boss Tatsuya called after them, reminding them to let the others know the hunt was on. The messenger didn't even turn back, just shouted a quick confirmation as they bolted out the door, probably to avoid any more of that terrifying glare. Meanwhile, MC was nursing a serious headache, the kind that made him wonder if his skull was trying to split open. Definitely not the best way to start the day. Turns out, having more inner energy doesn't make you better at holding your liquor. Who knew? Apparently not this guy who was currently regretting every sip. And then there was Hammett judging his master's pathetic state. He couldn't believe his master looked like this, especially since he himself had never even gotten drunk once. The master, however, wasn't having any of that sass. As the master tried to piece together the last 2 days, he realized he hadn't done any chi accumulation. Probably because he was too busy turning his stomach into a brewery. But hey, at least he was thinking about his chi. That's something, right? Turns out, expelling alcohol from his body while circulating his chi worked way better than expected. Who needs a hangover cure when you've got mad chi skills? Suddenly, he noticed Rin nearby, probably wondering why he was lurking around like a lost puppy. Cut to Haruto getting a call from his mom. His dad's surgery went well, and he was being discharged today. Finally, some good news that didn't involve a headache. Haruto suggested they all go eat together. It had been a while since they'd all been together, and it was about time they changed that. His mom agreed, saying it had been too long since they'd seen his face. She told him to come to the hospital by 11. Family time, here we come. But as always, life had other plans. He was running out of cash, and it was about time he got summoned for the game again. The struggle was real, and sitting around waiting wasn't exactly his idea of a good time. He wondered how long he was supposed to just sit around like this. The waiting game was getting old, and he was ready for some action. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the doctor was glad to see him looking well. It was a small victory in the grand scheme of things. He thanked the doctor, grateful for the care and concern. It was a moment of appreciation in the midst of chaos. The doctor mentioned that his father had used his tuition money, which was a blow, but he was determined to make the best of the situation. He wanted to get some real-world experience before going back to school, so he tried working. Surprisingly, the job paid pretty well and had a future. It suited him, and he was thinking of postponing going back to school for a while. The doctor mentioned that even graduates these days were struggling to find jobs, so it seemed like a good plan. He suggested talking about the details over a meal. A few minutes later, they arrived at the restaurant. The place looked pretty expensive, and he wasn't sure if it was okay. But the doctor assured him that he had been there before and it was really good. It was the first time he was treating them, so he wanted to do it right. He reminded them that he was making more than he expected with his current job. The place looked fancy, and he couldn't help but feel a bit out of place. But hey, at least the food better be good, right? He insisted on treating them, wanting to show his appreciation. After all, it was the first time he was doing something like this, and he wanted to make it special. As they settled in, the vibe was a mix of gratitude and awkwardness, like when your parents finally figure out how to use emojis and overdo it. Naoki might have the personality of a wet sock, but even he could pick a decent restaurant, which was a win. Seeing his parents so happy, it hit him harder than any college acceptance letter ever did. The weight of the moment crashed over him like a wave of existential dread. Had he really done enough for them? The thought gnawed at him, heavy and unshakable. He pulled out some cash, a small gesture, but it was something. It wasn't much, but it was a start. His parents freaked out, asking where he even got that kind of money. But he brushed it off. insisting it was nothing compared to everything they'd done for him. His mom stepped in, laying down the mom law, telling them to accept it gratefully. With a sigh and a warning to be careful on his way home, they sent him off, promising to call later. The moment was bittersweet, a mix of warmth and lingering tension, like a family dinner where no one brings up the elephant in the room. Back in the action, Hammett was on high alert, sensing someone targeting them. The vibe was suddenly way less chill, like realizing you forgot to lock the door in a horror movie. Whoever it was, they were good at hiding their presence, making it clear these weren't some amateurs messing around. The tension was real and the stakes just got higher. The hidden watchers were still out there, and it was time to drag them into the open. Unless they were total newbies, they wouldn't risk exposing themselves in such a public spot. They'd probably make their move after dark, so waiting a little longer seemed like the best plan. Maybe even squeeze in a movie. It had been a while since they had some downtime. A few hours later, the wait was over. That movie was a total flop. What a waste of time. Now that some time had passed, it looked like they had lowered their guard. There was a rough idea of where they were now, and it felt like there were some real troublemakers among them. 1, 2, 3. No more than that, plus a few weaklings mixed in. There were a lot of them, but only 3 seemed dangerous. He was curious about the faces of those he had identified as threats, wondering what they looked like up close. The streets were empty, the late hour ensuring there were no bystanders to witness what was about to go down. With a smirk, he prepared himself, ready to make his move. A little scare seemed like the perfect way to start, setting the tone for the encounter. In a flash, he vanished, leaving his opponents stunned and searching for any sign of him. His opponents were taken aback, realizing just how fast he was as he disappeared right before their eyes. They struggled to keep up, their eyes unable to track his movements. This guy was faster than they had anticipated. No wonder he had taken down the Shinjuku faction so easily. One of them, Het Tatsumi, couldn't believe he had lost sight of him. He had never seen anyone move that fast before. They frantically searched, calling out to each other, trying to locate him, but he was nowhere to be found. Shidu, on the other side, was just as clueless, unable to spot him either. The group realized he had managed to slip away, leaving them no choice but to split up and search separately, hoping to cover more ground. Het couldn't believe it, scolding the others for their incompetence, pointing out that even with 3 of them, they still couldn't keep track of him. The frustration grew as he questioned whether the others were trying to mess things up before even becoming fixed players in this game. They were about to become fixed players, and with 3 of them at that level, he couldn't afford to make any reckless moves. A voice called out, baffled by how he managed to hide his presence so effectively. The group reminded him that organizations like theirs, which worked for the state, had rules against harming civilians, but they threatened to use his parents' safety against him if he didn't cooperate. He scoffed, realizing they were using his parents as leverage, and called them out for being no better than dirty Yakuza, despite their claims of being a private organization. They warned him that if he didn't come out immediately, he would regret it, trying to appeal to his desire to be a good son. The tension hung in the air as the protagonist landed. The tension escalated as his voice cut through the air, calling out the annoyance of the situation and warning about ending up in the news. The response was a curious murmur, followed by a taunt about being the one even the Shinjuku faction feared and the police couldn't catch. The protagonist brushed off the factions like they were nothing, showing no interest in such third-rate groups. He admitted knowing about being tailed since morning but didn't expect such big sewer rats to show up. Sewer rats? Huh? The comment hung in the air, adding to the growing tension. A maniacal laughter as Hammett expressed their excitement to finally taste blood, warning that they were going to regret asking him to come out. The atmosphere shifted as MC finally felt like using Hammett power, urging to choose a skill. Electric Shock was chosen, and the reaction was immediate, with a mix of surprise and anticipation filling the air. The day was almost over, but the urge to go ahead and use the power while he still could was palpable. A brief pause hung in the air, the calm before the storm. MC shouted out about regret, the emotion raw and unfiltered. Suddenly, a bold declaration echoed, claiming not to underestimate the 3 musketeers of NWC. The energy shifted, and it was clear this was about to get real. As Het striked, MC just stood there chilling. The first strategy was clear: deflect the attack. It was all about timing and precision. The opponent had momentum, but his movements were too big, too predictable. The counter was swift and calculated, a perfect 77. A warning cry rang out, urging the master to watch out. A gasp of surprise escaped, the unexpected turn of events catching everyone off guard. Tatsumi was warned to be careful. This opponent was more troublesome than any ability user they had faced before. A quick thanks was muttered, acknowledging the life-saving intervention. He had thought the opponents were just a mob, but their coordination was surprisingly solid. This was what Ren had meant by a fixed team, and it was impressive. The team was a wild mix, a martial artist, a knight, and even a bald mage. As if that wasn't enough, the mage summoned a rock elemental, shouting commands like it was no big deal. The opponents were full of surprises, magic included. This was getting intense, and the MC couldn't afford to underestimate them. Hammett seemed to know about the elemental's weakness. He explained that unless they destroyed the core inside, the elemental would just keep regenerating. With a battle cry, a powerful strike was unleashed, aiming to take down the rock elemental once and for all. The scene shifted abruptly, leaving everyone wondering what just happened. Suddenly, Run rode a bike straight into the park like a total boss. He rushed over right after class ended, adding to the chaos. The new arrival asked if these were the guys who had been tailing them. It turned out they were players, not government agents, probably thugs from some private organization. The team realized they were up against a fixed team with some serious magical abilities. They couldn't let their guard down, not even for a second. A team battle it is then, no biggie. This could actually be the perfect moment to test out the results of all that grueling training before the next big game kicks off.